time in Illinois?
Yes.
Okay, and that's your intent to remain there?
Yes, it is.
Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you and no letter on that. Number 56. All right, sir, would you have raised your hand and answer to, yes, you would.
Yep.
Can you let us know?
Yeah, just loose ties to two of the witnesses that were listed.
Okay,
The first one, he was in the first set of 10 people, Officer Jason Krieger. His wife goes to the same church that I go to.
okay. And,
We've never disclosed or talked about any details of the case.
okay, fine, and who was the other?
Second one was Anna Giddings. Her parents also go to the same church, and we've never talked about any details of the case.
Okay. Do you have any other reason why you would have raised your hand?
Nope.
Thank you. Would you take seat number 5, please? All right. Anybody else who does not reside in Kenosha County? Anyone who is unable to read, speak, and understand the English language? I guess it's a little late for that, but I'll ask anyway. In fact, I have to ask. Is there anyone who's taking medication at this time which could cause drowsiness or impair reasoning power or judgment? Okay, the only medication that could cause drowsiness, impair your reasoning power or your judgment, what's up?
It's the migraine medication.
The migraine medication. And migraine medication, it's
Number 15.
number 15.
The migraine medication.
And
So if I were to get a migraine in court and I were to take the rescue medication, as they call it, it would make me drowsy.
okay, now I will tell you, it depends on how drowsy, because there are some lawyers. You wouldn't need any narcotics to put, they wouldn't take any
Well,
narcotics
if they were
to put you
talking
to
at
sleep.
that point, I would definitely go to sleep.
If they were talking, you'd go to sleep?
Yes.
So it's that pronounced?
Yes.
Okay. And you're on the medication at this time?
Yes.
Or if you took it,
If I took it.
if you got a headache, you would,
I would take it.
okay. I'm going to leave that for exammination by the lawyers.
What do you
I don't, and I
mean?
think too.
She
we've
said
got
she doesn't wanna
spellbinders
be
here.
there.
These are not the run-of-the-mill lawyer. So hopefully there won't be an issue, but let's
They're
hope
gonna
for the
make your
best.
ass be here.
Anybody else on the medication issue? Anybody feeling ill today?
Yo, enter the God. See you, man. I see you, man. Appreciate
oh,
you,
there's another
chosen
hand on
one.
medication?
Hey, dude. Real life. Yo, SR. Enter the God.
I don't hear you, ma'am. I don't hear you.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing you.
I'm number 39.
39, and what were you saying?
Yeah, there's different medication that I take that give me different symptoms that I don't want to discuss.
Oh, no, then you don't have to. The question is it likely to cause you to become sleepy?
Yeah.
Is it guaranteed to cause you to become sleepy?
Dude, they never want me
Will
in
it
jury
interfere
duty
with your
then.
reasoning power or your judgment?
I don't even think I can do
Okay.
jury duty.
Now, we do keep an eye, believe it or not, on the jurors to make sure nobody's nodding off. It can happen. And also, if somebody feels that coming on, don't hesitate to let us know, because we can take a break if it's only involving 5 minutes or maybe a little longer, and we can deal with that.
Be like a crazy person.
Or if it's
Hey,
persistent,
Genovese.
we might ask you to do 50 push-ups here. Well, all right. We want to make sure everybody can fulfill his duty and responsibility and privilege of sitting on the jury. So, just having
was
something that
that?
causes you to have to take medication, we try not to excuse people unless it's going to be an interference. So we're going to hope for the best. And if you become drowsy or something, just let us know. Or if you need a bathroom break, something like that, just get the attention of me, the clerk, or one of the bailiffs, and we'll take time that's necessary. Any question about that? You've been very cordial and kind with me, and I'm done, finally. So let's turn to the prosecution, and Mr. Binger, the jury is yours. Oh, yeah, I thought that was taken care of.
No, they weren't here.
Oh, would you attorneys just go speak with Sergeant Beth for a moment? There was an issue that came up that we need to
Those are for strippers. Dude. Over Jeff Max stream, he's doing a poll. He loves polls. He's a poll kind of guy. I call him Roly Poly when we're hanging out. Dude, I got another bottle of Utopias. I'm sorry. I got a third bottle of it. And I probably could have gotten 3 more bottles of it because the cashier didn't know what the hell's going on. Here's the mistake I made, and I realize now. Instead of just saying how many I wanted, I asked how many I could have. That was the mistake. And that's a lesson in life. Instead of asking people what they'll give you, tell them what you want from them. That's what I learned this morning because I said the wrong words. It did not unlock the. I could have unlocked it. Dude, it would have been all. They would have been like, ah, here you go. Yeah, sure, man. That kid didn't know what the hell was going on. It looked like beer to him. It's like, this looks like a beer. So it's like, yeah. It doesn't have in the internal system in Costco. It doesn't tell them at the register how many of them you can buy. And I learned that the other day when I noticed that they had a limit on water, but people were loading up on water, dude. They were like, it said limit of 2. They didn't care. They were putting 5 of them in their cars. This was like a few months ago. And then like a month ago, I noticed that one of the people back in the water area was like, hey, only 2, man. Hey, put that other one back. Only 2. Like they were having to be the gatekeepers because the cashiers weren't doing it apparently or something because they get so busy and they don't want to have a bunch of water fucking stacked up at the cash registers apparently because people aren't listening. So yeah, the cashier doesn't know. So it's long, and you can also say that you want 2 separate transactions. You can say that you want a business interaction
over from the other
and
building.
a personal transaction,
One of you
and you might be able to get away with at least doing it
a
twice.
Religious or moral objection
So I'm
to
going to go
taking
back
of an oath?
later at night shift
Okay,
and
would
try
you
to
all
get
please
the
raise your
remaining
right-
2 from them.
one of your
Dude,
hands
these
to
things are too
signify
rare not to pass
your
it up,
acceptance
dude.
of
Like,
the oath. Go ahead.
it's crazy they're not even on the aisle for sale. No one knows they're there. I have to take a paper with the number and like, this is what I want. Thank you. So we go back about 5 hours or so after this
Okay,
stream
thank you.
and
All right, and then did you folks resolve that issue?
save them for a few years, man. Save them for my whole life. For all, maybe, who knows? I only bust them out for special occasions and stuff. Because they're super, super, super special. There's only 13 to 15,000 of these in the world every 2 years. Every 2 years they do that. And it's different every time. This is the 2021 version of it. So you gotta wait till 2023. They just came out on October 11th. And I don't know if they're like releasing them slowly throughout that 2 years or if the stock is already out there. But I'm going ahead and getting because I'm getting them below
57?
liquor store retail
Wait, I'm gonna
already. You can't get them
excuse
cheaper
you,
than this.
sir.
It's possible.
You're excused, and call the. Yeah, you're going to get a letter about future jury service. Okay,
You think
thank
by
you, sir.
now? Probably actually.
The clerk is going to give you. The bailiff is going to give you a letter. Thank you, sir.
Especially things that are already limited, extremely limited.
We don't need a number, do we? We're full. Okay, Mr. Binger, it's all yours.
Namey! What's up, man? He looks weird with his dreads. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
That's
Good
funny.
afternoon, ladies and
Just
gentlemen.
after
My
I
name is Tom
talk
Dinger. I'm
shit
one of the
about him,
prosecutors
and
on the
he's
case
bald.
here, representing the state of Wisconsin.
Talk shit about his hair.
The judge has given you a little bit of information regarding the circumstances surrounding this case, and I just want to ask a few questions regarding the events surrounding the night of August 25th, 2020, and that time period here in Kenosha. I think we're all familiar with the incident on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020, in which a Kenosha police officer shot a black man by the name of Jacob Blake. There were a series of responses here in our community, which can be labeled a number of different ways. But in generally, we had a lot of people that came out onto the streets protesting.
Hey.
There were riots, there was arson,
I was wearing your
there was
mask
looting.
today. I
There were a
always
lot of
feel like a
things going
baller
on.
when I got those masks
And
on.
I don't
Because I can
want
match
to
them to
get
my
into
outfits.
which side or which beliefs were right or
Chicks
wrong or
notice.
anything like that.
I can tell.
There are constitutional rights to assemble and speech, etc. What I just want to ask is, how many of you came out physically on any of those nights to participate in any of those activities? To protest, to show your support for any particular cause, anything along those lines? I'm not seeing any hands. How many of you have any close friends or family members who came out on any of those nights to participate in any of those events? Maybe to march, maybe to protest, maybe to support one side, one cause, one belief or the other. And again, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot about what your beliefs are. I just need to know if there was any participation. So let's start, and I'm going to do my best to refer to everybody's numbers here, but I got to admit we've changed numbers so many times that I'm not sure I'm going to get them all right. In the back row there, you are in seat number 6. I think you are actually juror number 39. Is that right? Okay. Either way, I think we know who you are. You're raising your hand. Can you tell me a little bit about that, please?
I haven't tried this one yet.
My husband and I, we have a biracial granddaughter who during this whole episode and that she... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't wait for it?
Yes.
Okay.
He's over there staring at me.
There was one instant, and it was kind of later on when they did a march from the YMCA down and everything like that, and why Mr. Carson?
That's all right, ma'am.
Is she crying?
She wanted to participate, but was not allowed to, is that what
No,
you're saying?
but we wanted to, she has, you know, it's hard for her living with, you know, white grandparents and still feeling her part. And this is something that we allowed to do with another group of family members and that. And it was kind of a trying time at that time for us to balance the perspective.
Okay. So I just want to follow up. So your granddaughter did participate in some of the marching or protests, things like that?
Right.
There's about to be some fire.
Okay.
Right at the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything about your granddaughter's involvement in that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
A little bit, I'm sorry.
Okay.
A little bit.
All right. Now, I think the judge has already kind of gone through the whole discussion of how we're going to be hearing testimony and evidence in this case, and only at the end of that and hearing the instructions from the judges to the law, will the jury be in a position to make a decision here? Do you think that you'll be able to keep an open mind, listen to all of the evidence and testimony, follow the judge's instructions, and only make your decision at the end of the case? You don't know?
I don't think so.
You don't think you'll be able to keep an open mind throughout?
Dude, if someone doesn't want to be at fucking jury duty,
Do you
let him
feel-
go
To use one
home.
of the judge's questions, do
I
you
don't
feel
get it,
that
dude.
you're not going to be as fair as some of the
I don't
other
get it.
jurors that are sitting around you?
That's how it's going to work.
You feel that way? Okay.
Anyway,
Your Honor,
waste of time.
I don't know that this juror can be fair, so I think it would be appropriate to strike her for cause.
Like, literally,
Mr.
all you got to do is look up online. What do I need to say to get out of jury
And,
duty? And there's
You'll get a note
multiples
from the
of
bailiff.
answers,
And
dude.
Let's ask number 50.
It's not that hard to get out of it.
Number 58,
racist.
please.
I'm racist as hell. Okay, thank you. Have a good day. I'll just say that.
All right,
Fuck
sir,
it.
would you
Who
have
cares?
raised your hand in answer to any
Nobody
of the
can see
question
their
asked
face
so
or
far?
anything. Oh, the people there can.
Okay. Are you able to
Awkward.
shed those views and decide the case exclusively as you hear and see the evidence?
I'm
in this
racist as
case?
fuck.
Okay.
Get me
we need
outta
to
here.
examine further about it, but thank you. Please take seat number 6.
Fuck it, just for the day, you know? Who cares what those people in there think? We're just going there and be like, I think Colin Rittenhouse is guilty, and you're not going to change my mind on that
Okay,
shit.
thank you. Sorry
Get me the
about
fuck
that.
out of here.
I had asked a question about whether or not you had friends, close friends or family members that had participated in any of the events here in Kenosha, and we already spoke to one of the jurors. I know there were a few other hands that I missed, so if you could just raise your hands again so I get everybody. Okay, in the front row here, I think you are juror number 23?
Yes.
Okay.
My son went down there, told me that he went, but without incident, so it's not gonna affect me at all.
Sure.
Just letting you know he was there.
Was that on
She wants to be there.
the Tuesday night, August 25th, when the incident in this case occurred, or was it a different night? Do you remember?
I honestly do not know. There were a couple things that he went down.
Well, they're not going to let her,
So I
though.
don't know which specifically.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you have your hand up, ma'am?
I did.
Okay, you're seated, for the record, you're seated in juror 24, but I think you're juror number 40, is that right?
That's
Okay.
correct. Just some friends from church did like a church service out
Okay, out front of where?
front.
Oh, okay. Do you remember what night that would have been?
No, I think it was later on.
Okay. Did you participate in that at all?
No.
Okay, would that affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror here? Okay, thank you. Was there anyone else's, okay, juror number 29.
I'm not quite sure if you're just referring to the evening or during the days of those events.
At any time?
So
Yeah.
he was boarding up the buildings downtown and uptown.
You personally were?
Yes.
Okay. Were those businesses that you knew, like the owners, or were involved with in any way, or just,
But the owners as we were helping build up, or board up, sorry.
okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Anyone else's hands that I missed?
Bullshit, they're all affected.
Okay, thank you.
We got to get people from their Botswana, Africa.
So,
Hey, what the fuck, man?
Juror
Shit.
29 touches on
fucking
a
trying to
subject
roll a
that I wanted
joint
to
here.
get to next, which is that we, I think, are all familiar with the fact that during this sequence of events, there were a lot of properties and businesses here in the community that were damaged. Some were destroyed with fires. Others were the subject of looting or burglaries, things like that. So what I want to ask, first of all, is how many of you were personally affected by any of the arson, violence, looting, rioting, whatever you want to call it?
Dude, they're all
where
affected.
your
There are like
property,
500 people
your
in this
home,
town.
Your business, anything like that, was personally affected by it? Anyone? No hands. Okay. Do any of you have any close friends or family members whose property, your home, their homes, their businesses, etc., were directly affected by any of the violence, any of the property damage that occurred around this period of time? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back row there. I believe that you are in seat number 3, but you are juror number 43, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
My daughter had a business downtown. It was, they boarded it up and it subsequently closed.
It subsequently closed?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any
They
actual property
fucking
damage to the business?
closed?
Okay. What was it that caused it to close?
Just lack of, people were going downtown. It
Sure.
just became,
Okay.
that area.
Sure,
So it wasn't
I
the
understand.
looter's fault.
Is there anything about that experience that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Did you raise your hand, sir?
I did.
Okay.
Well, I have some coworkers that actually live in apartment buildings real close to the car dealer and a couple other places where garbage trucks were started on fire. So there's a garbage truck. So there was a mandatory evacuation of those apartments. So they had to find other coworkers that could put them up while this is all going on.
Okay. And what part of town was that specifically?
I believe it was 7th Avenue.
Okay. Is there anything about the experiences that your coworkers had that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Just how crazy they said everything was when they came into work every day.
Okay. And do you believe that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Asshole lawyer.
That probably would, no.
What?
Okay,
What?
thank
Why
you.
you even?
I think I saw
Shut-
at least
shut
one
up
other
then.
hand somewhere, but maybe I
Man.
missed it. Okay.
Oh my
juror number
god!
40.
This shit is like elementary school.
I'm sorry?
BNL office furniture.
Okay. is that the one down on 60th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And then they reopened it.
And you said these, the people that owned it were friends of yours from church? Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Anyone else whose hands I missed with regard to the question of whether or not you have close friends or family members who had homes, property, businesses, et cetera, that were damaged or affected or burglarized or anything like that during all of these events? And I'm not seeing any other hands. Okay, thank you. I believe the judge may have already asked this question, but is there anyone in the group of 34 that is not currently a resident of Kenosha County? And I ask because we've had a couple of already, so I just want to make sure. All right. I want to continue along the line I was just getting at about the property damage that occurred to some parts of our community. And I know that there were many people who live in our community who felt vulnerable, who felt scared about what might be happening to them, to their homes, to their property. I know juror number 29 already mentioned helping to board up some local businesses. So I want to ask this question. How many of you yourselves, personally, took steps to protect yourself, your family, your home, your business during that period of time? That can range from boarding up windows to moving and staying someplace else. Some people decided to take steps to protect themselves with firearms or other defensive weapons, things like that. How many of you personally decided that you needed to take those steps during that period of time to protect yourself or your family, your home, your business? Okay. I'm going to try and remember all the hands here, but if I forget, I'll come back to you. Let's start in the back row there, juror number 43.
My daughter, my son-in-law, and her baby, they left town, and so I was protecting myself the best way I knew how. I just go home, stay home, and didn't go anywhere. And I also made sure I was armed.
Okay. Thank you. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4?
Hey, Barbara, take it easy.
Yes.
Yeah, we ended up moving all the
See you
vehicles
soon.
to the back side of the house because we had people walking down the sidewalk in groups. So it made my wife pretty nervous.
All right.
I got some lion's
Anything
mane
else on that one,
extract,
sir?
you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there anyone else in the back row? Okay. Juror number, I believe you're juror number 58. Is that right? Okay.
We just moved. We just took our family. My entire family. We went out to the county for one of the nights.
Do you have? Okay. I was going to ask you. Do you have family out there? Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's stay in the jury box here while we're all close by. I believe that was there anyone else in the jury box itself that had their hand raised? Okay. Juror number 14. Okay.
We just spent a few nights at my place of employment just when there were rumors of going after the schools.
And where do you work at?
Journey Church.
Okay. And so you were concerned about possible damage to the church or looting or something like that?
We just heard the rumors, so we took precautions just to be there.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that, and I don't have everybody's numbers here. Are you juror number 46? Okay. Thank you.
I went to my sister's house in Gurney. Stayed there for
Okay. Thank you. Where else? Let's see. Do we have any other hands in the jury box or over in the corner? Okay. Let's do the front row here. Did anyone else raise their hand in the front row? Okay. Juror number 23.
I got a gun to protect my house and my family.
Okay. So am I correct in assuming that you didn't have a gun before this, but you decided to purchase one during this period of time?
They encouraged me to make that decision and get my concealed carry.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Jury number 25. Did you raise your hand, sir?
Why are we only getting to see the judge?
I live in the subdivision in the south side of Pleasant Prairie. We used to have a little neighborhood watch.
Okay.
Basically, just watch the visual.
Sure. Did you ever have any problems?
I got figures, so.
Okay, that's good. All right, and then over here in the chairs, I know there were some hands, and I'm sorry I didn't catch everybody. Let's start in the far corner there, juror number 11, I believe. Okay.
Yeah, is this on? Oh, there
Yes.
we go. We pulled our cars to the back of the house, and we closed our doors, made sure everything was locked. We also have a gun for protection. And we moved, we had a blue light out in front of our house in support of the police, but because of the riots, we're concerned about the safety of our home and replaced that with a regular bulb.
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. I know there were other. All right, thank you very much. Who else? Right in front of you there, juror number 22.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Only get to see the
We
judge
boarded up
or
our
what?
business. We have a showroom. We didn't have any damage or any problems.
Okay. All right, was there anything else that you did personally other than that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. I know there were other hands. I'm sorry I missed. Let's go to, where am I on the list here? Are you, got my numbers here. Are you, wait, yes, yes. Sorry, I'm trying to follow the map here. Yes.
We went on a short walk, and all
Hey,
our
Patty
neighbors
Moore
got
and
together and had a
Nunu Booty.
watch, and we pretty much all stayed
It's
there.
loud.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Anyone
So
else
5 hours.
over here in the chairs
5
whose hand I
hours.
missed? Okay, was there anyone else in the whole group, anyone else whose hand I missed on that? I kind of jumped around a little bit, so I'm sorry. Okay, good. Thank you. Now, there were many reactions to the shooting of Jacob Blake by a Kenosha police officer. And I think we can all agree there were people that felt that they wanted to exercise their constitutional right to assemble peaceably and protest. Is there anyone who feels that it would be inappropriate for citizens to take to the streets and peacefully protest what they consider to be something that was unjust? Is there anyone who feels that that is inappropriate? Okay. Does everyone understand the difference between that and taking violent actions such as property damage, arson, looting, things like that? There's a big difference between those two things. Okay. Can we all agree that human life is more valuable than property? Is there anyone who disagrees with that statement? Seeing no hands. Okay, thank you. Now, I've heard some of you mention that you either used a gun for personal protection or acquired a gun during this time period. And what I want to ask is, how many of you would consider yourselves to be familiar with firearms? Have a personal experience, personal familiarity with that? Okay, and I'm seeing quite a few hands. All right. How many of you personally are hunters?
Why
I'm
did
seeing
the
a
judge
few hands
care
on
about
one.
that?
All right. How many of you have, at some point in your life,
See a hunter.
either personally gone through certification to become a hunter when you were younger, like a teenager, for example, or maybe you've had your son or daughter go through that to become certified to go hunting
Is
when
he a
they're
certified
underage? How many of you
hunter?
have ever gone through that
Is he?
yourselves?
Who is talking right
Okay.
now? Defense or
thank you.
prosecutor?
Has anyone here ever become certified to become
This is the
an
prosecutor?
EMT, an emergency medical technician? Okay, juror number 13.
But did Kyle have that kind of training?
Is that something that you are currently certified to do?
Yeah, I'm a paramedic.
And how long have you been working as a paramedic?
Specifically paramedic, about 6 years, been on the department for almost 10.
In the fire department?
Yeah.
And which department is that?
Bristol?
Bristol? Okay. And so what did you have to do to become certified to be an EMT?
EMT was like 6 months of school.
And what did you have to do during that school?
Only 6 months of school for EMT. Slackers. Hey.
A lot of hands-on stuff.
Now, prior to starting that training, did you have to get a college degree or a high school
Dude, the
diploma? or
cops are
anything
going to
like
get
that?
brought up on
High school
charges
diploma
after
was
this.
required for that?
Watch.
Okay. And you said you worked as a paramedic for about 6 years?
After he gets convicted,
Were you
cops are going to get brought
involved
up
in
on charges.
any of the emergency
letting
response
him
to
do
any of
it.
the events surrounding August of last year?
I'm not a
things like
Kyle
that?
supporter, you little shits.
I knew they
He was
brought
an
in other
idiot.
departments, so I didn't know if you personally were involved in that. Okay, thank
Imagine
you very much.
yourself being 18 years old out there with an assault rifle surrounded by a bunch of fucking
The,
idiots. What are you doing there? What the
Incidents in
fuck
this
are you
case,
doing there? You're way out of your
occurred
league, kid.
very close to this building, mostly along Sheridan Road, from this area down south to about 63rd Street. And there's going to be some discussion in this case of some of the
Oh, he's getting
locations
evicted,
and some of
bro.
the businesses
Just like I
in that
said,
area.
the whole time George Floyd's
Particularly
fucking killer was getting convicted,
used
Siobhan.
car dealership by the name of
Same's gonna
CarSource.
happen with this motherfucker,
They
dude.
have a couple of
'cause I
different
know shit.
locations here in the area, including one at about 59th and Sheridan on the west side of the road. There's another one
And
at
next,
58th
they're
and
gonna
Sheridan
go
on
after
the
the
east side of the
cops.
road, and then a third
Because
one
they're
down at
culpable,
63rd
because they
and
let it
Sheridan.
happen. But he's the one that pulled
Is
the
there anyone
trigger.
who's personally
Not
familiar
once,
with any
not
of those
twice, but
businesses?
3 times.
I'm talking about before all this happened, because it's maybe been in the news since then. But
I should have
but
been
is
a
anybody
lawyer, dude.
personally familiar with those
Actually,
businesses?
I
Anybody
could have
shop
been a
there,
fucking
worked
lawyer.
there, bought a
I'll
car
argue
from
my
them,
ass off.
walk the lot to look at their cars,
I
anything
come
along those
correct.
lines? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands.
But, dude, he's going to jail. He's going to jail. He has to do time.
I would like all of you who are seated here
BLM will burn
to take a
Kenosha
look
to the
around
fucking
at the other
ground
jurors,
if he
the other
doesn't go to
34 of
jail,
you that are
dude.
seated here.
Bet.
And I'm gonna ask you if
they
you
even
know any
hint
of the other
that he's not
jurors
going to go to
that
jail
are
when
around
this
you.
trial's going on, that fucking protest is going to go kicking off, but before it's even over with, they're going
let's
to
go
make
to
them
juror
know. They're
number
going to
14.
start intimidating the jurors and shit. This is just starting, dude.
To me, but I can't recall the names. I apologize.
All right, and we're not going to say names, but I
There's no
think you
proof
are
they
juror
shot
number
first.
55,
I've seen
ma'am?
that
Okay.
steel shot, but I don't
Can you hand the
see it.
microphone to her,
I don't
sir?
see it, dude. I've
Do
seen
you
so many
agree
videos of
that
that
you know
night,
things well?
dude. More
Okay,
than most.
Let me start with you. If you are
I don't
selected
see
to be
him
one of the
getting shot
jurors
at
in this
first,
case,
dude,
we
ever.
are going to expect
I
that
think
you
it's
listen to all
bullshit.
the evidence and testimony, and when it comes time to deliberate and make a decision in this case, we would like you to make a decision based on the evidence, the testimony in the case, the instructions of the judge. And jurors, of course, are expected to discuss it when they're deliberating, listen to each other's opinions, etc. But we want your decision to be made based on
You
what
told me we
happens
don't
in the
negotiate
courtroom
with
and not
terrorists, dude.
something
Who are
outside
you?
the courtroom. So I'll give you an
Idiot.
example, and I don't know the relationship
Were you
between
even in the
two of you, but
military? Probably
hypothetically,
not.
if one of you was the boss and one was the
We don't negotiate with
employee,
terrorists. You're just
there
fucking
could be a
pee on
danger
civilian,
that
dude. Shut the fuck
the
up.
employee may not want to, side against the boss, because when you leave this trial, then
Squirt
that could
yourself in the
affect your
face with some
employment.
pepper
And I don't
spray
know
or
the situation,
something,
and I
just to
don't need
get a
to know
little
that.
taste
What
of
I'm just
boot
getting
camp.
at
Just
is,
get a little
do
taste
you
of it.
believe that
Pussy.
you'd be able to, if you both were on this jury, that you'd be able to put aside your personal relationship and make your own decision without considering
Well, you don't-
outside things that you may have with the other
Terrorist.
juror? Does that make sense?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you the same question, sir, juror number 14. Would you agree with that as well? Okay, thank
There's
you very
no
much.
way there's a hung
Is there
jury,
anyone
dude.
else in the panel that knows
There's no
any
way,
other
dude.
jurors?
BLM
Okay,
is going to
thank
start
you.
showing up. If they're not already out there, hold on.
We had a juror who has since been excused who made a comment that leads into one of my questions. And as
The
I
power
understood that
of
juror's
Antifa.
comment, it was something to the effect of, she has a lot of friends and family who have strong opinions about the case. And she felt like she would make a decision in this case based on what she already knows or the opinions she's already heard, and wouldn't be able to put that aside. The judge has alluded to the fact that this is a case that has a lot of attention to it, and I think we've picked up on the fact that there are a lot of people with strong opinions one way or the other. Now, obviously, no one's heard any testimony or evidence yet, so the facts aren't in. But what I'm getting at
Facts
is
are pretty much
you
in.
all may have friends or family that know about this case, who you've already talked to about this case, and they may have their own opinions. We want you to make the decision. Those friends and those family aren't here. We're going to be asking you as the jurors to make the decision based on the evidence. Everybody else out there hasn't heard the evidence. And whatever they're reading in the newspapers or seeing on the media or whatever is not evidence.
Damn, we
So-
missed a chase last night near Long Beach.
Sometimes, as one juror has already alluded to, that can put someone in a little bit of a difficult position where you feel like, if I decide one way, it might make all of my friends or family upset because they disagree with me, or vice versa. I don't know. So my question is there any one of you who feels that
Dude,
you're in a group of
don't take
friends or
guns
family, or
away
you've
from
got people that
America,
you know
but
who are just so dead set?
It's not
on one
okay
side or
for
the other of
fucking
this case
18-year-olds to have assault
that
rifles, maybe.
you'd be
Maybe that's
afraid
possible.
to make a decision. in this trial, and then have to face
Too
them.
much Call of
Have
Duty
to go home at the
playing
end,
going
and they're
on, man.
confronting you with, well, why did you find this, that, or the other thing, when we disagree with that.
Maybe there should be an age
there anybody who would
that
be
you need
uncomfortable,
to
who'd
be
be
before getting an
worried
assault
about
rifle
the
because of their
consequences
ability to
of
kill,
making a decision in
their
this case because you're worried it
accuracy,
might be
their long
unpopular with
range,
the people
their,
that you know. Okay,
their magazine capacity,
ma'am, I think you are juror number 15. Is that
their
right?
ease of
Okay,
use
thank you.
due to lack of recoil.
Really care about
Like,
my friends, basic family, but my husband.
Okay.
I have to live with him. And he
you gotta be 25 to have an assault rifle, maybe. You know what I mean? Like at least as old as you need to be to rent a car. Does that sound okay?
decision that would result against his.
I understand, and we certainly don't want to cause your divorce.
Well, no, we both been divorced, so this would be second.
Well, anyway, my point is I don't want to do anything to cause any friction in your marriage. If I could just have you hold on to that for one more second. The judge has already advised all of you that you are to not discuss the case when you go home at night.
I know nothing about guns.
And I can
Test
understand
me.
that might be difficult in some circumstances.
What?
Do you feel like
Think
you'd
about
have some
science.
difficulty with that
You're
in your
picture
home?
of life of the party, dude.
Result of going home.
Okay.
It could actually end the marriage. He's that opinionated on it.
And I don't need to know which side or what his opinion is. My point is, in asking this question,
Is the
ma'am,
judge
is
smelling his finger?
I
He just
don't
got laid this
want
morning.
jurors to feel that pressure and
good
have it
morning.
influence their decision. Your decision should be based on the evidence, the law in this case, what you hear in the courtroom, and
Yo,
not on what
man.
you're worried about someone else might
Assault
think.
rifle.
So, do you feel
Well, what is
like
it? What kind of
your
rifle is it?
situation
If
with
it's
your
not an
husband
assault rifle, what
would
is it?
affect your ability to be
It's
a
an
fair and
AR-15.
impartial juror in
What
this
do you
case?
what do you want me to call it? I'm sorry, sir. I didn't call it what you want me to call it.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I
But
have
it
to.
is an assault rifle. It's just not automatic. A semi-automatic assault rifle. There, is that good for you? Is that best?
Sometimes
Does that
hard
make you happy?
to talk about these things. It can make people uncomfortable, and I'm sorry I had to put you on the spot
I
there.
try to
but
save time with my
I do
words sometimes,
appreciate
man.
your
I don't
honesty,
like
and I
wasting
do
it.
appreciate
The
everybody.
airspace.
Everybody here has been so forthcoming and open and forthright about their opinions and their
AR-15, that's
experiences
4
and things like
syllables.
that. And I'm sorry I put you
Assault
on the spot
rifle.
like
I
that,
don't know,
but
it
I
feels
hope you understand
faster.
how important it is that we
It
hear
feels
that.
faster for some reason.
Your Honor, I would move to excuse juror number 15 based on cause.
Because it flows together.
Judge, can I ask?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? You want me to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like saying
I'll
ass,
stay back here,
too.
Mr. Bringer.
Asshole.
Juror number 15, hi.
Any chance I get it?
So, you have concerns, and I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. You have concerns about how your spouse would react to a certain verdict that you gave?
That's correct.
Okay. Would that feeling or your concern, would that sway how you viewed the evidence in the case?
Dude, she's already saying she knows how she wants to.
Okay. So if you, whatever the evidence is, and you have a strong belief in one side or the other, if that is in opposition to what you believe your husband believes, would that have an impact on you being able to say, this is my honest opinion as to what I believe?
I'm not sure I understand.
So if you,
But now I'm upset. I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Why don't we, let's do this. Why don't we lay this aside for the time? The juror has stated she's upset now, so I think it best to move on to something else, and then we can come back to this later. I'm not trying to curtail your examination, but let's save it for later.
She's upset.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Bitch.
We've already put one juror on the spot, so I'll move on. Is there anyone else who feels similarly? Is there anyone else who's worried that you would be put in a situation where you might be making a decision and then you might be returning to folks that you'd be dealing with some tension on that? Okay, I see a few more hands, so I appreciate that. Let me try and go in somewhat of a logical order here. I believe you are juror number 46.
I don't want
Is
to
that
be
right?
here.
Okay.
Can I go home now?
I'm more the lines that, I'm sorry, I'm a gossip, and I don't think I could be quiet, because I talk to my sister every single day.
Okay.
I honestly don't think I could not tell her what's going on. That's just, we're so close like that.
Sure, and that's great. I think it's wonderful to have that support and that relationship. It's hard. This is a case that's, I think everybody probably walking into the courtroom today was wondering if this is where you were going to be at, and here you are.
Oh my gosh, just let her
and
go
I think everybody's
home.
acknowledged that we all knew about
Get
this
it,
before
dude. What is-
today, and
It's really
gotten a lot of
quite
coverage.
simple.
And
Just
there's
want to be here. Let her go
there
home.
is a natural
Look how
tendency to want to talk about any case that any juror is on, but particularly one like this. So I respect that and I understand that. The judges talked a lot about the requirements of being a juror in this case, and some of them seem a little draconian, a little illogical, maybe a little unfair, but they're the rules. And there are good reasons why these rules exist. And I think we all understand that.
Just
Sometimes it can be a
imagine
lot to ask.
myself being in their
But
shoes.
it's a requirement. And it's important because we want to get
Ew.
the decision based
Jim
on
Ash
only
coming
what's
through with
happening in
the
the courtroom.
400
And
hours.
as the judge has already
Ooh.
explained, there's a lot of other things out there in the world that may not be accurate. And we want to make sure we get the best decision for everybody. It's fairness to the defendant, it's fairness to the state, it's fairness to the community. This is the process we use. And it's a very, very important one.
This is a
It's
400
long,
hours,
time-honored
man.
one. But it requires the jurors to accept that limitation. It requires the jurors to go home and do exactly what the judge said, which is,
That was
if you
awesome.
talk about it, we're in big trouble.
Practiced.
And I think we've all picked up on the fact that you don't want to be in trouble with Judge Schrader.
Funny
So,
for all, because Jim made rain.
can you do that? Is it too much to ask? I mean, you can talk about the weather. You can talk about the Milwaukee Bucks. You can talk about the Chicago Bears. You can talk about kids. You can talk about school. You can talk about whatever. Just not anything to do with this case.
Dude.
For as long as the trial goes on.
Guys, something
Not saying you
else.
can't talk to your
They're all
sister.
going to be like this, dude.
Just got to be able to keep some things out of it.
Yo, coming through with the...
I can make it short. When I was talking about sequestering the jury,
Yeah, oh, no.
I can do that to one person.
Jim
No
Ness
phone,
is a badass for sending $10.
no TV.
Thanks for all the entertainment.
No,
Cool
seriously.
place to hang out and do some
No.
chat.
Do you think you could keep from talking under those circumstances?
Thank you for the
if that's the
entertainment.
alternative?
You entertain me more than I entertain you.
I don't want to be sequestered.
I like to
but
just
was
sit
trying to
stare
be
at
honest
you.
that
And that's exactly what
Sometimes I
Beaumont, and bless your soul, that's exactly, you're the ideal juror in that respect, but you need to
See, I
understand
can see through
that
your camera and
we
your
mean it
computer.
about
I
these
have
rules,
I have a
and
program that allows me to
you
hack
simply
into all the
cannot do it, and
viewers'
that's all there is to it.
cameras
We
and
all
just
have
look
to
at them
live
whenever I
life with
want
its
to.
limitations
I see you,
and
man. I
resist
got
some
you
of our
always up in the
impulses,
corner
and
over here.
I don't think it's beyond
Alright.
you to obey the rule.
All right,
I'll try.
No, you'll do it.
I'll just tell my
that would be
sister
cool.
to call me until it's over.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, tell her to call me and I'll explain why, all right? All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I know there were a couple other hands that I missed.
Jim
Was there
S.
someone
from
in
the Big
front
Book.
row?
He started the first Black AA meeting.
Let's do that, sure. Juror number 4, go ahead.
I have, which is kind of like IBS, but it is more of an anxiety problem. So when this comes on, which is happening right now, I get chest pains and pressure in my ear, which makes it hard for me to stay focused on what's happening. So I'm fearful that this is going to cause lapses in time where I'm not really paying attention to what I'm hearing.
Dude, none of them want to be there.
A lot more on the symptoms. So,
Thank you for sharing that. Are you okay right now?
no, that's why I brought it up.
Have you had trouble following the things we've just been talking about?
It's making me more and more anxious.
Okay.
What's going on, the worse.
Is there anything you need medically wise, medication, anything like that to help with that?
A lot of different things I've tried, nothing seems to work. They just keep saying, try whatever you can.
Okay.
It's not a diagnosed type of problem.
Did you identify it as
IBS? Yeah, they said it's a type of IBS. Irritable bowel.
Irritable.
Yeah, exactly, that's what.
What?
Concerned about having a reaction?
It's probably because I eat pizza.
Okay, well,
What?
and of course, if you just start out of here, that's okay, if there's an issue. But
He's got a shit.
when you were describing the symptoms, you're talking about typical anxiety type symptoms. Yeah, but if it develops into something that would be lower in your system, how much time would you typically have?
Well, once it starts, every 10, 15 minutes, I might have to be excused.
Okay,
That happens.
okay. Now, is this something that you think could happen and that you're anxious about the
Dude.
could? Or are you?
It's happening right
pardon me?
now.
The anxiety.
Boy.
usually-
Sure.
Please
And the
say
question
that.
I have is sometimes the anxiety is the worst enemy because you're concerned that it might happen and that's disabling in itself. And the question I have is, are you anxious that it could happen or that it will happen?
No, it has nothing to do with the anxiety. That's not what causes the anxiety. The anxiety causes that.
Right.
Exact opposite.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. All right. I mean, would a break be helpful right now?
Probably not.
Okay. Will you alert us if there's an issue that you need to immediately cease what we're doing?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll see what develops, okay?
All right.
And I'm going to ask.
Why did he even show up, dude? Hey,
If
you know you don't have to show up to these things, really,
Earlier, and
right?
we had a
Like
couple
real
hands
talk.
already, and I think I missed a few hands, so I want to come back to it because I was
Don't
asking
tell anybody, though.
about whether or not making a decision as a juror in this case would put you in a
If you
situation
don't wanna
where
do jury
you might have
duty,
friends or family
low-key-
members who you'd have to confront afterwards. I think everybody got the gist of that. I believe that juror number 31, did you raise your hand, ma'am?
I was saying.
Okay, thank you.
It's not like they don't serve you with it with a person that makes sure that they hand it to you. That is key. Huh? That is key.
PTSD over many of these situations. It's just very difficult in that regard. Would it make me be impartial?
If you've been
No.
served to be there,
But it will make
you got to be there.
a very uncomfortable Thanksgiving.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You are concerned that if you're a juror and you make a decision one way or the other in this case, that it could cause some discomfort, some awkward interactions with family at the holidays. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because of the reasons why he left the place.
Okay. And I believe you said that, I think you meant to say that it would not affect your ability to be
You go to jail.
impartial, but it would be something that would be
Really?
weighing in your mind.
Do you
Is
know
that fair
someone
to
who's
say?
went to jail for it, though?
Okay, so I want to be respectful of the
And what did they
consequences to your
do?
family because
Would
I
they tell
certainly
everybody,
don't know how
"Hey,
it's
man, I'm
any more
supposed to go
awkward
to
than they
court.
already can be sometimes,
I'm
right?
so- I got-
But
Hey,
do you
look
feel
at this.
that
I'm not going, though. What'd they
being
do?
worried
Were
about
they
how
stupid
Thanksgiving
about
might
it?
be or worried about family would affect your ability to listen to the evidence in this case, follow the judge's instructions, and ultimately reach a decision?
That doesn't mean shit to
Okay,
me.
thank you very much.
I know what they're
I
supposed to
believe
do.
that
That doesn't mean
juror
that's
number
what
50,
happens.
did you raise your hands too, sir? Okay, thank you.
So I've got.
I don't know, North Carolina maybe. Y'all are weird out
both
there.
sides of the spectrum, including a former roommate who was a received police officer. I guess my thought is there is some bias because I have tons of friends, like I said, on both sides.
Sure.
That are very opinionated, and I don't live with most of them anymore. I don't live with the receiving police officer, but I know, I guess, knowing them and how opinionated they are might affect my thought process.
Okay.
As well as family members. I know, like, my parents, for example, are both sides of the spectrum as well.
Sure. Can I offer a little bit of a silver lining? As a juror in this case, you'll be the expert because you'll have seen all the evidence, right? So now they'll all listen to you because they don't know as much as you, right? The real purpose behind my question is I understand that you have folks on both sides, as you put it, that some may disagree with one jury verdict and agree with the other side or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's not unusual.
Right.
But what we're really concerned about is we want your decision to be based solely on what happens in the courtroom and the evidence, the law, the arguments of the attorneys, etc. What we don't want is we don't want a situation where I'll use your Racine police officer roommate, for example, and I don't know, and you don't need to say anything about how that person feels about the case, but we don't want to be putting you in a situation where you're so concerned about what that person thinks, and if I decide this case one way and then that person, the next time they see me, I'm going to have to deal with all sorts of, arguments or whatever, or support. It could be the other way too. It could be, I'm going to go this way because I want that person to, support what I'm doing and I don't want to make them angry. It can work either way. I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying, we don't want you to be in a situation where that influences your process of making a decision here in the case. Do you feel that you'd be able to put all that aside and not worry about what they think? They're not the expert, right? Make your own decision. And then afterwards, deal with it.
Yeah, I would have no problem making my own decision. I just wanted to bring that to light
to
everybody else's attention, whether there's, a better fit or not.
Absolutely. No, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for being honest.
I don't understand why they even opened.
Was there anyone else
who
whose
cares?
hand I missed
Your
on this
roommates
question?
are fucking pro cop.
Don't think
How
there
is that
was. All right, good.
anyone's business? Is that going to come out on
In addition to a lot of the
TMZ?
publicity
One
that
of the
has been
jurors'
out there about
roommates
this case,
is
there
a
have also
police
been some efforts
officer.
made to
Is that something
raise
you
money
have to
support
tell
the
them?
defendant. And there have been some websites that have
Fuck
been
the lawyers. Give them as little amount of
where people
information
can
as they ask
purchase
for.
merchandise with his name on it. They can donate
You
to
make the
his
decision.
family
Get
or
in
to his
there, boy.
legal defense fund or whatever the case may be. Is there anyone here who has done any of that to support the defendant in this case? Is there anyone
It's like
who knows
he's a. I feel like he's a
friends, family members,
BLMer
anyone
that
who has done that
lives with
to
the
support
cop.
the defendant in this
Like,
case?
why would you even say that?
I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, thank you. We've got a list from the court of some basic information about all of you, and one of the categories that we get is your occupation. And for a lot of you, I'm able to decipher this and it makes sense to me, but there are some blanks in here that I
This
just
should
want
be
to touch
good.
on. So let me
What do
just
they
start
do?
with, and I'm just going to kind of go in order here. I believe, are you juror number 34, sir? Okay. I don't see an occupation listed for you. Are you currently employed? And what did you do before you retired?
I was a food stamp.
Okay. And what was your highest level of education?
What?
High school. Okay, thank you.
Before he retired, he was on food
And
stamps.
then let's
That's
go
his career?
Oh, I'm
Like,
sorry, ma'am.
What a life. The hell?
You're right.
How's
He's
that
juror
even
7.
possible?
You're right. I
You
got the
never
numbers
had a
wrong. I think
job?
he's juror number 7 and you are juror number 34. Okay. Is that right, sir? You're juror number 7? Yes. Okay. Let's. I meant him. Thank you for clarifying that, though. This has been a little confusing for all of us, so I'm trying my best to keep up. I've got scribbles all over the seating chart here, so I was kidding Mr. Richards. He's got nice Post-it notes to cover up people, and I wanted to borrow some from him, but anyway. Okay, let's go to juror number 9. Yes, ma'am. It indicates on my sheet that you are retired, correct?
That's correct.
What did you do before you retired?
Laboratories and the mergers and acquisitions group.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
I finished I graduated high school, but I also completed the paralegal program at Carthage.
Okay, thank you very much.
Why is this so important to them, I wonder, the education level?
And if I could just, wait, hold on. Nope, sorry. Got to keep
They
up
get
here.
everything on
All right, let's keep going.
you. They just pulled a Facebook file.
Juror number 26. I don't see anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
I work in IT at
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
bachelor's degree.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he's drinking scotch in court. What the fuck? Hey, we got the camera on you, man. Hey. Jeez, here, look at that. He was even like, "Ooh, that was a little spicy."
Sorry, I'm just going down the list here. All right, let's see here. Juror number 49, I believe, is in the third row there, the last chair on the left. Yes. You are in what used to be chair number 19. You're juror number 49 for the record, whatever number we want to use.
Oh, come
sir,
on.
I don't have anything listed for
cares?
your occupation. Or, are you currently employed?
No,
Are you retired?
no, I'm on Social Security.
Okay. What was your last employment?
Database acquisitions, appropriations, and analysis.
And what company did you work for doing that?
Marketing Solutions made Lake Forest Hospital.
And what is your highest level of education?
14, 13.
Okay, thank you.
Why aren't any of them employed? How many people? I don't even know how many people are in there though. Oh, they want. Well, really? If you don't have a bachelor's degree, you're more easily influenced. Well, I guess for the most part, probably. I am. I'm too easily influenced. It's I lost all my money.
Here, make sure I'm in the right
They
spot.
got me.
I believe the lady who's in seat number 16. You're juror number 55 originally, but now you're in seat 16. Okay. I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed? What was your last employment?
I worked at Christian Life School.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'd like to follow up on those questions with the jurors, if I could just kind of maybe go in order. I'm going to refer to you by your seat number because it's probably easier than trying to go by number 50s. Ma'am, in the corner there in seat number 1, what is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And if you could just pass the microphone to the person on your left, juror number 2. What is your highest level of education?
I have half of a master's degree.
Okay, thank you.
Ooh. Fancy boy.
And yeah, is that easier for you, or should I? Would you prefer I use the original number?
Yeah, because then I'll know exactly who they are.
Okay. So we started with the woman who's in seat number 1 is juror number 41. Is that right? Okay. Juror number 2 is still juror number 2. The woman who is in seat number 3 is juror number 43. Is that right?
Right.
And what is your highest level of education?
Attended college.
I'm sorry?
I attended college.
Okay. Thank you.
Attended college.
And if you could pass the microphone to juror
That's
number
not a
4, what
level,
is your
lady.
highest level of education?
High school diploma.
Okay, thank you. And let's see here, in seat number 5, I think you are juror number 56, is that right?
Yeah.
And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you.
How'd they get him in there?
All right, and then next to you, I believe, is juror number 58, is that right? And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay,
Jeez.
thank you.
2 master's degrees in there. Look at them side
And
by side.
then
They sound like
you are
twins.
what used to be juror 34, but you're in seat 7, so we'll try and keep the record clean here. What is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's plus.
Okay, thank you.
Bachelor's plus. Ooh. Special. Plus.
And then if you could
Jeez.
pass it to, you are juror number
What did she say?
45, is that right?
45.
Okay, thank you.
11.
Okay, thank you.
11th grade?
And then you are juror number 9,
That's correct.
and I think I already talked to you, didn't I?
You did.
Okay, we can go, move on, sorry about that. And you are juror number 52? Okay. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And then next to you is juror number 11.
Juror number 11, high school diploma.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we just keep the microphone over there if that's easier, and we can go to juror number 22. What is your highest level of education, sir?
2 years at college.
Okay, thank you. Let me just write that down real quick.
I don't like this guy's voice,
Okay,
man.
and then juror number 21.
Bachelor's.
It's so
Okay, thank you.
bitchy. It comes like it has a.
And then juror number 20.
Associate degree.
At the end of like so
And
many
then,
words, it's gonna
you
get really
are
annoying throughout the
I already
trial,
talked to you,
dude.
sir. Yes, I'm sorry.
I can already sense
Then
it.
we are to juror number 18.
Master's degree in progress.
Okay, thank you. Give me one moment to catch up here. Sorry, I'm jumping around. All right, you are juror number 46? Yes. Okay, thank you.
He's too fucking chippy. He's the
And
prosecutor,
then,
man.
Juror number
It's annoying.
55, I already talked to you, and you are, we'll get back to juror 15. Juror 14?
14?
Grade school and some knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then juror number 13? Okay.
He doesn't have to sound like that. He chooses to.
And then why don't we, juror number 12.
Got his shit all tight right here, dude.
Okay. And then juror number 15?
Okay. 50.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then in the front row here, juror number 23.
Associate's degree.
Bitch.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 40.
And I'm on the prosecutor's side. It's like man, they couldn't get a better prosecutor.
And juror number 25.
Got to hear this guy for months,
thank you.
probably.
And juror number 26, I already talked to you. All right, yes, okay. Juror number 27.
Doctorate.
Okay. And juror number 28.
GED was from college.
Okay. And juror 29.
What do you say, GED, but some college?
Thank you.
It's.
And juror 30.
GED.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, GED family. I got my GED, but that's not my highest level education.
I'm sorry. Did I talk to you already, sir? Yes, I did. Okay. And then
I've got
you
military
are
certification,
number,
military training.
Sorry, where are we at here?
Which is like a trade
54,
school, as well as
okay, thank you.
one
And
full
you are,
semester
juror number 50?
and a half semester. 1.5
Okay, thank you.
semesters of community college.
And juror number
Or
31.
years. No, a semester. I did 1
Bachelor's?
year
Okay, thank
and
you.
a semester. A year and a semester. Or then maybe a sophomore. I was a sophomore, I know. No, not really. Maybe. I don't know, dude. Never thought about that. I probably had enough credits to be a sophomore.
We talked a little bit about the witnesses and the parties involved in this case. And you have been asked about Assistant District Attorney Jim Kraus, who is my co-counsel in this case. But the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office has a number of attorneys and other folks that help us out. And sometimes I'm asked to name all the names of the attorneys in the office. I hope I don't have to do that because I might forget. So let me just ask it this way. Is there anyone, besides Mr. Kraus and myself, who you've already been asked about, does anyone know anyone else who works for the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back there with juror number 9, correct? Yes.
You want the name of the person?
Yes, please.
Kelly Burkbach.
Okay, and how do you know Kelly?
Doxer.
She lives in my subdivision.
Okay. Have you ever talked to her about the work that she does as a prosecutor?
No, not really.
Is there anything about that relationship that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe, I'm sorry, one more hand back there, juror number 11?
Please go.
I actually believe that it was you, but I don't know you well enough, so.
Okay.
I was in a case, I was working at a bank when we were left.
Okay. That may be.
Prosecuting the case, I was a witness.
Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial
Where are the
juror in
black
this case?
people
Okay,
at?
thank you.
I haven't heard one black
And then I
voice
believe
yet.
juror number 40 in the front row here, you raised your hand, ma'am?
Mary Hart.
Okay. And how do you know Mary?
I'm a previous foster parent.
Excellent. Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. Anyone else whose hand I missed? All right. Good. You have also met Detectives Martin Howard and Detectives Ben Antaramian, who are the lead detectives on this case, and we have already listed off quite a few officers for the Kenosha Police Department who may be witnesses in the case or whose names may be mentioned, and we've asked you whether or not you know any of them. I want to put those names aside and ask, does anyone know anyone else that we haven't already mentioned who works for the Kenosha Police Department? Okay, I see a hand in back there in the top row. I believe you are juror number 58, is that right? Yes, okay.
Officer Beth, Deputy Wright, Casey Root.
Okay. Now, I don't believe any of those individuals will be witnesses in the trial, but is there anything about your relationship with those individuals that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Were there any other hands? I know juror number 40. Okay, juror number 7. Jury number 34. Sorry, jury number 34. I'm going to make that mistake over and over again. You are juror number 34, and you raise your hand. Yes.
Actually, I'm not sure if they're police or sheriff, but Eric Klinkhammer.
He's with the Sheriff's Department.
Jim Kelly.
Okay. And anything about those that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. All right. My question was specifically about the Kenosha Police Department, so let's just focus on that. You in front there, juror number 46. Oh, I'm sorry, you raised your hand, sir. You are juror number 56?
Yep.
Okay.
Frank Cassine for Kenosha County Police.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay. Juror number 46. Yes.
My hairdresser is married to, I go to her house, and she's married to a Kenosha police officer.
Okay.
I don't know, her name's Melissa, but I don't know her last name.
Sure. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay, thank you. I know juror number 40, you raised your hand.
Justin Miller.
Okay. Anything?
No, I'm from church, and he was a foster parent.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability?
No.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else whose hands I missed? Okay, juror number 31.
Dave Wright.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Oh, you raised your hand, sir? Okay, sorry. You are juror number 50? Yes.
Joshua Aquino.
Okay. Anything about that that would change anything?
No.
Okay, good. Anyone else whose hand I missed? Okay, good. If I just could have one moment to confer here. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Binger. Trying to decide if we should. The natural break would be about 3 o'clock, which will probably interrupt you. Do you prefer to start and be interrupted, or wait?
I'm ready if you're...
Be my guest.
Very good.
Thinking only of myself. How about you folks? Anybody need a break? Anybody? Yeah, let's do this. We'll take a condensed break of about, let's hope for 10 minutes, and then we'll start at that time. Sorry.
No problem.
All right. Don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to anything, and don't. And come back in the same seat, please.
Hey, wow, 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 Dude, I am trying to figure it out, man. I'm looking at some shit. All right. Hey, there was this last night near Long Beach. I forgot. I didn't know, that it happened, but it happened. It happened, man. You can't deny it. It happened. All right. No, one guy needs to move. He's like over there like, huh? He's got one finger up, just let the judge know, sir. It's happening. He sees the other jurors next to him going like, oh shit. You know, because we can't see what the hell's going on over there, man. There's no telling what's going on over there. It's not like anybody would say, hey man, come on. We could already barely hear anything. He said he had IBS, and then it was so bad that he would have to leave like every 15 minutes once it started hitting hard. And the lawyers are like, well, we might be able to work with that. We really like this guy. Can you imagine if you told an employer that when you're first starting? Like, just to let you know, you didn't ask me in the interview, but man, if my IBS hits me, I'm going to have to go take the shitter. I'm about to go to the shitter like every 15 minutes for probably the rest of the day. And there's no telling when that's going to happen. It's anytime I get stressed out. Dude, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't last long there if that was the case. I know from experience. I got issues like that. That's why it's so funny for me.
Sorry about that, Booth. Yeah, I got you loud and clear.
Man, dude, this is a gross story, dude, but I was at one work where it was
5 minutes, top of 11. Okay, sounds good.
It was a Target logistics place.
Well, good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us on the web. This is Gil Lavis in Sky 5, along with my pilot, Mike Case. We are over another high-speed chase tonight. This is the second one we've covered. This is going to be in Carson right now.
To hear me because I'm in one and he's in the other.
On Delamo, coming up to Alameda.
Whatever.
High rate of speed. You can see that on the speedometer.
Dude.
The California Highway Patrol went into pursuit a short time ago.
I had to shit. I couldn't do it at work for some reason. I forget why. But I ended up shitting on myself walking to the blue line, dude.
The vehicle
I was walking over
driving at a high rate of speed. The want is speed for this vehicle. That's what the California Highway Patrol units tried to pull over this car and make a stop.
They're in Carson, actually. That's what I'm thinking about it, I think.
The want is for speeding.
Well, plus the segue of the other.
We are seeing that right now as the driver just trying to get away from those officers on the ground.
It's a twofer.
We do have an airship overhead. It's a sheriff's
airship.
Man,
I shit on myself, and I had to ride the blue line all the way home with it on my ass. It was so bad. It was so weird. I felt like, it was so embarrassing because I was wondering like if people could smell me and shit. I was having a bad day.
Running the red light at Dominguez and continuing.
Dude, if you've ever had to ride the blue line or subway or public transportation after shitting your pants, you know how embarrassing that is, dude. Most people haven't experienced. I've experienced a lot of weird stuff, man. Oh, it was weird. Dude, in boot camp, I had some. Dude, I went like a month in boot camp without crapping, and it ended up messing me up to the point to where like when I finally went,
we're alone in news.
They had to give me all kinds of like laxatives, all kinds of shit. I finally went, whatever. I dropped my damn hat in the commode.
Southbound Santa Fe, south of the 405 freeway. This vehicle still.
I got shit water on it, and it was gross smelling. I had to wear it.
Running red lights here like crazy, just going through intersections. Right now we're clocking
it's like
93
camp,
miles
dude.
an hour.
You don't want to, I don't know, dude. I definitely smell like shit with that thing for a while, though. It was embarrassing, too.
Southbound Santa Fe.
When you smell like shit, it's really embarrassing.
Thank you, 2 minutes. Okay.
It's when you've gotten past that, like you see homeless people that don't even care anymore. Those people have given up on life.
another red light. Look
This
at that. I
guy
mean, it's
was, no, he's on Long
unbelievable to
Beach
see
now, homie.
105 miles an
Yo.
hour that we're clocking it up here in Sky
Damn.
5.
105 on those streets last night. That's wild, dude.
Southbound Santa Fe. We're
I've
now
never
in Long
went that
Beach.
fast on Long Beach, like city streets.
Through
No
Willow.
way. No way. Like, look how fast those stripes are going past his car, dude. That's actually nutty. And if he hits something, he's going to do some damage.
Hard on the brakes here. The red light.
But that
and he's going to make a
it's
left
taking
turn.
it. Oh, it's a Beamer. That's why. Hey, that's a BMW, right? Whatever it is, it's taking it. Take it to the limit. Just saw who was homeless. I was homeless. On the train?
30 yet.
I don't know. I had like an orange work vest on with the reflectors. And
Right.
here's the thing, dude.
Okay.
There's hardly anywhere, especially in a industrial area like that, but even in the city here, there's hardly anywhere to use the restroom, man. I ran in that same situation, but just barely made it to a restroom when I was in downtown once, here in Long Beach. But the convention center happened to be open, and I was able to make it in there in time.
Rick and
real
Courtney,
close.
we've been tracking this vehicle here for about 10 minutes now. A high-speed chase. This car wanted for speeding. The California Highway Patrol trying to pull it over on surface streets in and around South LA. Took off on those officers. They lost the vehicle for a minute. Actually, they pulled off of it because he was running multiple red lights. But then they, a sheriff's helicopter picked up the car traveling at a high rate of speed and got units behind it from the California Highway Patrol South LA division. And now the pursuit back on here in the streets of Long Beach. Right now, westbound, you can see one of the officers turning in there.
Oh, dude,
getting behind
my
the vehicle.
phone died when I went to go pick up that other Utopias
100 miles an hour
this morning.
Even on surface streets like
My
you're seeing
phone
right
died
now.
while
You
I
can
was
see
at
the speedometer
Costco.
there that we're showing you on the screen, but this
I
driver
got home
very
though.
much
I got home
running
without
red
directions.
lights, really dangerous
Heck yeah.
situation
I
out
was
here.
all the way out
Has
in
run,
Lakewood.
I don't know how 20 red lights, maybe even more than that in this pursuit. So very dangerous. Luckily, there's not a lot of traffic out here, but enough to cause a problem for sure. Right now, I can tell you we're on Pacific Coast Highway, and he's going to continue on this direction. We'll see what he's going to do. He looks like he's going to get on the freeway here. 710 freeway northbound as the California Highway Patrol, along with the assistance of the Sheriff's Department, tracking it from the air, is going to be on the freeway now. We'll see what kind of speeds happen here on the freeway. He's got the
Pretty new
wide
car to have
open road ahead
headlights
of
that
him.
look like that. I'm a rhinestone cowboy.
Not at all, Rick and Courtney. You're right, but thankfully back on the freeway here, not too many pedestrians out here for sure. But yeah, when he was running those red lights, we were holding our breath up here in Sky 5 because he was going so fast. But you can see how he's putting pressure on this driver in the fast lane trying to get around the California Highway Patrol hot on his tail. And we'll see what happens as he approaches the interchange up ahead. But for now, smooth sailing for this driver, going what looks like about 100 miles an hour and come in tight to give you that speed there. But again, a very dangerous situation nonetheless. You know, we have not heard the number of people in there other than the driver. I think it's been going so fast that the California Highway Patrol hasn't had a real good chance to tell that. Look at this. It's starting to go into the gore point here and just stop. So look at this. I mean, the pursuit from 100 miles an hour to zero, stopping here at this gore point. This is going to be right at the 710 and the 405 freeway, and this might be over.
I wanted to see the off-road capability. Is that an Acura? I feel like it's an Acura because the headlights are so sweet. Mercedes. Wait, what is it? Mercedes, right? Honda? Honda, maybe. Actually smart to debadge your car, dude. You know what I mean? It makes it less identifiable if you do some dumb shit. Like to take the Honda thing or whatever the hell that is on the front of it, just take that off, debadge the back.
Yeah, no problem. There is a traffic break there. It's small backup at this point, and hopefully they'll have this car cleared and the situation cleared here. They were pretty confident when they took him into custody. They didn't really even clear the car. They believe that he was the only person in the car, and right now this pursuit is over here, northbound 710, right at the 405 freeway.
I like the badges though on the STI because it has so many, dude. It's a Subaru Impreza WRX STI Limited. I need another badge. What else can we put on there? We need more badges.
So good afternoon, everybody.
Makes it official.
My name is Corey Schraffesi. I am one of the lawyers for Mr. Rittenhouse, along with Mr. Richards and Ms. Wisco. I'm going to try to follow up on some of the questions that had been asked by Mr. Binger. I'm not here to embarrass anybody. If there's something that you want to talk about in the back,
yo, what's up, Nathan?
I'm only telling you that because I'm following up on some of the things from individual jurors that you had said. So I'm going to start, if I can, with juror number 23 in seat 23. Ma'am, you had mentioned that your son had gone down to the riots, the protests, whatever it was, and you had, should she have a microphone, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, so you had said that your son had gone down there, and you didn't remember what day it was, though, is that right? Okay. Can I ask you, how old is your son?
He was 19 at the time.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you were you had asked him not to do that.
Exactly.
Okay. Can I ask you, it's a broad question, but why? Were you worried for his safety? Did you not want him to get arrested? Kind of all of it?
The night.
What was kind of going through your mind?
Mostly his safety, not knowing what was going on down there, and I'm just kind of the type of person to lock up and stay home and be safe and protect my own and not go look for any trouble.
Sounds good to me. Sorry, Judge. Were you watching what was happening?
Yes.
All right, and so you had observed property damage, things like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Fires that were going on.
Okay. And so the biggest concern you had was for his safety?
Yes, I just didn't think he needed to be any part of it.
Okay. You had also mentioned that Mr. Binger had asked a question, and you had mentioned that you had purchased, if I have it right, you had purchased a firearm directly because of what was happening in Kenosha?
Yes.
And so that is something that prior to that time frame, you hadn't had a firearm in your residence, or you hadn't felt the need to protect yourself that way?
Had not ever had a gun in my possession, and after all of that, neighbors yelling that I shouldn't have my flag hanging, my United States of America flag should not be up because, for whatever reason, I left it up and I got a gun.
Thank you. Juror number 31, I think in seat 31. You had mentioned that, and tell me if I have this right, that there was a question about how you felt about Thanksgiving, or you were going to have Thanksgiving. And, so your nephew was a police officer in Kenosha?
Not in Kenosha. He was a police officer for 10 years up in Windfish Bay.
Did he come down to Kenosha August 23rd, 24th, 25th?
He was not there, but he felt threatened even in his area, to the point that, kissing his little kids goodbye, not knowing if he was going to see him the next day because of the uproar and the riots that he was seeing.
If you know, was it equated, his decision to no longer be a police officer, was that related to specifically what had happened in Kenosha?
I think it was part of it. I think the lack of police support, which we are very supportive of police and good friends with many, that it hurt him to leave, but he knew he couldn't handle it anymore.
Thank you. Juror number 40 in seat 24, right behind you there. So I just have one simple question. You had mentioned, I think a couple times, that you're a foster parent. Is that right?
I'm a previous foster parent. We don't have our foster parents.
Okay. The reason I say that is I am too, and you had known, or you know Mary Hart through that. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Without getting into too much detail, is it something that you had dealt with Attorney Hart on a lot? Like, have you seen her a lot as it relates to this foster care kind of thing?
For the foster care, the Foster Parent Association, banquet, she was a speaker and a guest for quite a few of those. But then she was just in at most of our court proceedings throughout.
Okay.
The termination of parental rights.
But nothing about that involvement with her would have any impact on your decision in terms of listening to the evidence in this case? Thank you.
We got media out here, and I want to see if there's some protesting going on out here,
This
or
happened
some
earlier.
militia. So let's do this, you guys. Share this out, you guys. Also, don't forget to go ahead and send some stars if you guys like what I'm doing and you want to help to keep this going. Stars is a form of donating digitally. So don't be afraid to use stars, you guys. Share this to your groups and use the command !notify if you guys want to be notified the next time I go live. Let me walk over here.
the brother of Big Jake, and the uncle.
Go over here, see what's going on. Right now, you guys is looking pretty quiet out here. Oh, yeah, not to mention the news is sucking up all the good data. They got all the best equipment and powerful and Justin, how you doing, man? That's right.
What's up, man?
How you doing, man?
Good. How you?
All right, all right. Hey, you want to talk real quick about why you're here and what this means to you about this court date, this trial?
As we were saying before, we didn't want to take over the light from their family. We're here merely to support the two families of Anthony and JoJo.
Introduce yourself real quick.
I'm sorry, family. Justin Blake, the brother of Big Jake, and the uncle of Jacob Blake that got shot 7 times in the back in front of 3 children, and now is paralyzed. We're here today because I'm pissed off. Our nephew has yet to see. We trust somewhere down the road he's going to see a courtroom, but hasn't, man.
You all had mentioned that you were aware of the case. Nobody had raised their hand when they said that they weren't aware of what was going on. Is there anybody on the panel who has really done or tried to do a concerted effort to follow the case? Meaning, every time there's an article written or every time there's something said, that you are always paying attention to it, you're keeping track of kind of what's going on in the case. Has anybody been doing that? I see no hands. So, in listening to some of the things you all have talked about, I don't live in Kenosha, but my question is this: based on what had happened, looking at it from the outside in, how many people on the panel are angry about what had happened?
Can you talk about what had happened? Can you specify?
I'm sorry, the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riots thing, and why we're here. Is there anybody here who's angry?
You say the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riot thing, why we're here. We're not here for the riot. Be clearer on exactly what you're talking about.
The 24th, and then the next day into the 25th, and into the night of what would be the 26th. So the riot the day before, and then Mr. Rittenhouse and the shooting the next day. Is there anybody here who's just angry about what had happened to the point that they don't feel like they can sit and listen to the case? Juror number 4. So can you just tell me what your feelings?
Well, it's just, just listening to it, I'm just getting really anxious. A lot of anxiety over it. Like, I don't know, maybe just reliving it. I live so close to everything that happened. It's just really bothering me.
The question will always be, do you think that you can set aside those feelings and...
At this point, I don't think I can.
Can I ask you, what is it? Is it the anxiety about listening to the case? Is it having to judge the case if you're picked? Can you tell me what that is?
It's kind of hard to describe what is causing the anxiety, but I just know that this whole thing is causing it. To pinpoint the exact reason is kind of hard.
Do you think that if you're given whatever, I know the judge had talked about if you needed a break or anything like that, is it something that you think you can get through it, or is it something that you think you would be unable to do?
safe.
Is there any reason that you, is there anything at this point that makes you believe you can't do that?
No, I guess not.
Okay. So anybody else who was, and I'm just going to put it, that was so bothered by what had happened that they would find it difficult to listen to the facts of the case? No other hands. Mr. Binger had said, you know, he had asked if anybody has a problem with people protesting, and obviously no one had raised their hands. Is there anybody here who believes that it's okay to damage property as a form of protesting? Anybody think that's okay? I see no hands. Did any member of the panel, I know no one said they were down there on, I think, the evening of the 24th. Did anybody go down and try to help clean up and see kind of the aftermath the next morning into the morning of the 25th? Anybody do that? Juror number 11.
I didn't go down to help clean up, but I did go down to review what had happened, the aftermath, what it was.
And can I ask you where you were specifically, if you remember?
Driving through the downtown and the uptown area to see the damage that was done.
Okay, and you were able to observe
Yes.
some of the, okay.
Carefully.
I'm sorry?
Very cheerfully.
Would
It affected me.
did it affect you in a way that would make it difficult?
Oh, no.
Okay, so you
I'm
could.
a very objective person.
Okay, so what you saw, although it affected you, wouldn't have an impact on your ability to listen to the case.
No.
Anyone else who might have went down there or seen anything? Make sure I have this right. Juror 29.
I just want to repeat that I was down there to board up uptown and downtown. I was down there to clean up.
Did you, when you were down there, did you have an opportunity, was it before buildings were damaged or after?
Both.
Okay.
We were protecting the ones that weren't damaged yet and also boarding up the ones that were already damaged.
All right, and seeing whatever it is that you observed and however that made you feel, do you think that would make it difficult for you to judge this case fairly?
No.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, juror number 54.
I just drove out in the area downtown after tonight, 2 or 3 days after.
Was it, I'm assuming it was still
Yes.
substantial, there was substantial damage? And again, however it made you feel, any difficulty in kind of separating that from what your job would be here? Okay. So is there anyone here, you have heard the judge has told you that some of the charges involve possession of a firearm. I think Mr. Binger had asked you if you understand the workings of a firearm. My question is this: is there anyone who, knowing what you know about, or your feelings about that night, is there anyone who believes that, irrespective of what the evidence would be, that if a person brought a firearm downtown, they're guilty of something? Does anybody believe that? I see no hands. One of the charges is a violation of a curfew. Does anyone believe that if there's a violation of a curfew, that fact alone then holds them responsible for everything else that happened after that curfew? Does anybody believe that? I see no hands. I think the judge will tell you this. So there's 6 charges, I think. Each one requires a separate finding by you beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there anyone who would have difficulty separating?
One of them is a civil burden only.
Okay, that's right. But fair enough. So the curfew violation is a civil ticket. But is there anyone here who would have difficulty kind of separating these out and saying, I'm going to make specific findings on each charge, irrespective of the other charge, meaning you're going to hold the state to their burden on each one of the 6 charges? Anybody have any difficulty kind of supporting that idea? I see no hands. Mr. Binger had asked you about the workings of a firearm. I think you'll hear about the firearm in this case. Okay. The firearm in this case, I think it'll be referred to as an AR-15. It's an MP-15, but it's referred to that. Is anybody so bothered by that type of firearm that they don't think that they could listen to the facts of the case and judge it fairly? Anybody?
What's the difference between an MP and an AR?
Okay. I want to make sure I have it right. I'm not going to have it right. Juror number 30. Okay.
So yes, I do have a problem with it.
Okay. Can you, I don't want this to sound like a dumb question, but can you just tell me your feelings on it?
I don't think a weapon like that should belong to the general public.
Okay. If it's legal to purchase, and you have your feelings, which are, I'm just going to complain about that. And the firearm in and of itself isn't illegal. Do you think you can judge this case fairly, understanding that it involves a firearm that you don't think should be legal?
No.
Okay. So you think you would be, you would have difficulty setting aside whatever preconceived notions or whatever your feelings are about the case and judge it fairly? Yeah. Okay.
So it is an AR.
Judge, I would move to strike 30.
Hey.
I think it's just a no for the M.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify something. So there are going to be a lot of facts in this case about a lot of different things. Counsel's asked about the curfew, about the events of that night, protests, things like that. Am I understanding you correctly that just the simple fact that if the evidence shows that the defendant possessed an AR-15, you would find him guilty of all of the charges just based on that fact?
Pretty much.
Okay. Then I have no objection.
What was the answer? Pretty much?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you. And please give her a note. And
Juror number 60.
That was done, son.
all right. Ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions or raise your hand in answer to any of the, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Just about medication. I recently started an antidepressant and stomach medicine that makes me extremely loopy.
It makes you?
Extremely loopy.
Loopy, okay.
Yeah, like I can't comprehend anything.
Okay.
I didn't take it today just because I knew I was going to be here, but that is one of my concerns.
Okay. Do you know when this is about to happen or happening?
I get a weird feeling after I do take the medicine, but there's not, like, I don't have a time frame of when it kicks in. Like I said, I just started like 2 weeks ago, so
Okay.
it'll take a month or so for my body to get used to it. Like I said, that's my only concern.
And what is, how much of a concern is it to you in terms of you're fearing this happen? Not from the standpoint you're warning me about it conceivably happening, but how likely do you think it is to happen?
It happens every time I take the medicine.
Do it? Okay.
Yeah.
And doctor has suggested that you take the
Yeah.
medicine regularly?
Yeah, we're going through trial and error to figure out
Okay,
what's
sure,
going on
sure.
medically.
Okay. Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And, no, you can just leave it, yeah.
Juror number 61.
These mystery notes that
Oh,
I'm
so
talking
I-
about are just related to appearing for service later in the week on a different case, so. All right, ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions asked so far? Okay, thank you. Please be seated. In number 30.
Okay. So you, I think, have been asked a couple questions by the court about people who know police officers, people who know sheriff's deputies, and all that other stuff. Is there any person on the panel who believes or would believe the word of a police officer over someone else in the community or any of us simply because they're police officers? That those people are more believable than everyday folks? Anybody find that to be true? Okay. How about that same question if someone, for example, has a financial interest in the case? Would they? How would you, or would you believe them less because of that? Juror, I want to make sure I have it right. Juror number 40 in seat 24. Okay, so you I don't want to put words in your
I'd be more
mouth.
skeptical, I guess.
Okay.
I said I would be more skeptical,
Okay. Okay.
given if they had a motivation to give the correct information.
Okay. And I saw what I believe to be juror number 43 in seat 3, kind of like.
Yeah, 43.
Okay. So 43 is same. Is it? You tell me your answer to that question.
Yes, in any situation, if someone benefits from something, you have to, you have to wonder if they're pure.
Okay. Anyone else? Juror number 31.
I would just think it would be a conflict of interest, that they would be up there and that they would have an alternative motive to financially benefit from it.
Okay. How about Mr. Rittenhouse has the constitutional right to testify and the constitutional right not to testify. Is there anybody here who would find him less credible simply because he is charged in this case? That no matter what he says, he's less credible as a witness? Anybody actually believe that to be true? I don't see any hands. How about...
Here, back, guys. I got to urinate. Heyo! Woo!
I think you'll hear from some experts in this case. Does anyone here have any training in medicine or being a nurse or anything like that? Okay, so juror number 31.
I'm a pharmacist and I teach at medical school in Milwaukee.
I'm going to ask you this question. Do they teach anything about like frontline, like emergency room things? And they do.
First responder.
So do you have any personal knowledge of things like gunshot wounds, anything?
Gunshot wounds, but administration of like Naloxone for opioid overdoses and things like that.
Okay, so you are a pharmacist. You will likely hear from some medical doctors. Do you, because they're medical doctors, do you believe them to be more trustworthy and believable than anyone else?
Depends on the content. If it's medical based, yes, they would probably be the experts in this area.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anybody else who, juror number 27?
I'm also a pharmacist.
Okay, and if I have this right, one of you have a PhD, or I don't know if it's called a PhD. Okay, so you are the equivalent of a doctor of pharmacy.
Nowadays, no?
Not if you're old like me.
Nowadays.
Same question to you. Do you have any like specialized knowledge or maybe more knowledge about things like gunshot wounds or things like that?
No.
Dude, that looks just like this.
Okay, do you know what stippling is? Okay.
Was he drinking flat Coke?
And I don't want to assume this, but you're going to hear from physicians. You are maybe as educated or more educated than they are.
You drinking that good whiskey, dude.
Are you willing to kind of listen to the evidence that they provide, or is it kind of a foregone conclusion that they're right?
Exactly the same.
I guess it depends on what they're speaking about.
Okay.
Like she said, you would think that they're the experts in their field if they're being called.
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Anybody else who has any medical training? The juror number 13. You're a paramedic.
He can do what the
is that
fuck
right, sir?
he wants. He's the judge. Shut the.
Have you ever arrived on the scene or have dealt with a gunshot before?
Not a gunshot.
Do you have familiarity with any aspects of gunshot wounds or anything like that?
Yeah, we train on it, relatively frequently.
Do you know what stippling is?
We do not.
Okay. Is there anything that that your knowledge about in terms of the work that you do that you would not be at least willing to listen to the evidence?
No.
All right. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
I just feel
Anyone
like I ain't
else? I
listening
thought
to
I saw
shit.
one more hand, but I could be wildly mistaken.
Get me out of here.
And I am.
I ain't listening to shit. Fuck you, judge. Get me out of here. Get him to court. Fuck him up.
I think Mr. Binger asked you about if some of you
Why
had
did that
working knowledge
make me come
of
up here?
firearms.
That's how
I think he asked that. I see a show of hands of people who have working knowledge of firearms. And so juror number 2. Would you be willing to tell me what the basis of knowledge is and things like that?
Well, I've shot 22s, shotguns, never gone hunting, got some target practice, shot some squirrels inside my buildings, but I'm not a hunter, I'm not a gun enthusiast, I'm a collector, familiar with small ones.
Sounds like a black dude.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in that
Like a
back row that
dorky
has
black dude,
juror
hunter
number
type, but
43
dorky.
in seat 3?
I have
Shot a couple guns.
That you personally
I can't
have?
do it.
So
I can't do his accent.
okay. And have you, I'm
Black
assuming you've
hunter
taken that
nose.
out and,
Yes, I have shot it a couple times, but I've taken a concealed carry class.
and
How does
can
that
I ask you, is the
matter?
primary use just for target practice and things like that?
Safety as a female at home.
Okay.
Oh, they
Thank
need
you, I
her.
appreciate it.
They want her. The
That's all I have for you.
prosecution, no. The defense wants her.
I just want to make sure I have it right, sir. I'm sorry. Juror number 58.
Dream juror
in
of the
seat 6.
defense. Prosecution's gonna get
hunter
rid of her.
safety training, hunting before,
Maybe they want her.
gun practice, family, firearms, things like that.
Would you say that you have a pretty good working knowledge of how they work and things like that?
Yeah, basic level knowledge, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else in the
This
back
whole
row?
system
Juror
is so
number
weird, dude.
45 in seat number 8.
How we do it.
Grew up with guns, hunter safety, hunting, all aspects, many different types of firearms, proficient.
So when you say, I'm not as familiar, when you say proficient, does that just mean you're good at, like, shooting?
Yeah, it's shooting in the operation, how they work,
What if he said that?
General knowledge of them, so.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the back row? Juror number 11 in, I'm sorry, juror number 52 in seat 10.
We have guns at home. I've shot them before. Grew up with guns, hunter safety, just family.
Okay. And is there
Hispanic.
anything about
Oh, you got
firearms involved in this case that would make it difficult for you to listen to the case? Okay, thank you. Juror number 11 in seat 11. Just kind of a working knowledge. You have a working knowledge of firearms?
Yes, I do. I grew up around firearms, very safe with them. I did not attend any kind of safety course. I never went hunting. However, I do a lot of target practice and again for personal safety.
Okay, thank you. The judge would describe that as the second row. Anybody in the second row that has, and you are?
21.
You are 21, okay.
It's just, we have it for home defense, but I know your basic on safety, and then I know how to take it apart and put it back together.
Okay. Anyone else who spends time with or is familiar with firearms? I'm sorry, this is juror number 20. I know this, 29.
Hunter safety, I'm a member of a range for target practice, and I also own my own.
Okay, and is it, if you don't mind me asking, is it more, well, you go to a range, so is it more for just practicing? Is it more for personal safety? Both?
Both.
Okay. All right, thank you. And just so I'm clear, this is juror
28.
28 in seat, okay, 28, yep.
M16, 45, 22, 12 gauge.
And those are things that you've used before?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 27 and 27.
I own one, on shooting with my husband. He has some carrying. He's also a hunter. I don't do that though.
Is your use of it more just to go kind of spend time with your spouse, or is it personal safety, or?
Personal safety, I guess. I was robbed at gunpoint, so.
So you've been the victim of a crime with a firearm?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you, would that have an impact on your ability? Can I ask you, how long ago was that?
2012. So, 10 years ago?
Was the person arrested?
Yes. I had to go to court.
Okay.
And I picked them out.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Picked them out. They went to, I went to court. They were arrested.
I can only assume that that was an incredibly traumatic experience. Hearing about firearms in this case and firearms being discharged and what you obviously know we're going to talk about, would that have an impact on your ability to listen to this case?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. 26 and 26.
I shoot recreationally and I've taken gun safety classes.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
I shoot recreationally and I've taken gun safety classes.
Thank you.
Is it something you do regularly?
About once a year.
Once a year, okay. All right, thank you. 26 in seat 26.
25.
I'm sorry, 25 and 25.
Big hunting family. It's like 3 generations now. I also shoot recreationally. I also for protection.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? I'm sorry, ma'am. 40 in seat 24.
That's correct. My husband is an active hunter. He's got a gun collection, and he's brought me shot shooting a couple of times. But I wouldn't say I'm an expert by any means. He's wanting me to take a concealed carry class or a hunter safety class so that way I can be more confident and not as uncomfortable around guns.
Do you think it's important to have some comfort level for you with the firearm?
Yes. Yeah, I during all of the unrest, I was very anxious at home with 5 kids while my husband was away at work or was working. So I didn't feel comfortable and I didn't feel safe at home. But I knew I'd be more of a danger to myself if I were to get his guns. He told me where they were and where the keys were to the safe and everything, but I didn't feel comfortable with it. So that's why he's expressed interest in getting me to get more knowledge. But both of our families are big hunters. So.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Juror 23.
Already.
Yeah, no, same thing. But it sounds like you got a gun in particular for safety.
Yes, and as it turns out, I enjoy target practice a lot. So I go shooting quite often and to gain accuracy and comfort.
So would it be fair to say it was something you did initially for safety, now that has turned into something that you actually, I don't want to say it's a hobby maybe, but you enjoy doing?
I enjoy doing it, and I encourage myself to do it because I want to be accurate.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, there's one more. Juror 54 in seat 33.
My husband and my son are both avid hunters, and his family grew up, my husband's family grew up hunting, and he's got a gun collection. I've only shot a gun twice, just with the targets. I do not own them.
Is there anything about, and this can go not only to juror number 54, but everybody, we had talked about the specific gun being bothersome, at least to one juror. Is there anybody here who's just so bothered by guns that, there are certain things that just are a non-starter for people, where they don't want to hear the evidence, they don't want to listen to it? Is there anybody here who feels that way about firearms, that they just would be unwilling to listen to the facts of the case? I see no hands. You sure can. Juror number 31.
Okay, earlier you had asked about the type of gun that it was and how comfortable we were with that type of gun. In my opinion, the only type of gun that I would classify that is a machine gun. And I raised my hand, but we got disturbed by something. So that being said, I just wanted it noted that, no, I don't believe a machine gun should be in anyone's hands.
So I don't know a whole lot about firearms. Can you tell me what your definition of a machine gun is?
A machine gun that is able to shoot multiple rounds.
When you say that, by you just hold the trigger down and then bullets just keep coming?
I'm not sure.
Okay?
But I don't think that type of gun is necessary for the public.
Well, you're going to, this case is going to involve a gun that you may be, I don't want to say uncomfortable, but
Yeah.
your feelings on it, okay? So I don't think I'm going to
Okay.
sugarcoat this.
I just wanted you to know.
You're going to hear that that gun is out and about in Kenosha. How would...
It is and it shouldn't be.
Okay. With that belief, do you think you can still listen to the case and judge it fairly, or are you bothered enough by your feelings about the type of firearm that you would be unwilling to set that aside? I appreciate you being honest about it. I think everybody does, so.
I would try my best to try to be very neutral about it. I would try my best.
So the judge has asked, do you think somebody can do a better job than you sitting in your chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair, I'll tell you that.
You said nobody wants to be in the chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair. I'd be rather sitting in a hard bench.
Okay, I'll get back to that in a second, but I'm really just, and I think everybody just wants the people that are going to be as fair as possible. And if there's something that is telling you that you don't think that you can be as fair as possible, I think everybody on this side would want to know that. Do you think, with the feelings that you have, I think it's a, I don't want to say it's a yes or no, but what are your feelings on that?
I would try to be fair for everyone's, both sides of it. I just really feel as if I'm taking it away from just the gun itself. I don't like that gun.
I think I'm going to interject. I'm going to invite correction by the lawyers because you've used the term a machine gun. And there was a time 50 years ago when a machine gun was a gun that on a single depression of the trigger would fire multiple rounds. That type of gun still exists and, for example, is used in the military. They are unlawful in almost all instances for sale to individuals. That's called now a fully automatic weapon. That means that the single trigger depression can discharge as many bullets as the firearm is capable of discharging for as long as the trigger is depressed. Then there are guns that are semi-automatic, where they're capable of firing a large number of rounds, but every time requires a single trigger pull. Those can be. There have been devices created which can render those effectively fully automatic. They are not lawful for sale in this country, but I think the old ones are still out there, which would make the gun the equivalent of a fully automatic weapon. So there's semi-automatic, single depression, discharges only one bullet, and it's as fast as you can pull your trigger, the number of times you can pull the trigger. And there's the fully automatic, which will fire as long as it's held down. Does that make sense? Anybody have a question about that accuracy of that? Okay, go ahead now.
Would it matter to you whether or not, how would it change your opinion if you knew that it was not fully automatic, that it was a single depression? Would that change your opinion and how you feel?
The intent to shoot a particular person or thing would be more deliberate than if it was a machine gun and you're just taking down everybody. Machine gun being automatic, I guess, is a word I should have done.
So I just want to make sure that I understand your position on it. Okay, so the judge has told you about no one here is going to allege that there was an automatic weapon used. Okay? So it was a single depression as many times, or as the judge said, as fast as you can pull the trigger, but it's a semi-automatic weapon. Knowing that, does that have an impact on your feelings in terms of being able to judge the case fairly?
I guess I'd have to just see how it all mapped out with the evidence.
Would you do your best to try to?
I will do my best.
Okay. Can I ask you this? You had said, and you had brought something else up, you had said nobody wants to be sitting in that chair.
Absolutely. Ask any of us.
Okay, well, I might. What about, is it the anxiety of potentially being on a case like this? Is it just...
It's scary. The last case I was on, it was a former patient of mine that was murdered. You're scared to go to the car. You're scared to go home. I live very close to Antioch, where he is from. When we thought the riots were going out, yes, it's so scary. I live so close to where he's from.
Would your fear, if that's the right word, would that impact your ability to decide the case fairly? Would you be worried about outcome?
No. My fear is walking out of any of the days of court and just wondering what we're walking out to. What are our cars going to look like when we're going out to them? Are they going to be slashed? Are they going to be damaged? Am I going to be able to get home safe? That's scary.
Just to interject, there are measures that will be taken with the jury that is selected to deal with those fears. And I think your fears would be substantially diminished once you're made aware of them, but I'm not going to talk about them right now because they're less effective if I do. So we'll leave it at that.
I appreciate your honesty. Is there anybody else, trying to follow up on that, since it's anybody else who feels that sitting on the jury, on this particular jury, would be difficult because of either the pressure, anxiety from any of the things that Juror 31 had said, fear of what a verdict might do or be, what it means to the community? Anybody here have those fears? Juror 4, if I remember this, 40 and 24.
Yeah, I think I'm more afraid of the community, and I should say all the outsiders from our community that are coming in because this is such a public case. Just brings it back to August last year. The civil unrest, or the possibility of the unrest and the unknowns, it just makes you feel uncomfortable.
Do you have concerns that a specific verdict could be a problem for the community?
Potentially.
Okay, so there's...
I think because it's, I mean, the judge had stated that this isn't a political case, but that doesn't stop the politics from outside the courtroom, you know what I mean? So people are going to do what they're going to do. Does that make it right? Absolutely not. But I can only,
How do you, would it impact your ability to be fair, though, having lived through whatever you lived through, however you felt about it, would that impact your ability to judge this case fairly because of those concerns?
No. I think it's more so, like she had mentioned, like what happens when you leave the courthouse and all of the unrest that could possibly be there.
And let me just tell you that I've been in this business for over 50 years in the criminal courts, and I have never, ever, ever had any incident in any of the courts, not just in my court, but in other judges, involving any kind of peril to the jurors. And believe me, we've had some pretty fearsome people in here over the years. So I understand why people would be concerned, but I can tell you that we've never ever had a problem. And it, well, I'll leave it at that.
I guess I'm maybe explaining this wrong. I'm not concerned about my own physical safety. I think just community safety as a whole. That, I mean, it tends to bring the crazies out.
So, I don't want to belabor the point, but what I want to just figure out is, are you okay? Meaning, are you willing to listen to the case, judge the evidence, understanding that a specific verdict, whatever you think might bring out, as you call them, the crazies, are you okay saying, look, I'm still going to do I'm going to follow the law, I'm going to listen to the instructions the court gives, and I'm going to render a verdict that I believe to be correct, with all of that kind of background noise?
Yes, just because I got my own self-integrity thing. And so, yes, I don't think that it would factor into me being unbiased and being able to look at it, look at all the evidence and to make a decision in there. I think it's just, it's my anxiety.
Okay, thank you. I think juror 15, did you have your hand up, ma'am?
Going back to 4.
Yes.
About the influences of family and friends. And they stopped after the prosecution questioned me. We were going to have a loss of concentration. And we were going to question you because, as you put it, you didn't sit impartially. I don't think I could. And at that point, I think there's others that would be better served to take my chair because of the interaction with my husband. Not discussing the case, but the end result when we're up.
Is it something that would, I want to do this delicately, I don't want to.
Let me ask this, is there objection to excusing this juror?
No, you don't think you can be fair, is that right, ma'am? Based on that.
All right, I'm going to excuse you, ma'am, thank you. What is it, 62?
Yes, juror 62.
All right, look. Well, even though we haven't started the trial yet, I think there's one thing we can all agree on. He is very fashionably dressed. Don't you agree? All right. I'm sure we've got a few Cub fans in here, but anyway, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions? What's up?
I have classes that affect my water license that I've scheduled that are within the next 2 weeks for my water license, and I also have a 24-hour call shift coming on.
24-hour
Call shift?
Water license.
I'm a water operator.
Okay, and the clerk is nodding yes, and she grew up on a farm, so this obviously is something rural, right?
No, this is Lake
No?
I work for the county.
What's that?
Municipality.
Oh, a municipality. You work in Lake County? Do you wear that shirt to work?
They won't let me, but I wish.
All right. So this is something that's essential for your employment?
Yes, sir.
What would happen if you didn't do that?
Well, I could lose my license and I could also not get a raise.
Well, is there objection to this gentleman being excused?
No.
Okay, thank you. What's that? Yeah, she. Yeah, and she's a big Cub fan, so she's gonna. This is gonna.
Juror number 63.
All right, sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far?
Yes.
Which ones?
I have a conflict with the schedule, and also I have a yes question for one of the question about the AR-15, which the one of the jury said that I should agree with her. That's why I think there's someone more qualified for this.
Okay, let's break it down a little bit, and maybe you'd be more comfortable in the chair over there. Why don't you come on up and sit in seat 15, and then you won't have to stand there and answer questions. All right, thank you. Okay, you indicated you had generally an agreement with the lady who was excused about her views on the firearm involved?
Yes.
Okay. What is your personal belief on the subject?
I believe that there's someone here more qualified for...
No. My question wasn't clear. What is your... I don't remember the exact question that was asked of the lady, but it had to do with whether or not she would be able to be fair on all of the crimes that are charged and the particular elements of them, and that simply because the defendant is alleged to have been in possession of that type of a firearm, that she would just vote guilty regardless of the proof. That's not a totally fair statement, but want to improve on that? You asked the question.
I think the juror was unwilling to set aside the fact that she was so bothered by the type of firearm that was used that she would be unable to honestly listen to the facts of the case.
Yes, I'm pretty much on the same page. Yeah.
Let's just, when you said you had a schedule conflict?
Yes, I do. I have a trip scheduled for November 19th. And I understood that the trial may not take at least 2 weeks.
Well, it would take us up to the 19th would be the Friday after we're supposed to be done, hoping to be done. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. But I'll let Mr. Sharafasi examine you further on the weapons issue if he wishes, and I'll allow the state to respond as well.
So, juror number 63. So, just trying to follow up, and I want to have you answer as honestly as you can. Are you willing to listen to the evidence, understanding some of the evidence is going to involve possession of a semi-automatic firearm that looks like an AR-15? Are you willing to listen to the evidence and judge this case based solely on that evidence, irrespective of your feelings about that firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So are you willing to judge each individual charge that involves that firearm based on the evidence that you hear in the case and is presented to you, setting aside and understanding the fact that you have these feelings about this firearm?
Yes, based on
Okay. Thank you. I was asking, I'm sorry, Judge, you raised your hand?
I need to scratch my eye.
Sorry. I think that, and I'm not looking to point fingers, but I think juror number 46 in seat 17, there was questions about fear of sitting in those seats or anxiety about sitting in those seats. And I know you didn't raise your hand, but your body language was telling me that you were not thrilled about this. So is that true?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what everybody's interested in is, and I understand there's anxiety probably for everyone. Is it something that you can?
Oh, well, just the other day, I was driving down 60 and they're already boarding things up, which freaked me out, like, come on, you know. So, yeah, I'm worried about the safety, and I even didn't even drive my car here today. I took a Lyft because I don't want anybody seeing my car. So I'm just kind of freaked out about that, yes.
Okay. Would it impact your ability to render the verdict that you thought was correct?
Oh, no, it wouldn't impact, no, it wouldn't impact that.
Okay. Anyone else that have concerns about being on the panel in terms of safety or, I'm sorry, 34.
34. So I really want to serve on a jury. I really do not want to serve on this jury. I only want to serve on a jury where the people involved directly have an opinion. I figure either way this goes, you're going to have half the country upset with you, and they react poorly. I also drove somebody else's car here, and while it wouldn't, you know, it is my duty, and you're a guilt tripper up there on the bench, and so I'm a big Hamilton fan, and you keep mentioning the Founding Fathers, but it's scary because you don't know how people are going to react, and I watch too much TV, and so of course you worry. I want to know who's going to have the list of jurors. I'm grateful that you mentioned that we're not photographed. Not only would I not have control over my good side, but I don't want it to be known. I don't want people to know that I'm on a jury, or, I mean, if I'm on a jury, I wouldn't want them to know, and I wouldn't want them to have my list of my name or my address. I don't want people standing outside of my house. You know, it's scary when you think all of a sudden, and it's on the news all over the country. It's not just Kenosha County. So, I mean, it is scary, and I would be very interested to hear how the jury is protected, because...
Sure. And those are legitimate questions, and they recur in cases without, you know, commenting on the enormity of this case or its particular facts, the aura of fear that would surround it. If you were here over the years that I've been here, you would have a better idea about the degree of risk that's involved for jurors. I can tell you, one of the things I'll tell whoever selected on this case, whatever their verdicts are, I will talk about that you're never obliged to talk with anybody about the case, but you're welcome to talk about it as little or as much as you want. I tell them that if anyone bothers them, that they should let me know and we'll put a stop to it. And you know what? In 50 years of trying cases, and I tried cases as a lawyer, and now in 38 years as a judge, I've never had a juror threatened. I've never had a juror bothered in any way. I have not been bothered, and I don't have any special arrangements either. I am involved differently, obviously, in the jury, but as you'll find later, if there's a verdict of guilt returned in a criminal trial, then I'm in the sentencing business, and I think that the fear that people have is greater than the reality of risk. I'm not going to say it could never happen. By the way, when was the last time you read about a juror being harmed?
Well, I watched a movie the other day.
Very good.
I'm a Netflix girl.
Okay, all right, I got you. But yeah, you don't hear about it. You know, once in a decade, once in maybe 15 years, you'll hear about a judge getting assassinated, or not. Yeah, that assassinated, because there are some that happen in the family court's very volatile. The divorce court is very volatile, so you'll hear about those instances once in a decade. In terms of a judge actually being targeted, I would say that's once every 20 years you read about something like that. And these are people who are dealing with this on an everyday basis. So the risk, I can't emphasize enough. And the same thing with prosecutors. So I, you know, if I could tell you, well, there's no risk at all, but I wouldn't be being honest with you. I am telling you that I've never seen it. I've even anything even close to it. And as far as these people who are spouting off all over the country, but when you have a case that gets this much publicity, we get people. I'm going to leave it at that. I can't strongly enough tell you that I think that the risk of which you're concerned, I don't want to minimize it, but on the other hand, I don't want it to assume proportions that it doesn't deserve. Okay?
Well, I appreciate your comforting words.
Even if I'm, what did you call me?
Comforting words.
No. Before that, what did you say? Guilt tripping?
Oh, I did call you a really good guilt trip.
That's going to last. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharef.
My only question is, with that understandable pressure that you feel or anxiety that you feel, I think everybody's concern is that that pressure then makes you decide something that you don't actually believe in because you feel pressure to.
I don't think there's a right answer. I don't think, you know, some cases I think they probably, if you decided guilty, it would get, you know, it would be better. Or if you decided innocent, it would be better. I feel like it's as divided as politics and as racial tensions are. I think that there are no winners. I think.
But ma'am, who else is going to decide?
No, I agree. And honestly, we could all say whatever to get out of the chair. I mean, if we weren't here to be honest and to try to come up with an honest verdict based on evidence, I don't think people would still be sitting here. I mean, because you could say some really off-the-wall things, and I've had lots of suggestions from people about what to say or what to wear to get off the jury, but I don't believe that's true, and I also don't believe in perjuring yourself to get out of the civic duty. I'm just saying, I feel like whatever the verdict is, there's going to be half the country that's going to be up in arms about it, and we've seen what that did to the city of Kenosha. Last year, I don't live in the city, so I wasn't personally affected, but so many people, you know, even leaving here today have been, and it's just scary. And I don't want people to have my name, and I don't want to be seen on TV, and I don't want people to come after in their haze of praise.
Maybe the country will calm down after they see a verdict at a fair trial.
That would be amazing if that happened. I love your optimism as well.
Thank you, ma'am. My last kind of area is, nobody's going to hide this point, and it was raised a little bit. Is there anybody on the panel who does not believe in the concept of self-defense as a defense in court? That you should not be able to use self-defense to defend yourself? I see no hands. What I think you will hear, what I know you will hear, in this particular case is that in a case like this where self-defense is raised, once it's raised, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. Not that he doesn't have, we don't have to prove that he was acting in self-defense. They have to prove that he wasn't, which it might be unusual. Is there anyone here who thinks it's unfair to make the state hold that burden of proof that Mr. Rittenhouse, in fact, did not act in self-defense? Does anybody think that's a problem? I see no hands. The other thing is, which is a little unusual, is, I think, you will be asked to view that self-defense from the shoes of Mr. Rittenhouse, not from all of us sitting here semi-comfortable today. So you'll be asked to view it from his shoes. Does anybody think that is also unfair? I see no hands. And lastly, the judge had commented on the idea of presumption of innocence when he was talking about the founding fathers. So the idea is that as he sits here right now today, with everybody having your feelings about what you've seen, what you've heard, what you've watched, as he sits here today, presumed to be innocent. Everybody gets that. Does anybody think that that is unfair to, I guess it would be to the state? Does anybody think that it should start kind of in the middle, that there should be no presumption of innocence? Does anybody think that, feel that way? I see no hands. And I have no other questions.
Thank you. All right, folks, I think we're going to take about a 10, hopefully 10, maybe 15-minute recess. And then we're going to be calling jurors into the library, one at a time, and asking some questions that we didn't bore into here, that are better asked outside the presence of the other jurors. And during that time, please remain in your seats. We're going to take a little bit of a break too. First, and then after that, please remain in your seats, and you're welcome to talk about anything you want, including that gentleman's very fashionable shirt, or anything else other than something that relates to the case or the evidence or the people or anything like that. And then we'll start calling, and stay alert, everybody, because there may be some additional people who will be excused, and some of you folks will be called up to replace those people. So you need to be just as attentive, and across the street too, just as attentive as before once we get started again, but there won't be anything happening right in your presence. So it's going to be done in the library outside the presence of the other jurors. Media, we're going to allow at least one media representative in the library while we do this. Maybe two. I guess I already committed to two, so we'll find the chairs. It's because the room is smaller. And I think also two from each party, two additional folks from each party. Any questions, anybody? Okay. And these questions are going to relate to the very issues you were asked about here, only perhaps more in depth. Okay, so bear with us, and let's everybody try to be back in your seat at that some what's the word I want? Time freak comes and set these clocks so that they're 2 or 3 minutes ahead, which is not good for a guy like me. But we're going to use, I guess, the clock time. There's clock the time that's showing on that clock, and we'll start at. Well, we'll try to start at 20 after on that clock up there, which is
today
more likely
or tomorrow.
17 after. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Any question? Okay. Thank you.
Did you say today or tomorrow? Only a 10-minute break. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate you, Nathan. Okay, we got this though. Let's see what this guy was talking about.
Judge and jury was in the street 7 times to the back.
Whoa.
This kid has been receiving so much white privilege, it's unreal. From a bond, I don't know many states.
This guy's related to the Blake, I don't know, the guy that got shot. He's related to the guy they were having riots over. He's paralyzed. He's an uncle or something.
To give a bond to a murder case, and especially to having a witness protection.
Yeah, not to introduce yourself real quick.
I'm sorry, family. Justin Blake, the brother of Big Jake and the uncle of Jacob Blake that got shot 7 times in the back in front of 3 children and now is paralyzed. We're here today because I'm pissed off. Our nephew has yet to see. We trust somewhere down the road he's going to see a courtroom, but it hasn't, man. His judge and jury was in the street 7 times to the back. This kid has been receiving so much white privilege, it's unreal. From a bond, I don't know many states that give a bond to a murder case, and especially to having a witness protection type setup for him, to going in bars, throwing up signs, connecting to people with the mindset that always talk about hurting and doing harm to people. You know, that certainly would have been admissible evidence in Chicago. If one of the gang members takes a picture with somebody, the group, and then murders somebody and then goes back in a bar and throws up their sign again, that's admissible evidence. Not to call these people victim. What the hell were they? They had no weapon. This man had an AR-15 and let it go in him. He's a murderer. And we don't want things to move around that, or people to, you know, try to move the bar, talk about something else. He shouldn't have never had the gun. He was 17. They don't talk about that much. And he was brought across the state lines by his mother. How come she was never arrested or arraigned? If you murder somebody and you were driving, they come get the driver. If you bank rob and you were the driver, they come get the driver. So you're seeing white privilege all over this whole thing. It reeks. And we don't want the 2 families to leave here without getting what they deserve, and that's justice.
So, from what, I don't know if you caught any of the court case so far, the little meetings they've had, or if you got to fill the judge out much, but do you think that there's going to be a fair trial here? Do you think this is going to lean towards justice, or what are you thinking right now?
Well, I'm thinking right now that the judge has really done some things to let the public know that he's leaning. I mean, you know.
What do you feel like he's done?
Well, him getting into the fight with the young lady, the pictures.
Barbara donated earlier.
Not being called victim.
Did it come up on the? Did it go on the ticker at least? Has it been scrolling down there? I didn't see it. I'm about to look. Shit, sorry. I should have saw it.
All these things sort of wrangle up to somebody that's leaning towards you to get a victory, or for you to walk away, and that's not going to happen on our watch. We're going to make sure the 6 charges that they have on him stick. So this will be a victory for the city, because it stinks right now of racism.
Did I acknowledge
to the
that?
highest
I can't remember. Did I acknowledge it when it happened?
And continue to pursue the DOJ and have them reopen Little Jake's case. They were not transparent. We don't know who the people were. Do you know? You guys are media. You don't know who they were, who these DOJ people they say they were. Who are they? What's their background? And what evidence did they have? We saw a young man get shot 7 times in the back with 3 kids sitting in the seat. What did they see? See, it's been hard for African descendants in this country. Now, all we've ever had was the feds looking out, as poorly as they've done. But that's what we sort of lean on when things get real bad in these hick-ass towns that are racist as hell. And when the DOJ from the Fed says it's okay, then that makes it open house. And every African descendant from here to Michigan to Missouri, all over this country, it's free game for police officers to shoot you. 2 days later, after they said it was okay for little Jake, and what happened, a man was drug out of his car that was a paraplegic. I don't know if you saw that on the video.
Yeah, I've seen that video.
Did it look terrible?
It looked terrible. He
Did
told
it look
him.
bad? How many times he said? It didn't matter. They did what they wanted to do, and I 100% tell you, after Jacob getting shot and them doing nothing, that nothing happened to those officers that drug a paraplegic out of his car and disrobed him. By the time they put him in the car, his pants were down, his shoes were off. It was ridiculous, and it's not the way you handle somebody that's challenged the way he was. So we saying prayers for the families. Just want to get success, bro. Just get some, to make our family feel better. For the kids that came to support our nephew, if they just get some justice out of this. Because, hey, this is the bottom line. I don't care how much money you give him or how many years he goes to jail. Their young men will never walk back in their house.
And have you been in touch with Jacob lately? How's Jacob holding up? How's he doing?
Talked to him a couple of days.
What's he thinking about this case right here? Is he going to watch? Or?
No. Jake's concentrating on getting his life together, getting his body together, taking care of his sons, and getting used to his new normal. He has bigger and greater things to worry about in his life. We, as his uncle, have this to worry about.
Okay. Anything else you want to say, or?
Big ups to the red, the black, and the green. Unity now. One Africa, baby.
All right, man. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for taking the time.
What's up, man? There it is. There it is. Past everybody past John.
So you guys, I just got done with the interview with Justin Blake. He is the uncle of Jacob Blake. So he feels like right now, from what he's seeing in the little meetings that they've had so far in the courtroom, that is already leaning towards Kyle. And he feels like justice could get away if things don't sway towards justice. So I'm just gonna hang around a little bit and just see what else is going on outside the courtroom. If you guys aren't from Wisconsin, this is the courthouse in Kenosha here. You got something like this taking all the juice.
Juicy fruit, it's gonna move ya. Juice is soft.
Let me know where you guys are watching from right now. You guys are from Wisconsin. If you're watching outside of Wisconsin, let me rep your city and state. We got some more news outlets out here. Sandra, I'm not watching right now, so I don't know. I know today is supposed to be jury selection day, so they should be doing that sometime today. Okay, we got Grafton, Wisconsin in the house. Sandra and Katina. Yeah, I can't pronounce it, so sorry you guys. I don't want to butcher anybody's names, but thanks for watching. So right now, Justin Blake, I just talked to him a couple minutes ago. He's gonna be out here for a little bit.
No, you're all good.
Okay, I will tell him. Thank you for watching. We got Aubrey watching from North Dakota. Okay, what's up, Aubrey? You guys, don't forget to use the command !notify in the comment section so that you'll be notified the next time I go live. and you won't miss a thing. It automatically will turn the bell on for you and everything. Just !notify. Put that in the comment section.
This fucking clown up here. This fucking lady.
Should have too.
100%. Do you agree a militia should have been arrested? Of course you have rights. You don't have a Second Amendment right, which I'm 100% for, 100%, but you don't have a Second Amendment right to carry illegally. You still got to follow laws, rules, regulations, gun safety, all that, right?
Then everybody else should have too.
100%. Do you agree a militia should have been arrested, apprehended, detained, told to fuck off, the same as black protesters that day? You think everybody should have been told to go home?
The people of color protesters that were out here doing, I don't want to say evil things, but they were doing things that were illegal by bringing.
Hey, hey, hey.
But that's not a lawful order. You have a First Amendment right to stand here and do what you're doing. So why would you listen to that? You'd give up your rights?
No, I would go
You're here to protect Kyle's rights.
where I'm supposed to go and not be aggressive on state property, go off of this property, and go where I was supposed to go.
This is not state property here. This is not state property.
Okay, government property.
You have every right to stand here.
No
You say whatever you want.
But if you are acting in a certain way, aggressively, or you are protesting and yelling and screaming at cops, and you were told to leave and you don't,
you can yell and scream. There's no law. The Supreme Court has upheld that it is okay to berate and badger police officers, to give them your opinion if you think that they're shithead people or whatever. Held up by the Supreme Court. You have every right to stand and say whatever you want. Now I understand throwing stuff, engaged in any other type of criminal activity, you lose that First Amendment right. It's no longer a constitutionally protected activity. Right?
Yeah.
So why would you leave for standing here if they told you to leave and disperse? You're willing to give up your rights?
Because I was doing what I was advised to do. If I am told by law enforcement...
Which is give up your First Amendment right to stand here and say what you want to say.
If I'm not doing it peacefully, see, like, I was standing here the first night peacefully, and I was never told to disperse. The people that were told to disperse were yelling and screaming and doing all this other kind of stuff. I've gone to protest in Chicago and all this other stuff, and we've been peaceful. We've been, you know, following that line, walking on the sidewalks, not even arguing with the opposition. And we've never been told to disperse. But in certain situations, they're told to disperse, and then violence does occur.
But protesters were told to disperse before any type of violence occurred.
They were told to disperse prior.
You understand that?
Yes. Yeah, they were told to disperse prior. So they should have dispersed.
How come the fire department didn't put out any of these fires out here? Why did law enforcement and Kenosha Fire Department allow $50 million?
I don't know. I'm not there. Why are you asking me that? That's irrelevant.
You stand there blindly back in these systems and you don't even understand.
I'm not blindly back in the system. I've been to prison. I backed the system and listened to what I'm supposed to do because I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm not blindly back in no system.
Do you know the Kenosha Fire Department intentionally refused to put fires out?
I know. I was downtown when they burnt that building.
No, but do you know that they were intentionally refused to come and put fires out?
They didn't want to come get Bob when he got knocked out. They said bring him to the hospital.
They had U.S. Marshal security as well as other local, state, and federal security to help put fires out, to guard fire department personnel so that they could put fires out. And they still refuse to do that. So why is no blame being put on the city for allowing this shit to happen? The probation building?
It should be put on the higher ups, not like the beat cops, not the people working, putting out the fires.
So like Sheriff Beth.
Like the higher ups.
Kenosha County Sheriff.
Somebody told that sheriff not to act.
No,
Who told him not to act?
Sheriff Beck pulled all the strings that day. That's written in open records.
So then he is the one that should be at fault then. I totally agree with that. If he is at fault for if there is anybody that is at fault by means of whether they have a badge or they're me or you know what I mean? I think, yes, there should be somebody held accountable for those types of things.
So we agree on that.
Yeah.
All right, so you remember when the whole George Floyd thing happened, right? Were you here in Kenosha when there were protests and some of the stores got fucked up?
Yeah,
okay. Militia came out for that too. Kenosha Guard came, there were 3%ers out here, there were a lot of people, Boogaloo Boys, right? Kenosha told them to fuck off and go home. Why didn't they do that this time, do you know?
But you didn't
It didn't
fail to
work like
mention there was
that.
a lot of Antifa, BLM, and other left wings. You only mentioned right wing right there. Shows how sided this whole
Yo,
conversation is.
Daniel, whoa, thanks for the
They told
freaking
militia to go home
15
that day,
hours,
but they
your
didn't tell them to go
time.
home.
But they didn't tell
dude.
BLM and Antifa to get back on their bus and go somewhere? Go
15
back from that
hours.
park that they were all at? They herded them all to this little area into Uptown area.
It's for 15 hours, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And read like
That's a good
45
point, though.
ACP.
Why did
But why
It's
did
for
you
5 hours,
You
dude.
realize in every protest around
Exactly.
the country,
It's the higher up, so it's not these people. It's not the guys that we see down there. It's not the people that are going, this guy.
but do
You
you
know
think
what I
that
mean?
they do that to rile you guys up?
You realize that 95% of the disasters that happened in Kenosha were from Antifa.
From out of town, yes.
I witnessed it with my own eyes.
I know. I had live streams. I was down there. I seen some local come around, and literally him, his two friends, and the wife went into the middle of the square and just started screaming, and everybody just, like, it cleared. It was so crazy, and then they were able to take Bob to the hospital. I mean, you could watch the live videos. I interviewed people that said, no, we don't want this shit. Get the fuck out of here. Do this, do that. And it was, like, all the people in my videos, you could tell they weren't, you know what I mean?
Oh, man.
Point and why we are out here. And I respect yours. I respect yours. Appreciate that we are actually have this conversation.
So you're supporting, sure.
Right, right.
But you're supporting criminal behavior. So how come when it comes to people fucking the city up, you don't support that, but you'll support this kid carrying an illegal gun? Why does one crime?
Illegal gun is the same thing as.
How you doing?
I mean, it's a crime, right?
It is.
Right. So, but the point is that you're supporting one crime.
What's she talking about, y'all?
Supporting another crime.
What's he talking about?
Speak up at once.
How you doing?
How you doing, baby?
Where'd the camera go? They left you out here by yourself?
I usually come up here by myself. I've been up here the last few times by myself.
That's
Except for one time. One time did somebody come with me. I actually like coming alone. It's a lot funner.
I brought you a mob demo.
Back to the question. Why is it okay to support one crime, but not okay to support another crime?
Because he was in a situation to protect the city from those other crimes.
They were not rioters.
But I didn't put myself in this situation.
They were not looters.
Also not being
Yeah,
charged.
like
The council.
a year ago.
But you
before
weren't
all this
engaged
happened.
in a criminal activity, though.
No.
Right.
No.
He was. And that, but the point I'm trying to make is that you're saying it's okay for him to be underage carrying a gun, illegally carry this gun, possess this gun, purchase the gun, right? Because he purchased it illegally from Dominic Black. That's
quite a list already.
So that's a massive list of shit. Dominic Black's gonna get fucking thumped on the head. You already know that.
And
That
woman
kid's going to
beater.
prison. Right? It's okay to support those crimes. But people are fucking the city up. Why don't you support that? They got voices that have not been heard for fucking decades. Decades.
But there's other means to have your voice heard.
But they're not being heard.
There's other means to protect buildings.
Hey, I got a question. How much property damage was done the night that Kyle Rittenhouse shot those folks?
Well, the night before.
How much
within
No.
24 hours.
How much property was done the night that Kyle Rittenhouse shot them people? Prior to the shooting, prior to the National Guard pushing people down the street, how much property damage was done?
A lot.
No.
A lot.
The night of the shooting, How much property damage was reported?
Because the National Guard and everybody was out here to...
The National Guard was out here the night before as well.
Well, but they went to Uptown and destroyed stuff, and there weren't even cops.
I got pictures of cops inside
listen,
of families. I got pictures of cops inside of families.
Tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Yep.
You know that
Sure
that car lot right there that burned down.
Like it's a peep show.
Nobody went in there over there and set the whole thing on fire, right? It started from one small fire. Now this is a metaphor, okay? It started from one small fire. The fire was going for like an hour, okay? No fire department. No police. They're supposed to protect and serve. They're supposed to protect the businesses. No police, nobody went over there and put that fire out. And then it set the whole rest of the car lot on fire.
Do you know the second garbage truck that went up was actually started by a member of the Wisconsin National Guard? Well, day one, that second garbage truck, he's a Wisconsin National Guard member, started by him. Day two, he was out here burning the fucking city. Day three, he got called behind that fucking fence. And you know what he was doing behind the fence? He was fucking reporting police and National Guard fucking movement and strategy to protesters.
This wasn't about protecting property. This wasn't about protecting community. This was about white supremacy. Black people were upset, and there were people in that community along with these black people that was upset. And they came out here to intimidate and harass. Nobody asked them to come out here. Them business owners, the people asked for nobody's help. They never asked for that. And they came out here and did that on their own regard. Kyle Rittenhouse is underage. This is the state of Wisconsin, baby. You can't carry no gun in public. If you under the age of 18, that's illegal. So first of all, the Wisconsin state statute, let me tell you what it say. Let me tell y'all what it say.
Come on.
It says if you are acting in a crime, your right to self-defense is canceled.
Say that one more time, sis. Say that again.
So the moment he crossed state lines,
he was breaking the law.
He was breaking the law. He was a criminal. If he would have got pulled over with that gun, they could have took him to jail before he got here.
Right.
You know how many people got pulled over on their way into Kenosha and taken to jail?
And
with
out
supplies
of.
and
You
everything.
just got
With no weapons.
Look at that.
A truck right there with supplies, water,
To help, actually help.
first aid, and they went to jail. Come on now. Make it make sense. This self-defense shit you talking about, we intimidating? No, you're intimidated on your own regard. Nobody is purposely intimidating you. If you scared, that's your conscience, because you should be, because we're tired of this shit. This white supremacy shit, we ain't allowing it no more. We're done. Y'all think y'all can come out here and intimidate us? Look at me. I ain't got no weapon, and I ain't scared neither.
You have no reason to.
We tired of being scared of y'all. Ain't nobody scared of y'all shit. But y'all
though.
But look at your sign. Look what your sign says. Look what your sign says.
Yes, because I get harassed by them. I get yelled at all the time.
Who the fuck is Antifa? Who is Antifa?
There will be more of what y'all are scared of. Take care of the problem so people won't have to get out here and burn shit. So people won't have to get out here and yell and wave signs.
I was talking real calm, and you didn't even take anything I said before I started yelling, and that's your problem. You don't listen.
I was listening. You were talking about the one car started the whole car fire because nobody put it out. Then you continued to talk about how somebody got arrested with their stuff over here, how this guy got pulled over. I listened to you. I was comprehending everything you said. I was giving you respect. Okay? I wasn't trying to argue
why are
with
you here with this though?
Because
this is an argument to me.
How?
This is an argument to me.
Because everybody is sitting here intimidating. Why come over and talk to me like this? I was having a peaceful conversation.
You
with
having
him.
a peaceful conversation with me? What about this is not peaceful? Are you in fear for your life right now?
Can I ask you something? Why does it say arrest Blake on
Why do
there?
you have a sign? And who is that?
Why does it say arrest Blake on there? Why would they arrest Blake?
I don't know.
Why would they?
Yeah, why do that
Why
say
does
that?
it say-
says arrest Evers, arrest Blake, and arrest Gage.
So who?
Because if they're gonna arrest everybody,
Lord,
they should
have
arrest
mercy.
everybody.
Hell no.
Everybody.
You got us messed up.
Why would they arrest Blake?
You know what I mean?
Would you arrest?
If what's good for the goose should be good for the gander.
They decided
He
not
had a
to
weapon.
arrest. They decided not to arrest.
If who has
The
a-
law dropped the charges against Oh, Lord,
Who had a weapon? I'm sorry.
Yeah, but she's saying that she thinks they should.
Stand back. Because she's doing too much. He was a felon. He
Why?
should have been carrying that.
Why though?
He was going to get aggressive with law enforcement. So if you're going to go
aggressive,
if we're going to
you
go
said aggressive. Being aggressive is not illegal.
So he should go to jail for trying to leave? It's not an act of aggression.
If he had his back turned, am I a threat to you like this?
He was and Kyle and all the people who came down here were told not to come. They were told it was a curfew. And they should have came down. They should have followed the fucking law.
Okay.
So you can't enforce. No. No. See, this is the problem. You have one group of people who no law is being enforced on. They're actually being congratulated for breaking the fucking law. But then you got other people who are being bombed on, smoked out, and all this other shit for doing the same exact thing.
I released an article about a Waukesha division supervisor, Waukesha sheriff, that was bragging about the fucking shooting. That knew that militia was slashing protester tires, preventing them from getting home.
From day one.
A Waukesha sheriff division supervisor knew about it. I released an article about that.
Waukesha.
You know what's happened to him?
Dang it.
Not a goddamn thing.
And this is what y'all out here supporting. That's what you're supporting.
Not a damn thing. You know, KPD is not investigating that. They're on these streets.
We
I was 100 feet away from this fucking kid.
Think it! But you're not talking about how you could have filmed crimes at Antifa.
Girl, stop! See, why you gotta say that? Why you gotta say that? Who is Antifa?
You have leaders of Kenosha, right? That's not BLM. Stop calling every
Look,
black
see how
person that's out here
they want to
BLM.
separate themselves from Antifa when it's convenient,
I'm just saying.
but they'll use them and they like it whenever it's happening. We're not them.
I'm a white supremacist. BLM.
Y'all need to quit doing that shit. It is.
I'm a white supremacist.
Every black person is a Muslim. Or okay, then quit doing that shit. Because I've been a part of this movement for 10 years. I've never been associated with BLM.
I just want you to stop.
Okay, so quit calling us that shit.
I'm not calling you.
What? You have a sign here in Kenosha where there's no BLM running things here. Leaders of Kenosha, the Blakes. Refer to them by the name that they actually go by, okay? Yes, we believe Black Lives Matter, but we not all part of that organization. Quit doing that shit.
So,
You have
okay,
a fucking sign that says it. What does that have to do with Kenosha?
Hey, family.
Because they came out and they did this the last time I was out here. I've been screaming.
Ma'am, I just have one question. I just have one
for
question.
no reason. For
I
staying out
just
there.
have one question.
So do I.
What does a 17-year-old need with an AR-17? Can you explain that?
Okay.
Can you explain to me? I just want you to answer that one question. What does an underage minor need with an AR-17? Period.
He said it twice.
15. Yeah. What does the AR-15 need to be in the hands of a 17-year-old for? Can you explain that part to me? Self-defense from who? He's a minor. He's a minor who lives in Illinois.
He came up here.
He's not
from here. Sign up for the National Guard.
Ma'am, he's not from here.
Sign up for the
So
police
what is he
department.
coming up here to be self-defended from? He's not from here.
He was up here cleaning the community up. He took
he does not live here.
You don't clean up with AR-15, love.
He does not live here.
He didn't have the AR-15 when he was cleaning up.
Ma'am, he does not live here.
Are you a resident
There's
of
nothing
Kenosha?
here for him to clean up. Where does he? I don't have nothing here to clean up.
But there was graffiti and there was stuff on the side of his
so you
courthouse.
clean up a graffiti with an AR-15? Is that
He
what you're
didn't
telling
have
me?
the AR-15 at 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
No, he had it
when he was
here.
cleaning
His
it up.
mother came here and dropped him off here. Were you not following the story?
We have
You couldn't have been. His mother dropped him off
We
here.
got Bishop came down from Chicago from Push to be with the families today, and I just wanted him to have a minute to say something. Why are you here? What's going on? And thank you for coming, dear brother.
Well, the debate that you all have just had is a debate that is being had all over America. Right now, here in Kenosha, Charlottesville, and in Brunswick, Georgia, all at the same time, issues of race and violence. It must be perfectly clear, out of his own mouth, Kyle Rittenhouse admitted once he was taken into custody that he killed 2 white kids. That's exactly what happened. This is domestic terrorism at its best. There's no reason that those 2 people should not be alive except for they were murdered. This is a murder trial. This is a murder trial. And the race dynamic of it should wake us up to the fact that There must be a time of civility and a time of right, the right to protest. The freedom in this democracy. First Amendment. Freedom of speech.
Dude, that camera back there is like a rocket launcher.
And the idea that this young man has been coddled and comforted with both money and motivation
Blazer
is outrageous today in America. We still do not have, with all of the discussion and all of the protests, we still do not have a conscience in our country to pass the George Floyd Justice Act. We still don't have the consciousness to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Amendment Act. This is a critical time. In this case, in Charlottesville and Brunswick, Georgia, where you can be killed running black, you can be shot driving black, you can be arrested by standing black.
Where are we?
You
Wisconsin?
can be accused.
How far north is
black.
Wisconsin?
You can be in your own home, as Breonna Taylor
like
was,
they're north as fuck.
and murdered in your own home. This case here in Kenosha is alarming, where you have a judge who has a pattern in practice
of these northern states that are
marginalizing and minimizing black and brown people will not allow
They're above Illinois.
What happened is two victims.
Why are black people
We're
even
here
up
in
there?
Kenosha because two victims of domestic violence were murdered. Those are the facts. And Reverend Jesse Jackson and many others in the civil rights community are coming to Kenosha for the express purpose of making sure that we fight for this fundamental right, equal protection under the law. This was domestic terrorism. It is what it is. He himself, the perpetrator, said out of his own mouth that he killed two white kids. Those are the facts. And the debate of constitutionality and the debate on race have now met its centerplex here in Kenosha.
Why would black people go to Kenosha?
See it for yourself. Hear it for yourself. This is a time of change, and we won't back down until
And once you're there, you can't try to change the community because you're there, because it definitely wasn't mostly black before. It definitely wasn't. There wasn't it wasn't a fucking safe haven for black people back in the Civil War or something, was it? I never heard
You gonna
about
go
it.
home and add Kyle's name on there after hearing that information?
Add the sheriff's name.
Okay,
You gonna add
Underground Railroad to Wisconsin.
Take all them names off. No, you should have had his name on there though. You see what I mean? You have to know the case. If you're gonna do stuff like that, you
I
have
get
to
shot by
know
an
the
Indian
case.
trying to travel that country
This
without
young man who did
without
not need
people.
This young man who did not need a gun, nor have a license for a gun, admitted to murder. And you're still out here defending that.
Good morning, everybody.
Did they have, dude, did we have Native Americans during the Civil War that were killing people? Probably.
You know the
we
best.
did.
You know the best racist answer that you ever gave. The best racist you give is, well, why didn't you just comply? Why don't you just? That is the most racist thing you can say right now. He does not live here, so he has no right to be here.
I was here the first night, and the only thing I could defend myself with was the song.
Nothing I can do about that one. Yo, what's up, Nelly?
Talking about arrest Blake. It's ridiculous because if they don't, so their families can get justice. We've been all around this country making sure other families get justice. It's not easy in our position because we didn't get justice. But if we can help them get justice, we can help their families get some rest tonight. We're going to be here every day. Get used to seeing us. Till justice happens for African Americans in this city, in this state, in this country, we're going to be standing up. We're going to be just as long, just as vigilant.
Shades there.
This young man is an outright murderer. Yes. There's no question about that at this point. This gentleman said he was a killer. A killer means I have a weapon and you have a weapon and you got the better of us. He's a murderer. They had no weapons in their hand.
The guy with the biggest camera had the smallest microphone.
They were just coming from a peaceful rally for Jacob
Oh,
Blake.
That's channel
They
7.
didn't make it home.
He's got a
So
cool,
we're going to use every effort,
he's got a cool
every
microphone
talent,
down there.
every energy that we have within us to be out here and to stand in unity with these two families to make sure
Oh shit, where'd the
that
court
bar doesn't
go?
move or they
Oh my
move the
gosh.
goalposts. We want justice, damn it, we want it now. If he gets found guilty on all the charges, he will go to jail for life. And that's where the hell he needs to be.
Are we back?
Because those young men will
Did they
never.
go offline?
Just think about it, man. You go to play basketball like some of the kids in Chicago and they don't make it home.
They left.
They said, hey, Mom, I'm going to a rally for little Jake. Innocently enough. And will never walk back through the doors of their parents' home. So you think about that. Chew that over. We're out here standing in unity, but think about what they're going
Is
through.
he out there for the
the
dead white dude? Are they out there for the dead white dude? I haven't heard them talk about Rosenbaum at
We're not
all.
going to be intimidated.
Or the other, was it
We're
just
not
two
gonna be
dead
scared.
white people, wasn't it?
We're going to stand
They're
our
only
ground.
talking
We're not
about
gonna
Jacob
allow
Blake,
the
but they're
Second Amendment
outside of Kyle Rittenhouse's court.
And we
What
got
is
the right
happening
to
right
voice
now?
our opinions here and everywhere around
weird.
this city.
They're like,
Just
burn him
like
at the stake, you
JoJo
killed
and
white people.
How about that? Pastor Jonathan from the Lutheran
Okay.
Church.
We're here really today because of two heroes.
Yeah.
And for some reason, the judge will not even allow them to be called victims, but maybe that's helpful because truly they are heroes. What did they see here in Kenosha? They saw something unjust. And so they went out, they gathered, they exercised their right to protest.
Just found a place to sell
Something
liquor,
that's
by
as
the way.
American as the founding of our country. Standing up and
setting an
speaking
account up
when we
already.
see something wrong. And JoJo and Anthony, they saw something very wrong here in Kenosha. They saw Jacob get shot 7 times in the back by officers in the city. And they never came home. They were murdered for exercising their right to gather and to protest and to speak up. They stand in a long line of the history of people who've stood up, of white allies who've stood up in this movement for black life. They stand with people like Reverend Jim Reeve, who stood up in Selma. Hoyer, who stood up in Charlottesville.
Come on.
Who stood up in Charlottesville.
Come on.
And exercising their right to stand up, their right to seek justice. And let's never forget what they did. And let's make sure that Anthony, JoJo, and their families get justice over the next couple weeks.
Anthony and
No
JoJo.
justice,
That sounds
no
like a good
peace.
show. Like a good,
You
wholesome
would think
show.
that at this time we would be running or hiding or somewhere wiping our tears because we didn't get justice for our nephew. This is much greater than just the Blakes. This has to do with our country and where it's going the next 50 to 100 years by the laws that we sat down today. We feel
He
betrayed
probably has
by our
like 5 to 10
president
kids, so he cares
and the
about the
vice
future.
president for not addressing the Floyd family, not addressing the
I
Taylor
don't really
family,
care. I don't have
and
any
not
kids.
addressing the Blake
Whatever.
family,
Whatever
and the
happens.
issues that
What
matter so
happens.
much to African Americans. If we can't walk around freely,
The more kids you have, the more you care about what happens in the future, I feel.
justice has to do with our charged with no crime. So we're going to stand here, regardless of the DOJ, regardless of President Biden that came down there and said he was going to do things and didn't do it. For our families and other families, we still
What did he say he was
have
gonna
enough
do?
strength to stand with this family to make sure they get justice.
Biden said he was going to do something,
And that
buddy.
counts for something.
Did you talk to him
I'm
personally?
Bishop Tavis Grant, the National Field Director for the Rainbow Push Coalition, and I'm
The
here on
Rainbow
behalf of Reverend
Push?
Jesse Jackson to stand with the Blake
Hold up.
family.
Did you get
stand
affirmative
with the
permission
victims.
from the gay
must be
community to
very
be the
clear.
Rainbow Push? Because I don't know about this. That's theirs. You put rainbow in it, it automatically
Here on
goes
behalf of Reverend,
goes
where
gay.
we are trying to make
The
this
rainbow
more
anything.
perfect
The rainbow
union
gathering?
by using the criminal
I
justice
always wondered
system for
about
what
them.
it's worth.
Bunch of gay hippies,
We
probably.
still don't have a George Floyd Justice Act that's sitting on the floor of the Congress. The will and the consciousness to raise the value of black and brown lives. For a judge to say on one hand, you can call them rioters and looters, but you cannot call
Dude,
two
I thought y'all
people
said
who
he's
were
gonna make it
murdered
420.
unarmed. This
Y'all
young
sleep
man
10
was
minutes.
underage, had no reason, no right to be self-appointed, to take the lives of two innocent individuals and leave another one maimed for life. Jacob Blake Jr. will never get back a part of his life that's so vital to all
Yeah,
of
but that
us.
has nothing to do with
It's
Kyle.
paraplegic
Jacob
today.
has nothing to do with
But these
Kyle.
proceedings today
What
and
the
this
fuck,
week
dude?
and across this country,
Why do they
from
keep bringing up
Charlottesville
Jacob?
to Brunswick, Georgia, give us an opportunity to raise the value of black and brown lives,
Like,
to make sure that this does not happen again.
They're not even gonna be allowed to talk about him in court, dude. If they start talking about Jacob Blake, the judge is gonna be like, "What? Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?" The judge, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Hey, hey, Lynn, 82, that one girl coming through with the crazy words. Those are crazy words. Are you okay? You might have the COVID. Have you checked your temperature? I want you to be safe. Lots of water. Water and ibuprofen.
Get back.
You don't want to get
Brown lives.
Heated.
To make sure that this does not happen again.
Linar82_ for Tone Girl is a badass for sending $5. You're the best streamer around.
Hey.
Too kind. And always coming through. She's been coming through on a daily supporting. Too kind. What is happening right now, dude? I can't think straight. Oh my god. What is your problem? Alright, oh, I got it. I have too many things going on now. We're not supposed to do that. Boom. This is really giving me a lot of problems with
to make sure that this does not happen again. Must be put on notice that America is waking up and we're not going away. We're coming to the steps of this courthouse every day until we get justice.
I'm moved out of my mind, dude. This week's pretty good.
May have not been able to be called a victim by this judge. Trayvon Martin may not have been able to be called a victim by this judge. Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, Rakia Boyd, Devon Gregory, the names go on and on, that this judge would not allow them to be called victims. The fact of the matter is, a murder took place that night. And a murderer is in this courtroom. And he should be treated as such. And we don't want any corners, we don't want any breaks, we don't want any technicalities to be violated. We want him to be tried to the fullest extent, but we saw for ourselves how police officers coddled and comforted him. We know, as a matter of fact, he was transported across state lines. There is not a black defendant that has ever been in this courthouse that's been given an opportunity and advantage like Kyle Rittenhouse. And so we come for correction. We come
had
for
donations,
the principle
though, dude.
and the power of social
Money
justice.
talks.
This is not about black and white. It's about wrong and right.
The court loves money.
And all of us bear responsibility.
It's like, I like money.
To be contenders of the faith of our democracy
like,
and our Constitution.
So the doors do when you walk in.
The right to protest.
I like money.
One should have the right for freedom of speech.
As you're walking through the door,
without
it does
the threat of losing one's life in any street, in any neighborhood in America. This is not their country. This is our country, and we're not going away.
We got, my brother came all the way from Milwaukee, and I mean my brother, we've been through a 21-day fast together for climate justice. You say, why would Jacob Blake's uncle get involved with climate justice? Because African Americans in this country breathe the dirtiest air and drink the worst water. Who's going to be affected first when the ocean rises? Indigenous people, people of color.
Oh, shut
I got
up.
my brother here, Brother Vine, is getting ready to let y'all have it.
Some of the best property is on the coastline. Most expensive.
Vaughn Mays, activist from
This
Milwaukee,
guy's acting like
Wisconsin.
anyway.
I'm just here to reiterate what these brothers are telling you today. You know, they have a saying on the other side that says, "Don't tread on me." But we get tread on every day in this country. And black and brown people across this nation are continuing to rise up to say this is going to stop. Houston, we have a problem. These militia groups, these Boogaloo Boys, Proud Boys, any name they want to reemerge under, they need to know that they will be confronted, that they will be stopped, that what they are doing is going to stop. And as soon as we saw the post that went out yesterday, we were coming. And we were coming anyway because the city of Kenosha, the people of Kenosha, they need to get some justice. I don't know what's going on with y'all sheriff. I don't know what's going on with this judge. But these people need to be removed. They need to me, what they're doing is criminal. To me, what they're doing was the premise for these, as soon as we saw the go for yesterday removed.
I try to do something with that, but it's really hard because I don't really have any.
To me, what they're doing was the premise for.
Almost had something there. Right.
But they were able to come and go freely armed. They were able to fire
like playing
shots.
the harmonica.
Kyle was able to fire and kill 2 people and injure another person and walk right past the police.
And got one.
And got one of them.
They were being thanked for being out here past the
It was,
curfew.
dude. It was weird that the cops were doing all that.
Complicity.
It is. The cops shouldn't have been telling them it was okay to have the kids out there guarding shit. Walking down the street with guns like that, I feel like it's okay, and then the cops are like, "Yep, you're good."
Arrested for being outside. People are educating themselves. People are preparing for what we see the world is going to continue to be like. And until y'all change it, things are going to remain the same. Thank you.
I just appreciate the support, but they shouldn't have accepted it from people that weren't vetted. Doesn't matter if it was being destroyed, dude. Destroyed's not people. Destroyed property isn't the same as dead people.
They deserve justice. They deserve
And
this man to go to
Antifa
jail
and
for life
BLM will say that more than anybody.
We're not going to let the family down.
That's how
We're
that's
not
gonna
let the
work,
city
dude.
down. We're not going to let ourselves down, as tired as we may be. We're going to keep fighting for justice. This
Shouldn't have had a
country
kid out
has
there.
let us down. We worked 300 years, our ancestors, so this could be the wealthiest
Man, just
nation in the world.
because
and it
something's
is
led
today.
by a Cuban doesn't mean
But we
they
don't have the liberties and the civil rights to
can't
move
be
around.
white supremacists.
We can't. They're talking about voting. My mom went off the other night. In
They're self-hating
1888,
people
then
of every race.
1964, and now in 2021, we're talking about, do we have a right to vote? So you want to take all our rights from us and then kill us in the
And
street? And
they can be used like
think that's
pawns
okay?
by
It is not.
organizations.
We don't care what the DOJ said about what happened to Jake. Didn't need to be further investigated. Believe what your eyes saw.
He's a tool. That dude's a tool, man. For white supremacists. That's all he is. Because they're able to say, look, see?
Need to be further investigated
Look,
and to walk free.
the main guy is
We're
even...
watching. We're going to continue to watch.
Hey, see?
And we need your help to keep the eye on the ball.
And they give him the pat on the back, and he has all these. He's got these good old boys in his pocket. He thinks they're his best friends and shit now.
He damn sure had no right to take
It's a lot of
somebody's life.
power. So he feels like he's got a lot of.
So we thank y'all for coming out. We'll be talking a little bit after everybody lets out, after we get further news from the family how things went.
Justice for the victim.
Justice for the victim. Justice for the victim.
Justice for the victim.
Justice for the victim.
Justice for the victim.
Justice for the victim.
Justice for the victim.
Justice for the
They're not KKK, but they sure as hell like to fight a lot. They're not hanging people on trees, you know what I'm saying?
Justice for the victim.
Justice for the victim.
But they're always wearing their tactical gloves.
Justice for the victim.
Sand in the hand and
Justice for the victim.
plastic and shit on the knuckles.
Justice for the victim.
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 Justice for the
Okay,
victim.
that's enough though.
Justice
Just
for
go
the
ahead and
victim.
tone it.
Justice for the victim.
Hey,
Justice for the victim.
motherfucking.
Justice for the victim.
Justice for the victim.
Alright, you almost did it.
Anthony and JoJo. Anthony and JoJo.
Why are they starting to chant?
Anthony and JoJo.
Justice. Anthony for JoJo.
Anthony and JoJo.
Justice. Justice.
Justice.
The duet chanters over here.
Now.
Anthony and JoJo.
Anthony and JoJo.
Anthony and JoJo. Anthony and JoJo.
Justice.
Justice.
Oh, Anthony and JoJo.
Anthony and JoJo.
Anthony and JoJo.
Anthony and JoJo.
Anthony
It's a
and
good
JoJo.
sitcom
Anthony and JoJo.
Anthony and
intro.
JoJo.
Justice.
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 Hey man, where's this judge at?
Now.
Now.
Still alive. We're still waiting. There's no audio though.
Y'all do know y'all can't argue with ignorance.
I do know.
I'm sorry, JoJo. The judge would wonder why is the court still alive with 564 people watching that stream? What are they doing without the judge?
Your mama's, she's a squatter.
You do realize that Kyle was left on the couch at a gas station down the street, and that's why
The Kylers don't like me, dude. I'm an anti-Kyler.
Okay, so Anthony is not a police officer, so
Neither are they. Neither are they. There you go. Why do you only apply that?
both truths can be.
No, they can't. And an ecosystem is one side, right is wrong.
But honestly, like we realize, like
okay, so you said Anthony is not a police
But he
officer,
took-
but the police officers who were here that night weren't doing shit. They were standing there and letting all of this happen.
when you're aggressive to an armed person, especially.
There is no self-defense. Aside from the castle law, there is no self-defense in the state of Wisconsin. You cannot claim self-defense, especially when you are illegally armed.
Kyle put himself into that.
An illegally armed person cannot claim self-defense.
So it's like, are you
No, he
going to
didn't.
go
He shouldn't even
Can they not? Are you sure they can't claim self-defense if they're illegally armed?
He just witnessed Kyle kill somebody.
Hold on. In your logic, okay, the first person,
You-
right?
you could, I
He was an
think.
aggressor and he shot us in self-defense, right?
Doesn't matter,
So he fled
does
from the
it?
scene, which enabled everybody else to stop him because clearly the police were not doing a fucking job. And they let them get out there. Hold on. The rest of the people were trying to citizens
Claim it,
arrest him. And he shot and killed them during that. For a citizen to arrest your ass for doing some shit you shouldn't be doing. That's what citizen's arrest is.
If it came up to you to arrest you, how would you respond?
That don't mean you can fucking kill me because you would get in trouble for
Just a
it.
question.
It don't matter.
What the hell is a citizen
Any
arrest?
person that has not done anything wrong, right, would not flee for no reason, right? Any logical person,
I mean,
right?
think about it. If a citizen
I'm
came
thinking
up to
about it.
arrest you, was the citizen like?
If somebody
Well, they were
came
trying to
towards me aggressively and
citizens
attacked me
arrest
and I
him.
shot them in self-defense, why would the fuck would I run away?
You just shot somebody.
That means I run away?
It could.
Nah, man. You see how? No, hold on. Now you see how how this shit is not applied equally? Now listen. Let me ask you something. What the fuck what if we armed all the 17-year-old black kids from Milwaukee and had them come down here to protect some shit? What the fuck would happen then? Do you think they would get met with the same, just we can walk the fuck around?
That's what Antifa was supposedly doing on burning everything on it.
There's only one context. The situation is the same, but it changes due to what you look like.
Factor and factored into that context. Yeah, sometimes that might have a different.
We're talking about real life biases that exist.
But again, like I don't know where people's. I mean, they're all individuals.
Dude, okay.
When it comes to
hold on.
Your feet
the court case that's going on right now. What black man have you ever known to be arrested, charged with these type of charges, and are able to just move and live wherever the fuck they want to, with nobody want to know where the fuck they are? What?
Based off evidence, a hypothetical.
No, I'm talking about what's happening right now with this motherfucker.
Possibilities that could go to that.
There's no possibilities, dude. This is what happens during court proceedings. You have to be monitored.
Yeah, but
he's not being monitored. He's been able to do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
It's measured by overall. And you take it overall together. It doesn't come out so clear.
I don't think you're listening to understand. I think you're listening to respond. You're listening to respond.
I just heard him and I wanted to respond because I heard.
Dude, it's hard to respond. You're interrupting him constantly.
So, he is not being monitored.
Something that looks like
that never has happened for anybody that looks like you.
Pause, because like before you go to something, because I have a couple things to say about it.
Okay.
So there is a problem in our system. We're definitely conflicted here on subjectivity and objectivity in the courtroom. Okay. So now here's the thing: is that no matter how heated or what people think or feel about a situation, you have to be able to hold to objective evidence. Okay. So there is a real problem in this era. There are people who come and show their politics while you are being in court. No, this is a part of the era and the system of beliefs that people are occupying in our highest fields. Subjectivity,
which is what's happening right now.
So when it comes to subjectivity, because I don't think objectivity it's maybe an older generation beyond postmodern values. How do you do that? Don't you have to have isn't it really just about if you elect the judge or you put the judge in office and they act upon their beliefs? You're not supposed to. It's not what our laws are based off of, but they do.
But you do agree that that's what's happening right now, right?
I'm not agreeing with that. I'm agreeing.
So for somebody to say that they don't
subjectivity, and I could probably say, you know what?
So you explain to me, why do you think a judge who's an older judge, based off what you just said, why do you think an older judge would say that they will allow for people to be called rioters and looters to claim that they don't know nothing about Proud Boys or anything? No,
I bet that's specific.
He did that. He ruled that they can be called that. But for two people to be killed, you don't want them referred to as victims. You want them to be referred to as rioters and looters.
No, okay, what is fair? Fair that both sides are able to, in a way, demonize in order for to make their case, because he just simply...
He's not being demonized. There's no demonizing on the part of the court.
Course case, they were banned from from saying that. The other side was banned from kind of painting him in a positive light. So what he did is this judge allowed them to say, hey, look, you can't call them this. You got to be more specific, which is just basically trying to persuade the jury.
A person who was killed,
how you frame it.
A person who was killed cannot be referred to as a victim. When can you tell me? When can you tell me?
I mean, because it is kind of hyperbole. I mean, we're concluding who's the real victim here in this court case.
These people are dead. How can they not be a victim?
So,
you do know people go to jail for damaging inanimate objects, property.
Yes, I agree.
The victim is the property,
yes,
not a person.
I agree. And I agree when you're a high
but
number.
But two actual people
will get away with breaking that law.
I'm saying, yeah, they scaled walls and broke into the Capitol and all other shit.
Chaos going on during that time too.
And we need to understand why that's happening, because this fucking country has a problem that they keep trying to justify or make some goddamn other reason. Oh, it ain't racism, it's this or that. No, it's what the fuck it is. And it needs to fucking stop. And this is not going to stop it. The way that they're handling this is not going to stop it.
This is, all right, let's comment on that. I got a comment to say on that, because like, in one way, Thank God black people learn how to counter the government and should care, and sometimes you should act a fool to it. But the problem is that you're here, and I can't accept that you're actually objective, because this is very subjective. You're bringing in identitarian groups here. I mean, they're probably going to be the ones to speak out, but that's the problem, is that when you do counter them and you do act up and you want to make sure that you're heard, which every group needs to do in power structure, to be honest with you. And I don't believe, I mean, like, here's the problem with that. Even if it was allowed to extend to go so far, it's going to go down such a road of subjectivity and to your own benefit and in-group bias. He has, I mean, like, I think it, I mean, basically.
Yeah, that's basically what you said. You side with your group. You're not
That's actually, like, kind of not how white people are yet. Their racial identity is actually indifferent at the moment. And that's a big change group on what's going on, because your guys' has succeeded, and that happened a little bit more in the 70s. What do you think identity politics comes from? It comes from Black Panthers. It comes from the existential groups. This is their playbooks. This is how we're doing it. But you guys also, we had a dichotomy. One was more white on one side and one set up campaign. It wasn't always like that, but during most of the 20th century, during the turn especially, you went more in that move. That's just like, so we're not there yet. We're still liberals. We're still here over civic things. And you guys bring out these, like Black International Socialism, but that doesn't come embedded with certain ideas and beliefs. Now, my problem is that social justice is talking about, why on earth, especially if you believe certain things about justice systems, that there's privilege, that there's something going on, which is it's coming from the existential groups in our academic circle, okay? So it takes white and puts it as the bourgeois, and then they apply it like that. There's a reason why white existentialists call them cultural Marxists. I mean, Antonio. I mean, it's roots. But here's the problem. Here's the problem.
It's double talk. Here's what it is. Here's what it is.
Double talk.
Here's what it is.
It's meant to understand how the hell is going on here.
You don't have to label something to understand it. And see, this where the problem. Can I ask you a question?
Not labels to understand.
Hold on. But let me ask you a question. Are you gay male?
Of course.
Okay. So. Okay, in y'all experience oppression, and I guess well, it's not racism.
Everyone does. How the hell is going on here?
You don't have to label something to understand it. And see, this where the problem. Can I ask you a question?
Not labels to understand.
Hold on. But let me ask you a question. Are you gay male?
Of course.
Okay, so. Okay, in y'all experience oppression, and I guess well, it's not racism.
Everyone does.
Answer that because I
mean,
can
like,
see you computing your head a way to just say no. But you will. You will. Okay. These labels and terms that you're talking about, socialist, Marxist, black people don't. No, you use but you use those terms over and over. But what I'm saying, you.
Okay.
Kyle Rittenhouse, it's okay to cross state lines with an AR-15 and shoot 3 people and be labeled a hero or be labeled a victim. So every 17-year-old black man is
that you make a point on a different crime, though. I just think that's what really the highest crime, at least. It might,
because he got killed in the commission of a crime. So why the fuck?
I'm listening to, but I have a question when you're done. Does having a gun illegally and then shooting yourself in context of self-defense,
shooting yourself,
does that make you guilty of murder?
Shooting yourself,
or does that like shooting someone in self-defense? Does that make yourself guilty of murder because your gun was illegal? So like, having a gun.
You
can't block my view. I'm just saying.
Especially if you look like me. It's still
What
fucking exists in somebody else. And oxygen exists whether we believe it fucking does.
This is where it teeters from science. This is philosophy.
But I'm talking about real shit that happens. It don't matter.
This is really just
you can believe that fucking BLM is fucking sponsored by George Soros and all the other shit. Okay, but that don't mean that it is, and that don't mean that every black person is associated or being paid. It does matter. You're talking about. Listen, you are adding bullshit where none exists.
I just don't. You have truths, but there's some truths with more evidence, and that doesn't matter about that.
Yeah. See, this is my truth. Be a gay man in America. I can't tell you the experience of that. I can't tell you. I don't believe that somebody is oppressing you. You look fine to me. I can't tell you that.
This is specific because technically you can't say anything about anybody else at all.
That's what the fuck you just did, though.
You can't.
We don't have control over anything.
No. I'm not saying that at all. I didn't say that.
I don't know. It just sounds like
you're saying to moderation. Everybody's moderation is different. So people don't think it's the same as yours.
Nihilism. You pretty much took the ability to relate.
Oh my God! Where did you go to school? Are you in school currently?
Quantified it. I mean, pretty much nothing.
He's the master.
You are really. You should run for office.
And this is why we're here today. There's a lot of reflecting in this white supremacist system.
This is ridiculous.
Boogie woogie.
All the time.
Because you want to have
boogie woogie.
There's two problems with this. There's two problems. You're not very altruistic to the white side. You lack of the empathetic side, which is a hard problem because part of our contract in civil rights is that, yes, we will give full equality, but we need to reciprocate it back. And with you marching out here,
This is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. And this is what we're up against in fucking America.
The difference between your racism and what you're saying we're doing is that with your racism, you can do something about your racism.
These theories you have about what racism power.
See, you don't understand. Racism is a construct. We can't be racist because there's nothing that we can do about our racism.
Listen, I don't know what's racist about coming outside and saying, this motherfucker stole a candy bar. Why did you shoot him? How the fuck is that racist?
You have the means
I cannot compute that in my mind.
That's the problem. He out here arguing on ideology. That's the issue.
I just his personal beliefs. It's not realistic at all.
You cannot be racist.
I just want to see
you can act out your racism.
Charged and convicted for those crimes.
You hold the power and the influence to act out of your racism.
Just this past year, a black kid, 25 years for reckless homicide, and he gave a police officer.
You guys are arguing with racists. They're not gonna win. They just don't realize it. Look at his lemon pepper stepping here. Zoom in on them boots, boy. Look at them boots, boy. Look at them boots, boy. Hey, if the police come out here and pepper ball and spray us, he's not gonna be able to run very far. So he might lose them boots today. I'm gonna keep an eye on him.
It's okay to slander them, but to call them what they actually are, it's not admissible. So he
you want to see what's crazy? That's why you should never you think that that's
I'm tired of fake ass acting like you're holding people accountable, but you're not really trying to fight the case to its fullest extent. That shit has to stop too.
Ask him how fast he can run in them too.
Let me finish. How fast y'all think he can run in them? That's like racist. I'm not still talking. I'm still talking.
His personal opinion.
But that's like right there.
That's
One that she's holding.
And it is a personal opinion.
It is a personal opinion.
Guilty, guilty, guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Guilty, guilty,
Believe that that flag is racist. He can believe it. That flag's racist. I can believe it. I can believe it. She can believe it.
Not only can I
Everybody
tell you not only
it's really watered down. There are definitions of racism. They are universal.
I can tell you what's been done under that flag to prove that it's racist. But you can't do it to that flag.
Big ass, big ass.
What has been done under that flag?
Is he talking about the watermelon flag?
Wait. Unity with Africa is racist?
Because it's essential. The meaning.
Did you say unity with Africa is racist?
That's what makes it racist.
Do you? Do you know where America got its flag from?
That's biased.
Do you know where America got its flag from?
The trial judge.
The trial judge. The guy who's
the trial judge. The trial judge.
Yeah,
rioters and looters.
Because they are.
But they're not.
What did they lose?
What did they steal?
What did they steal?
What did they steal?
What did they steal?
Those two people specifically that he shot.
Not just you are part of something
What did they steal?
known at the moment to vandalize, burn stuff.
If one of us in this group of three punch you in your face.
That's party to a crime. That's your argument right there. That's yours right there.
People who are recognizing us. If one of your friends are stealing at a store, are you not a little bit too close to being accomplice?
No. If I don't know what the fuck they're doing, we didn't collude. That don't make me. That don't get me charged with theft because they stole.
What did they steal though?
Here's the thing. Let's actually Google this because we're going to tell you.
What? We don't have to go to Google. We already know that.
They tried to steal shit. They did go in the offices. They ransacked the keys and shit. I think a couple cars did get stolen, actually. Did they? You tell me none of those cars came up missing?
Nobody was stealing.
Did they have a reputation of vandalizing?
Why is that? Like, why?
Do you know
Why
what
is stealing any less than?
Do you know what a revolt is?
Do you know
what a revolt is?
Burning everything.
Yes, I know.
When you're revolting against the system, right?
Yes.
Which is a right to do. So what were they revolting against? What did they steal?
First of all, we're talking about
what did they steal?
Philosophically, why they're there. Are you asking what are the actual?
What did they steal?
Why does that matter whether or not they stole something, dude? They stole from the businesses by burning their shit.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Still doesn't dissolve them of the fact that they're running after it.
What did they steal?
When someone hits the ground, especially when they're on top, they're
Why did they run after them?
That is behavior.
They're trying to disarm somebody who just shot and killed another person.
They're also
If Kyle came out here with his group for a hypothetical, we protect. Right?
Yeah. No,
So with the dude in the blue beanie, man.
Everybody else sees this and sees him running the fuck away.
Yes.
So the two other people are trying to stop him from leaving the scene of a fucking crime that he just committed, right?
Yes, I'm listening.
Why is that not policing? Why is that I'm the aggressor, I'm trying to attack him?
Whenever they start going into their phone,
what makes one policing and what makes
I'm
one
listening to that
not?
video. I'm listening to. So why is that not the aggressor? The fact that he killed someone when we don't. I think I did remember seeing that video.
It started from the first
before
person
he
that
came,
he
I remember
shot.
he was like by a parking lot shooting.
Yes.
Yeah.
He shot
There was
him in
also
the head.
shooters, but there was a lot over. There was also
Shot the first person in the head.
No, there was nobody shooting
there
at him.
wasn't.
There was nobody shooting at him.
Okay, and
See,
then I remember the second. I remember the second.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
He actually.
Did y'all come together?
No, see, listen. See, the problem is you standing here arguing with people who are here.
Hey, you're littering.
The problem is you're standing here arguing with people who were here. No, you are. You're arguing with people who were here. You're arguing with people who lived through this, and you're giving your opinion based on what you saw. Some of these folks were out there.
What part of you were here and feet away are you not
Wording it as
understanding?
if you were the authority of what happened.
We were here. We were feet away from it, dude. What part of that are you not getting?
There was also
We were
footage of
here.
it, and I understand that's
Footage, but we were here.
But here's the problem: the footage.
They're probably on the other side of
No,
town.
it's already
I
out.
just live in Kenosha. Oh, Kenosha, man, I was here.
Because apparently you see it and see people aggressing after him for no apparent reason.
Yeah, there's a couple things. There's three things I
that's
found.
your
Right.
perception.
They pointed at a white kid with a gun and said, "Hey, get him!"
No one's checking ideas before you go and attack people, so that probably wasn't gonna happen. But the problem is they ran after him.
Dude in the blue beanie, homie.
Tuck-Kiki?
Hey. I feel like he's a cop, man.
Gotcha, bitch!
It's tequila.
I think he's undercover. He's got that same look on his face the whole time. It's obvious.
I was called regular name.
Okay, that works too.
Because I'm like, what is Kiki? Like, I was like, is that for Loco? Like, I didn't.
Is it for Loco?
Is it a for Loco? Like, we classy. We don't do that.
Oh man, where'd he go? Dude, did he leave? Aw, dude. He was my favorite. I keep having to bump it up like 5 seconds from where it's at.
Right now, the way we are being socialized, especially millennials, and we're the older ones coming out now. So the way we've been socialized, there is this bias. This is the postmodern irony, is that you guys are supposedly
Dude, they're listening more now that he doesn't have the mask on.
What's
about our groups,
okay, what's number two?
So the number two thing is that, so because it exists and because there is a large evidence of growing a change in values, especially among our top elites, because if you know anything about the United States history, Anglo elites lost their hegemony, they gave it up for openness, and a lot where people are very subjective. They wear pussy hats to a fucking... No one is supposed to know your beliefs. You're supposed to be neutral. These are very modernist values. It has shifted over completely. So you're just talking about subjectivity, and when one judge believes, interferes, and contaminates the case. But the problem is that actually there are a lot of cases that happen, even if they're not happening on this case. But it swings so many ways. No one's safe from it. So I came here to see, as a white male, especially how they hold you, especially the biases of what is norm in my times. It's the ideas, these pseudo-scientific beliefs of white privilege. These things that come straight from the academic circles when they were actually from Jews in the time. But then when they came along in academic, it got predominant. They created more of these theories. It's exactly what it is, it's scientific racism. It's bias coming from that. It's just that in the modernist time, we just had white as But so I'm here to see how he's going to be hated or how we believe. You have to be able to be objective. Now, certain points is that you cannot call them victims. They are rioters. They were rioting.
No, they were.
They were. What do they think they were doing, man? No, they weren't, man. They were just out there, man.
You don't get to do because they done talk to you this whole time. Yeah,
They weren't riding at all, man. We were there.
Tell me when the riot.
So I do
Tell me when there was a riot. Was there any property damage that night?
So
was there any property? Was there any property damage? Was there any property damage? If you can't tell me,
I thought there was property damage that night.
You full of shit.
Burned down stuff.
You full of shit. You full of shit.
Okay.
There were no fires.
No.
You is full of shit.
There's nothing going on.
It's so much shit.
There was nothing going on that night.
You saw a lot of shit. I'm thinking you
Oh.
mixing
You mix it
Correct.
Even if you do mix
You're mixing the days
the
up.
strategy used to cave those powers
no
into
There was no property damage.
not know each other.
The night of the shooting, there was no property damage.
That actually doesn't
You're not even standing here trying to absorb anything because you've been getting hit with facts.
Maybe not. It's Brown, Biz Brown, JB's Brown and Bidding. I don't know, dude. Did they not mess any cars up that night?
I
thought they did. Hey, what's up with Blue Beanie, man? Oh, it's a different dude. He's black.
So I know.
Where's the other guy? Did she take his Blue Beanie?
And I definitely
Where's the skater at?
everything. Yes,
Like your presence here to me personally.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Hey.
He's right there.
Oh, holy shit, that was scary. All of a sudden he was right there.
For kids to cross state lines and break laws as long as they're white. That's what your president said.
That was your strongest point, but that's a different charge.
That's what precipitated everything. Everything else that happened behind that was criminal. You can't start off breaking laws and then say, oh, but I was defending myself. You can't do that. I can't walk into a bank and try to rob that bank and then get into a shootout with the teller and say, oh, I was defending myself.
He didn't do that either.
But he inserted his 17-year-old self.
And then something happened.
If his house in Antioch was being attacked and he picked up his AR-15 and he laid down everything on his front yard, I'd be standing out there with him saying he had the right to do that. That kid crossed state lines and inserted himself into somebody else's problem. It wasn't even his community problem.
Are you guys secular and just...
No, listen. You want titles. I don't believe in anything. I believe in everything. Black people
I don't believe
in anything. Fucking terms. That's the white shit.
Like, to understand. So words have borders and some...
Man and a white woman.
That means a lot. That's a lot. That doesn't mean anything when you say that. That's a lot.
The only thing they identify as.
Because we all embody a lot. Because we all embody a lot. You're trying to reduce, and you can't reduce people down to something this small. That's your issue. Your issue is you keep trying to reduce people, and you can't. You can't. We're black and white people. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's it.
I mean, when I'm asking, I ask a specific. Are you secular?
I'm not anything.
He's a black man.
Listen, I'm not anything.
Woman, and he is a black man. It's the only thing that we had.
It's like struggle, dude, getting this because he lagged out so much while he was there. Good.
There are rights that this country can't.
Yo.
Bring all these other white militia motherfuckers with you and protect my building. Nobody asked them to do that. Do you not understand that if somebody got to fucking up a building, right, and he shot them, and that person never asked them to do that, that would be a crime. That would be a crime in that instance. You cannot just shoot people because they doing shit. That nobody grants you the right to do that.
Actually, let's see something. You're making. You're talking. You get to make a responsibility that he actually came here on his own. You're allowed to protest. It's your property.
In Wisconsin, you have the duty. You have the duty to retreat.
And yes, there usually is essential.
There's a duty to retreat. You're not supposed to engage people. You're supposed. Your first action should be to retreat.
Okay, so guys, here's the thing. All right, so this is supposed to be Wisconsin law. 93.948. If a person employ deadly force against another, if the person
nobody is employed.
That force is necessary.
Nobody is employed. He's not a police officer.
Or great.
Police say one child shot video of the man answering the door naked and shared it with investigators. Sex offender opens door to kids on Halloween while nude. Next, on Arizona. Yeah, it's where it happened. I think it's where it happened. Maybe not. That's the news source, Arizona News.
And I seen it when he hits the ground, his back.
See, but you start after he's already committed a crime. See, listen, the problem is
no, it happened in Utah. Provo, Utah.
Somebody could
you're starting the story at the place where he already committed murder.
He answered the door naked and then invited them inside.
No, listen. While he's running
this is what he looks like.
Prior to him running, he was standing in the parking lot shooting and killing somebody. So where you're starting your story at, he already committed murder. And he's running from the murder he just committed. But continue. So he already committed the murder where you starting at.
Bro, can you imagine fucking answering the students that are butt naked inviting you in when you were a kid trying to get some candy? What the fuck? That'd be so scary. Already looks scary.
Dwelling, motor vehicle, or place of business to further a criminal activity at the time. The person against whom the force was used was public. Wait, hold on. A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack him or her and thereby does provoke an attack is not entitled to claim the privilege of self-defense against such attack. Except 939.48. Look it up. Look it up.
Because we had already told you that him crossing state lines was no, listen. We already determined that him crossing state lines with that rifle was the commission of a crime. That's so. The second he crossed state line, self-defense went out the window because he was breaking the law already.
It's the law.
Breaking the law already.
It's the law right here.
So
but
their whole premise of coming here was incendiary. They meant to provoke the community. That's what they came here for.
Should I read it again?
Yes, yeah, you should because that's the same statute he's arguing on.
Who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack him or her and thereby thus provoking attack is not entitled to the claim privilege of self-defense against all attack.
Then you see power. So if someone does provoke.
Did you read that?
I listened to what you're saying.
Did you read that? So he was breaking the law.
No, you're breaking the law and having a crime. That's
He is breaking the way.
Yes. That's what
breaking the law. He does not have a right to self-defense. He has no right.
For the rebuttal. He's looking for, like right now, he's looking for the defense.
A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others.
Interesting. Oh my gosh, I wish this fucking stream wasn't so bad, dude. This is such a pain in the ass.
You keep talking about subjectivity and objectivity, and you're not being
and understanding.
And she's showing you evidence. She's showing you law. There is no subjectivity to it. There is. When you're in the right and when you're in the wrong. There's no subjective to it. The only thing that can be added.
You shouldn't even be here right now.
You want to add, well, I don't want him referred to as.
You shouldn't be here
whatever,
right now.
But I want them referred to as fuck up people who deserve what they got.
You shouldn't be here.
Like,
you shouldn't.
There's a subjectivity.
You should not be here.
There might be a problem with the law that you
should not be here.
Because that's the same law. With the law. He didn't read the rest.
Dude, what in the fuck is this such a pain in the ass? This guy's stream doing this over and over and over and over. It's really tiring me out here.
Right to self-defense. He has no right.
For the rebuttal. He's looking for, like right now, he's looking for the defense.
A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others.
I'm saying you keep talking about subjectivity and objectivity, and you're not being and understanding. And she's showing you evidence. She's showing you law. There is no subjectivity to it. There is. When you're in the right and when you're in the wrong. There's no subjective to it. The only thing that can be added.
You shouldn't even be here right now.
You want to add, well, I don't want him referred to as.
You shouldn't be here right now.
But I want them referred to as fuck up people who deserve what they got.
You shouldn't be here.
Like,
you shouldn't.
There's a subjectivity.
You should not be here.
There might be a problem with the law that you
should not be here.
Because that's the same law. With the law. He didn't read the rest. Like this. We're not. You're trying to argue a point. You're trying to argue ideology.
I'm not arguing. I'm exchanging information. It's a social exchange.
We exchange a lot of information to you that you are
right. Factual information, though.
Because even at the
you are manipulating. You're doing the same thing this judge is doing in this courtroom. Manipulating the law, not using factual law.
Okay, disregard the tone. You already got what she said.
This is a cultural.
tolerance rests on the exchange and reciprocation.
Are you from
Not everybody. No, your safety cannot be guaranteed.
I don't reciprocate with white supremacy. I don't give a fuck about respecting you. I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about respecting me. I don't give a fuck about.
Listen, white people out here.
Right. Ain't nobody saying that.
Did anybody say that?
Dude, I can't do anything else right now because this shit keeps doing this.
Care about your people and your
races.
Okay, so the Jews are racist because they live in their own communities and they care about their own people. They're racist.
Hold on, I live in a community. I'm Muslim. Does that mean I'm an immigrant married Jew?
It's very fucking annoying. I can only get like 20 seconds out of it before it lags out.
Here's the thing, how can you stand here?
That's what happens when Facebook signal goes in
that we
and
all
out.
fucking
It's
suffer and
shit
just
playback. YouTube's not like this.
It sucks forever.
Because we care about the victims.
That's what Jewish values right there. That's how you principle running from persecution, okay? There's no strength in victimhood. Trauma happens, and you gotta be really
about
200 years ago. So we're saying we had it 200 years, right? We had more like 600 years.
It wasn't 200.
But
it's right now. It wasn't 200. It's right now. It wasn't 200.
The people, the rich that did traumatize African Americans when you should have never brought them. Slavery was never agreed upon. They actually, but you know, their evolution in the South was more, they wanted to reform authoritarianism. They didn't necessarily believe in it. So it makes sense
Hopefully
for
they
them.
can stay cool long
But
enough
here's
for me
the
to
thing.
take a leak.
Here's
They
the
probably
thing,
won't.
You ain't about to tell me, especially as a collective, as a normative person, I didn't have any elite power on that, about their mistakes they made. Also, you weren't very high-tech 300 years ago, so we weren't really equal, so our prejudice and you being ignorant kind of had some validity. You didn't read and write in our language. You guys didn't have guns. You had spears. You were indígenas.
Wait. What fucking slaves had spears? I would like to know this.
Years ago, yes.
No, the fuck we didn't have no goddamn spears. We would have
guns.
Use our goddamn ass with us. We would have speared the fuck out of y'all if we had spears 300 years ago.
You did something.
We did. We had chains and we're talking about inferiority, but it was forced inferiority. We fucking listen. You don't want to. You definitely don't want to do that.
Strong sense of system.
You definitely don't want to do that. And where the fuck you got a spear from 300 years ago? I have no idea what book you read that in, but you need to burn that motherfucker because it's wrong. No, we did not. That don't mean we had a spear though. That don't mean we had a spear. Where did you get that from?
Back to before slavery.
I mean, but here's that. No,
that's like a racist training going on somewhere in that line. We need to. I'm just saying, what the fuck are you talking about? You are the only person I've ever known in my whole life to say that shit.
People are being. This is being taught somewhere. This is being taught somewhere. And this is why I come to these things to learn this type of shit right here, because this type of shit right here is being taught somewhere. That's the thing about it.
No, your guys
there are classrooms somewhere.
That's actually part of the reason why
this is like after school, like another 3 hours.
You're not listening to you. You're not going to educate anybody. You're a dumb fuck. You're just a dumb fuck. You're stupid as fuck. You're dumb as fuck. I'm not emotional. I'm fucking common sense.
No, you're a stupid white person. According to him,
you're just a dumb motherfucker. Here, I'll ask you the same thing I asked the same last guy fucking knocked the fuck out. I ask you something. I'll ask you something. I got one question for you. I got one question for you.
Flamboyant than you.
Let me get one question for you.
A homosexual.
How do you know what the fuck I am? Why are you judging me? How do you know what I am? How do you know I don't suck dicks too?
You're what?
You don't know what I do. You don't know what I do. You don't know what I do. I eat ass, suck dicks, I do it all. So why are you judging me? You smell my breath? It smells like ass. I can talk stupid too. You've been talking stupid up on these stairs. You've been talking. Well, you want to answer it when you're done? When your Adderall is dripping out. Listen.
Anyway, so I don't
I don't know about the other half.
all the way in the back. We had the last 4 rows.
Long hair dudes, low IQ, honestly.
300 years ago, you guys had a spear in the back of it.
Why did you guys
stop saying you guys? Stop. Just stop.
Oh my god, you can't say you guys anymore.
These are specifically about a group. It was specifically.
You don't know what you're talking about, though, dude. If you're going to be educated, be educated.
You guys had spears 300. You guys, no.
Oh, you guys.
No. So 300 years ago.
Anything with you guys.
To our branch, the American branch of Black America, came specifically most likely from the defeated tribes and the other Africans.
So they were considered 3/4 of a person, right? You do know that, right?
Yeah, they're property. I think so.
Yeah, they were property.
So yes,
So what?
And so
fucking spears?
I mean, like they had individual authoritarianism. We told you the South believe in getting like Republicans, but they want to reform the monarchy. It's different the way we evolve. Oh my God.
Wow, you guys. Quite the conversation going on. It's crazy. But look, you guys, I'm going to start heading out. I want to thank you guys for joining the stream. If you guys just kind of logged in and you kind of missed a lot of it, use the command !notify and you'll be notified the next time I go live. Thanks for tuning in, you guys, and I want to say what I always say. If you can't come real, at least come raw. Raw topic, you guys. There's some protesting going on out here, so let's do this, you guys. Share this.
I don't know why so many people are still in here if they're not coming back. Do you? Are they just gonna keep it on all night or what? Hollywood Hills water main break. I think I broke it, so now it's not doing the link anymore, but we'll see in a minute. Water. Not the water, dude. Hey man, all the people in that caravan are wanting someone to come pick them up. Like, we didn't know it was going to be this hard. Oh really? You didn't know it was going to be that hard to walk through the entirety of Mexico? You thought that was going to be easy. Oh. Your kids on your shoulders. What? Look at this, dude. What the fuck, dude? Work. Sewing needles found inside of Kit Kats in Ohio. Compute North says it will pull the company's permit application for its crypto farm operation. Oh my gosh, was found in multiple pieces of candy, which was confirmed through an x-ray. Wow, that's pretty nasty.
In your state, CandyStore.com is out with its list of most popular Halloween candies across the country. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups took the top.
Whoa, Hershey bars.
Starburst, Sour Patch.
Like, fucking assholes. They're not even talking about the damn needles in that story. I want to hear your fucking happy. My favorite candy. I don't give a fuck what your favorite candy is, lady. Fuck out of my face. It's some kind of trick to get people closer to the news anchors. Oh, that's my favorite candy too. I'm gonna start watching that news now. I love them. I love Sour Patch Kids. We're the same. Well, what is that? Dude.
And I don't know. That's kind of like they're this entire time.
Look, they are getting help. You know this trucker is charging probably per person to jump on there.
That's kind of like they're this entire time.
20 pesos per person. You jump on, and then they get to the destination. They're like, hey, get the fuck off my truck. How'd you get on here? What the fuck? You know what I mean? Yibba, underlay. But they've already gotten paid. So they are going to start getting, truckers are going to start trucking them like this, I bet, dude. I gotta get them up here somehow. Hopefully they'll stop them at the next border. They're nervous about the next border, actually. They think the next state might stop them. Uh-oh, the black supremacists. What are they doing? Why do they look like that? Are they ninjas? The Black Ninjas of America. This is a press conference with those dudes there. Retarded. They wannabe military people, honestly. Anybody that dresses up like that and goes out in public with their friends with berets on wishes they could have been in the military.
Here's happen to know, is that teacher working today?
That shit's funny looking.
Is that racist teacher working today?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. That was a black kung fu artist.
You want us to be there? Okay.
Oh, he's got a special badge. Why is he the smallest one and he's got a special badge? He must be like a special forces infiltrator because he's a kid. We're on the grown-ups. Oh. Well, this is about that school, dude. The teacher The teacher tried to get her kids to stop writing the N-word on the desk, and they didn't stop, and then she said it to them.
Move in just that way a little bit.
And they all were like, oh my god, you said it. You said it. My ears. What have you done? I can't hear anymore. What have you done?
Nasir X, that's N-A-S-I-Y-N-A-S-I-R-X. I am the national chairman of the Lion of Judah Armed Forces here at National Headquarters here in Minnesota. Well, first off, we would like to give all praise and glory to the true living Elohim, creators of the heaven and earth. We are out here as activists in the community to make sure that justice is served, to make sure to bring change to the community, to bring change to the chosen nation. We're out here to address the matter of the behavior of a teacher here by the name of Christine. And what took place was she was heard
Are you a member of
saying
Busy?
the N-word in front of the entire classroom. And after the children heard her say the N-word, the children went to the principal
Hey,
to try to get
Mr.
help.
Bill, how you doing?
They said that the principal didn't take them serious at all. And after that, they also told other teachers in the area. And when they told the other teachers in the area, they said the other teachers told them to keep it amongst just the group of people who heard what was going on. So the teacher as well the teachers tried to cover it up as well, what was taking place and what was going on, the behavior of the teacher. So after that took place, you see Friday, 2 days after that, the children did a walkout, the entire school did a walkout, and protested against the behavior, the racial behavior of the teacher, Christine. What you see is going on here is something that have always been going on, as they said that it was an ongoing behavior with Christine. You see what I'm saying? So now accountability must be made because it was disrespectful. It was disrespectful to every child of African American descent in that classroom. It was very disrespectful. And using that word is very sensitive, especially in the days and times that we're in, especially the history behind that as well. So accountability must be taken, actions must be made as well. But when you see what's going on and taking place, they're saying now it has finally went into an investigation. But my question is, why did it take so long to finally go into investigation? And also they have a pension that's a petition that's online where they're trying to get the teacher fired. They're trying to have her fired. Now this is something that should have been already taking place as soon as everybody heard about it. As soon as the children, the students, their outcry should have been heard immediately, and action should have been taken immediately in this school. And that's exactly what should have been taking place. None of this behavior should have been swept under the rug at all whatsoever. Especially if they're saying that it's been going on, it's been ongoing. So if it's been ongoing, the behavior, why now is it finally actions, being taken? Why?
Bro, I can answer that. Alright, here's what happened. The kids were writing on the desk. She told them not to. They kept doing it, and then she snapped on them and started saying, I said, stop writing, nigga, on the desk. She might have hard-hearted. I'm not really sure, probably, because that's probably what they were writing, because they were trying to be funny. And then even
New York City bracing for a potential shortage of firefighters, police officers, and other city workers who are being pushed off the payroll as a vaccine mandate goes into effect.
I guess the court finally ended. So the kids the next day said, they admitted that they wouldn't stop doing it. And so she snaps finally, and then they're like, what'd you say? Oh my god, I can't believe you said that. It was like, I'm sure it probably wasn't the first time the kids had acted up and done this same type of stuff. And then their justification the day after was, hey, we're middle schoolers. We're going to do stuff like that. It's just like, dude, you buttholes know what you're doing, dude. You're trying to get this teacher fired, and the school tried to minimize it because they didn't want it blowing up to this because they know how kids are, man. I could think a lot of people that don't have kids don't realize that kids are fucking little shits, man. They get together like gangs, dude. There are gangs in middle school, elementary school, even. There's like little mini gangs where they'll pick on kids and they'll try to like get you to do some shit so that they don't see, so the teacher doesn't see them doing it, but you get in trouble for the actions you take because they like say they're shooting a spitball or some shit at you or some shit, and you turn around and smack the shit out of them. But the teacher doesn't see the spitball; they just see you turn around and smacking them, and they act stupid like nothing happened. Everybody else acts like nothing happened too, and boom! Next thing you know, you're going to the fucking principal's office because nobody fucking spoke up for your ass, and they lied about it. And kids do that kind of shit, man. So it's like, I mean, to get behind some rally behind some fucking middle schoolers, right? Like, this is ridiculous to me, dude. And the fact that George Floyd's ex was there says it all to me. Like, she was like, oh, it was probably in some social media group locally on Facebook and talking about, like, this happened. And she was like, oh, really? Yeah, everybody wear black tomorrow. Tell your friends to wear black tomorrow. I'll see you at the school. And they're like, George Floyd's ex, dude, she's going to see you at the school. Everybody wear black. Everybody wear black. You know, and they showed up and then they had the protests and shit. But like that's really what's happening right now. They're using them as pawns, just the same. And not these people. I'm saying the school, the elementary school, or middle school is being used as a pawn in the whole BLM movement. And now these people, they're using this as a way to get more people to join Lion of Judah armed forces. That's the only reason why they're out there, because they right now there's 3 of them. I'm just playing, but there's more. They got a group, but like right now there is actually only 3 of them that showed up here though. So they're trying to get to have like 5 people show up next time. So the only way they can do that, or the best way, is to capitalize off situations like this. Shitheads.
The ethnicity is of the race of the teacher. She's Caucasian. She's a white woman. She's a white woman. That's why I was saying that it's very disrespectful to the children, to the students of African American descent. It's very disrespectful.
So, as far as you understand, what disciplinary action has been taken against this teacher?
Yeah, I did
well,
it.
They're doing us. What happened is they put her on leave. You know what I'm saying? She's not fired, but they put her on leave. And that's why I say, why does it take the entire school to do a protest or a rally for them to finally take actions on anything? But what we're here for is we want accountability. You know, she shouldn't be able to work nowhere. She shouldn't be able to work at no more schools after what took place at all by using that word. And then they said that she didn't only use it one time. They said she used it multiple
She didn't
times.
call them it, did she?
In the same instance.
She didn't call them it, dude. It's different.
This was October 26th that it took place.
They antagonized and instigated until she used it, and then used it against
her. If you're
her.
going to do an investigation, don't only just do an investigation on her, but do an investigation on the entire school. Do an investigation on the teachers, do an investigation on the principal, do an investigation on those who try to cover it up. An investigation need to be done here entirely.
Oh yes, this school matters so much.
Cover up this disrespectful behavior.
This one.
It should not be tolerated whatsoever, especially around our children.
These kids right here are gifted.
Are supposed to be here to
They're
educate
special. They are
the children.
The cream of the crop.
Not to be here using slanderous words.
They do all know the words to gangster rap,
using
though. It's kind of weird.
Racist words.
Verbatim.
It's disrespectful on all levels.
And they use racist words a lot. These kids at the school, they use them the most.
You're not supposed to cover it up. You're not supposed to sweep it under the rug. You're supposed to take accountability right then and there.
Yeah,
especially, we're supposed to hear the outcry.
And
I can imagine how hard it is to be a teacher there.
Like, you seem very much like a believer of what children say. You know, you can tell that you have that passion that here are young people. Do you have kids at the school?
I do not. But I know friends of people who do have children that go to the Northeast.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm just kind of getting at, you know.
And it's a middle school.
Right.
It's a middle school. So, you know, they're not ignorant whatsoever. You know, they know what is acceptable. And they know what...
I'm just going to skirp him on that one. Middle schoolers are not ignorant. What? Does he know the fucking definition of ignorant? Isn't that the whole point of being in school? You're ignorant in a subject. You learn about it. You're less ignorant. I think he might be a little ignorant, huh? What do you say?
It's not acceptable. And that's why I say we're supposed to be there for the voices when the children are crying out loud. We're supposed to be there for them. You know what I'm saying? And for this to be taking place for so long, and as they stated, she have had this behavior for a long time, and it never been addressed. So it leads up to here. It leads all the way up to here for actions to finally be taken.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
No, you answered my point. Just kind of like was getting at the, you know, what brings you out here because of, you know, without having kids here, but you still hear about what's going on.
Most definitely.
And you want to do something about it.
As an activist in the community, most definitely. You know, that's what we do. You know, we speak up against this foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Our children should be able to come to school and learn in peace and be able to gain it, you know, an education. Especially with these supposedly teachers who are supposed to be their overseer or so, and even the parents. The parents what the parents need to do. The parents need to make sure they start getting in more contact with their children, because a lot of the parents didn't even know what was going on until probably the rally took place.
Parents are.
So we as parents, it's very important that we have that relationship, that close relationship and bond with our children when it comes to these schools and what's going on.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
That's all.
So are these your kids?
Those are his kids? Is that what he just said?
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
That's all.
So are these your kids?
I don't understand who he's talking about. The people behind him or some other kids that we can't see maybe. There are like 10 kids in strollers in the parking lot right now, all lined up in a parking stall.
Wait. The Border Patrol's not even trying to... Oh my God, I can barely see how to get out of here. It's alright.
This is awful.
Hey, this is Rita from 2 days ago.
Yo, look at these guys. They're just like, hold on. I gotta let them pass. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo está? Hola. ¿Hablo inglés?
No, español.
No, only español.
¿Dónde? ¿Ustedes?
Nicaragua.
Venían desde Nicaragua.
You guys are from Nicaragua?
Sí, hermano.
Ah, what are you guys doing?
¿Pero qué están
You looking to come over to America?
¿Qué están haciendo aquí? ¿Venir a trabajar o qué quieren hacer?
Sí, a salir adelante porque nuestro país está malo.
En Nicaragua, pero vinieron desde allá.
Sí, así es.
¿Por barco? ¿Por camino?
No, en camino.
Camino?
Sí, señor.
Really? That means they walked. You walked here? Camino?
Sí.
Oh my God, man. They walked here from where? No tengo dinero.
No, sin comer ni nada.
Sin comer? Sí. Oh, wow. Ask him what the Border Patrol is. I'll go after him. You guys know. Can you ask him what the Border Patrol is?
¿Qué es lo que les dijeron allá en el Border Control? Ahorita que les fueron a pescar, les dijeron. Okay, hay un campamento aquí afuera.
Oh yeah, on the right.
Okay, pero no les van a dar una ride. ¿Quieren que caminen?
Sí.
They're gonna go to a compound. They told them where to go to a compound. ¿Y dónde está? ¿Está cerca o lejos?
Está cerca la carretera ahí. Lo que pasa es que no tiene.
Border Patrol just left.
¿Que no hay qué?
Transporte.
Okay, they don't have any transportation, pero si nosotros vimos muchos buses allá en un lado que venían y salían, but they're saying that they don't have transportation to take us.
What compound?
Okay.
What compound?
Is it a government? ¿Dónde está? Dijo que está.
Sí, llamó la carretera por acá.
He's going through the road. Okay. Okay, gracias.
Gracias, adios, be safe.
Is there a
Peleando por
compound though?
ustedes, okay?
Okay,
Bye.
All right, guys.
Bye, bye.
De nada.
Wow, so they were just telling him walk to the compound, so if y'all want to follow them.
What on earth?
Y'all want to follow them to the compound?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wait, there's more coming down
Yeah,
the
so
road.
I was gonna go up here, but the Border Patrol agent went up here too.
Patrol just left.
Nah, they right there. He right there. He's going. I think he's going to find more people.
Yeah, tell him right. Never mind.
What on earth are we witnessing right now, yo?
Yo, for real. Look, you got more walking towards us.
Those are a bunch of kids.
Yeah, they said they walked here from Nicaragua.
Yes.
There's
Yes.
Yes,
no
for
way.
real.
There's no
Nah,
way.
you know what? There is a way because you know
Nah, fool.
Nah, they march up from South America through Mexico.
My
do the
boy,
same
somebody's
thing.
busting them. There's no way, bro.
There's no way.
Ask him if they took the beast.
There's no fucking way.
The
Someone.
beast, the train. That's what they call it. Okay.
Yeah, that's wild.
They didn't make it here all the way already from that migration.
Hola, ¿de dónde
Be careful, we're close to the edge here.
Don't roll your window all the way down. ¿De Guatemala? ¿Y ustedes caminaron hasta acá?
Guatemala.
¿Pero cómo pueden caminar tanto?
I don't think so either,
Where's the
dude.
window?
Ask them where the compound is.
¿Les dijeron dónde fueran?
Where's the compound?
Sabíamos dónde nos confundimos. Pero ya saben dónde van. Para allá. Ok, pues yo no puedo creer que están caminando desde allá.
You gotta be getting out of the
¿sí?
back of trucks,
Bien.
dude.
Muchos. ¿Pero les están ayudando allá en México?
No, nadie.
¿Nadie les ayudó en México?
What?
So no one in Mexico has helped.
That's what I'm
them.
saying. Like,
That's
what?
either. Y no hay ni
Nobody stopped them?
no hay
No.
ningún campamento allá que les ayudaba con agua ni nada.
No. Solo
Mexico doesn't care.
Tell them to be safe. Tell them to be
Ok,
safe.
pues ustedes saben dónde van, que estén, que
You get them
¿cómo se dice?
food? Why?
Sí, que Dios los bendiga.
They don't
y
look.
estamos
They don't
peleando
look like
para
they're
ustedes,
walking out of
hacemos algo
Auschwitz, do they?
porque, yo no sé, porque
Oh.
la gente tiene que hacer algo, los otros
Hey,
países,
so you want those?
porque nosotros queremos que ustedes
All they would do is throw the
sean
trash
algo
from it
en
on the
esta
ground
vida.
while they're
Y
walking.
sabemos que no es fácil, ¿ok? Pero la cosa es que la asistencia está dada para que
That they're gonna put in their pockets?
pueden subir y para que sustenten ustedes mismos, ¿entiendes? Y
They don't give a
queremos que
fuck about our
ustedes, cuando
country,
vengan
dude. They
aquí,
just want to
para
take
que
advantage of
ustedes
us.
sepan que quieren que se asimilen a esta nación. Si estás aquí, aprenden inglés. Si estás aquí, haz todo lo que puedas para ser parte de eso, ¿ok? Bueno, que Dios los bendiga.
Gracias, guys.
Bye.
Guatemala is very
Why? Should give them chips. Why? Why do you need to give them food? We have our own homeless people to give food to. Why don't you go help them out?
People coming. Yo,
Like,
there's more people coming.
that's what I don't get, dude.
Hold on,
If
guys.
you want to fucking help out homeless people, help out our own.
Ledge is close, so just
These people are all going to be taken care of by our government. They're all fixed up, dude.
Look at all these people. Oh my God.
Before our people are, these people will be helped.
Yeah, let's get off of here. We can talk to all these
Because it's
people.
a bad look if we don't help them.
This is so crazy.
Should we just go forward? Like
No.
No.
I mean, the Border Patrol, they are over there.
They have rights, you know.
Border Patrol's coming back. No, Border
There's no
But
way
the
to
thing is,
pass.
we can't keep talking to them because we'll be here all night. We already
Yeah,
know.
for
Everyone's
real.
coming from Guatemala.
For
Everyone's
real,
coming
for
from
real.
Nicaragua.
Wow.
I want to follow them to the compound.
Yes.
well,
Yeah,
that's
let's go to the
fine.
compound.
Did you ask them where it is?
Yeah.
What'd they say?
They said go to the end of the road.
Okay.
Keep going.
Hold on, guys. This is going to be a little bit slow.
You're in the center. You're doing good. I'm watching.
Oh, you got the camera too, Darius.
Nah, that shit ain't doing nothing right now.
It would be nice if they'd stay in their country.
Do you think
I
they
see
have
him.
cell phones?
I see him.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I see him. I see him there. I see him. I mean, you sure that's Border Patrol? I mean, I see a car. I don't know if that's Border Patrol.
Car.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, man, I hope they're not coming
Yo,
for us.
what
Oh,
on
well.
earth?
I mean, what are they going to do? Yo, look at this. That's
There's so many of
crazy.
them.
Got us.
Huh?
Oh my God, I cannot believe what we're watching.
Oh, yeah. We out here, guys.
witnessing.
Yo, we out here, people. Oh, yeah.
I
You definitely coming up behind us. This motherfucker better not block me in this bitch, yo.
This is crazy.
No, keep going. Hey, you're more.
Eggnog will give you fat and give you
Oh, that's not a car. That's
diabetes.
somebody with a flashlight.
Yeah, I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you.
Wait, why are they moving that
You
fast?
got out.
Okay.
You got a flashlight.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you.
Talk to us.
I got you.
Yeah, just tell him
I
that.
got you. We good. Y'all
Be careful.
We're running for Congress and we're covering.
Don't tell them that.
Don't tell him that? Okay.
Absolutely not. Why would you tell them that? No, I don't even think he's gonna
These
stop
people
us.
are
He's
losing
searching for
it.
people. I don't think he's gonna stop.
These people are losing it. We need them to talk to people. We need them to talk to people. Them talking to themselves is not what the people want.
Right there, and they put them on the bus.
Yeah, they are.
Look, they do get put right on a bus,
So
dude.
this is where they're making them walk to.
This is where they have to walk.
They're walking to that bus.
So who do you think pays for the gas for the
This is the same
bus?
thing that guy was saying.
But are they taking them back?
We do.
No, they're taking.
No, they're
America.
They're gonna take them and process them and send them out.
So let's follow
They
the bus.
send them
No,
out.
we're not following the damn bus.
This. We'll get the video we need, and then we need to move on.
So basically, with that
medical care right there, and they put them on the bus.
Instead of gripping them up and turning them the fuck around and telling them to go the other way,
People to come here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're incentivizing people to
we
come
put
here.
them on a
We'll give you
nice
medical-
new
medical
bus.
attention you need,
That ain't even an
and
old
we'll put you in
bus.
that bus. We'll
It's a
send you
nice
all over the
bus.
United States, and then it becomes our problem.
They're
Move the
telling
vehicle.
us
The
they're
border
telling
patrol.
us to go.
Go. Darius.
They're
telling us to go.
Who told us to go?
That's why he flashed the light at us.
Yeah,
The border
they're
guy.
flashing the lights at us.
So he stops filming. He got scared, so he stopped filming. Like they know, like. And hey, happy 420. It's not 420 yet, though. Let me see if this works.
Who the fuck pays for this? Do I talk to the police department?
Hey, sweet, it
How does
works
this
now.
work?
Talk to George Soros. He's the one that started all of this bullshit. George Soros.
Now it works, and the command itself doesn't do anything, I think. Hopefully. Okay, sweet.
Here in the United States, all right? My name is Billy McDuff Crampton. Let me tell you something. My family, we come from a long line of immigrant descendants. And here we are in Texas, spectating, looking for the next gold rush, the next catch. We're going to find all the oil. Let me tell you now, we won't keep that oil here in America, domestic. And I'm sick and tired of us going all the way out to Saudi Arabia and collecting their oils. We don't need to send our troops overseas. What we do need to do, we need to hold it down for the United States. And let me tell you something now, everybody that's listening. I take my hat off. I tell you what, when I get to Texas, when I get to Congress, in 2022, when I get to Congress in 2022, I can assure you, I will put America's needs first before anybody. And don't you let anybody tell you otherwise. You can tip your hat today. God dang it.
I'm sold. These two children are playing on the roof of a 22-story building. What the fuck? Hey, bro. I wasn't expecting that one. What? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What? That is so crazy. Do it again, do it again. Yeah, do it again. Whee! Hey, some people died trying to get around this barrier last night. In San Diego, they tried to swim around it. It didn't work. Or one person died at least. Trench rescue. Oh my gosh. How did that happen? Whoa. Yeah, dude, it's a cool parrot. A parrot photobombs a camera in Brazil. Now we're on a mission. This is the newly completed Black Lives Matter monument. Do you love it? The stink flowers in San Diego blooming. A woman tested positive for COVID after a visit to Shanghai Disneyland. The city suddenly closed the park and banned anyone inside from leaving. Then tested nearly 34,000 people in a single night. Why is China so serious about this, but we're not? Look at them, dude. I for real think that they unleashed this on us, and we're extremely prepared for this getting loose in their own area, and are trying to minimize its ability to hurt their own people, because they have some of the best numbers in COVID deaths, like super low infection rate.
On October 6, 2021, at 12:09 a.m., an officer-involved shooting occurred in the 1200 block of Texas Street in Bakersfield, California. The following presentation is intended to help bring context to the facts surrounding this case. The following presentation contains a map of the location of the incident, radio traffic, body-worn camera video, live streamer video, and photos of the scene. Some of the audio and video has been edited to protect the privacy of the victims involved and to avoid the release of information that state law prohibits the sheriff's office from releasing. The redactions and edits do not affect the depiction of events presented in the video. Some of the audio and visuals we're about to present may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. On October 5th, 2021 at 10:35 p.m., Kern County Sheriff's Office deputies were dispatched to the 700 block of Knott Street for a domestic violence investigation.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
It's Knott Street.
Do you need police, fire, or medical?
Police. Somebody's driving around in a Volkswagen, a blue bug.
Okay.
I'm not sure the exact year, but they had pushed a woman down, and she said that he has a gun.
Okay, who told you this information?
It's my mom. She called me.
Okay, is there any way that we can get more...
It's my stepdad that's running around. Yeah.
Deputies responded to the scene and located the victim. Deputies discovered the suspect had assaulted and threatened the victim with a firearm. Deputies obtained probable cause to arrest the suspect for domestic violence, brandishing a firearm, and criminal threats. Through their investigation, deputies learned the suspect could possibly be hiding out at a residence in the 1200 block of Texas Street. Deputies requested the air support unit conduct a flyover of the neighborhood to search for the suspect vehicle, which deputies determined to be a Ford SUV. The air support unit responded and located the suspect vehicle in the 1200 block of Texas Street. Deputies arrived at approximately 11:45 p.m. and began to formulate a plan to conduct call-outs to the residents.
He's the one that started all of this bullshit.
Deputies quickly determined the suspect was reclined in the front seat of the suspect vehicle and immediately attempted to initiate a high-risk traffic stop. Deputies initiated call-outs to the suspect in both English and Spanish, but the suspect refused to comply. The suspect was actively looking around, gauging the positions of deputies at the scene. The suspect then exited the vehicle and pointed his firearm at deputies, and an officer-involved shooting occurred. The following video was from the department-issued body-worn camera of Deputy Andrew Bassett. Please note, the body camera does not capture everything the deputy sees, and the deputy does not see everything the body camera captures.
And they got the rapid fire one, dude. That's sick.
Come out with your hands up!
He just locked the door.
He's sitting up!
Here he goes. Watch this guy.
Hey, Policía!
He's coming out.
Hey, he's got a gun! Drop the gun!
The following video, captured by a live streamer, shows the same scene from a different angle.
I wonder who called it.
Oh shit, he's got to go.
Oh, that's TW Lives, ain't it?
Oh shit.
Is
The
it?
following video is from the department-issued body-worn camera of Deputy Robert Fisher. Deputy Fisher released his canine partner when the suspect exited his vehicle, seconds before the officer-involved shooting occurred.
Okay, there you go.
Once deputies were able to safely determine the suspect was no longer a threat, Deputy Fisher removed his canine. The suspect, identified as Fidel Bedoya, age 55, was pronounced deceased at the scene. Here's a closer look at the suspect's firearm. The gun was determined to be stolen out of Sacramento. Homicide detectives responded to the scene to assume the investigation. 6 members of the sheriff's office were placed on administrative leave pending completion of the investigation. The following personnel were placed on routine administrative leave. The Kern County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit investigates any use of deadly force by any member of the department. Their findings have been submitted to the...
Look at this. This is new. Arizona. U.S. Customs and Border Protection rescue a migrant lost in the desert terrain in Arizona. So this is another reason why this shit needs to stop. Like, this is... These dudes don't want to be able to do this. This is... Chopper fuel's expensive. These people get paid a lot when they're doing this, probably. They probably do want to be doing it, but we don't want them to have to be doing it all the time. But the bleeding heart Democrats would be like, oh, save children, they're burning up in the desert. Man, they need to stay in their own deserts. How did they even know that dude was out there? What the hell? They just randomly saw him? Excellent. By mid-morning, the man had been transferred to a waiting Borstar team for further medical treatment. Oh, and then he was transported to the closest available Border Patrol agents that could care for and transport the individual to, yes, to his destination of choosing within a 50-mile radius. You only get 50 miles now. I don't want. Dude. A Waffle House manager shot in the head during an early morning shooting. 2 a.m. Monday morning. Our current conditions unknown. Oh, and a dude was shot in the arm too. The altercation began after one of the employees at the Waffle House was sent home. Walker, who was the boyfriend of the employee sent home, later came to the Waffle House, got into a fight with a woman he would later shoot. So his girl got sent home, and he went up to Waffle House and was like, "Hey, why did you send my woman home? She didn't be making that money. You mean you're making my money? God damn it. Oh, hell no." The female victim was a manager of the restaurant. Collins believes the male victim was also an employee. Now he's in custody without a bond. He was already out on bond for a shooting that occurred weeks ago at his cousin's home. He charged attempted murder, 2 counts of shooting into a vehicle, and aggravated assault. Bro, now you don't have to worry about your woman working at all. Well, actually, you might want that commissary. You might want that commissary now. But you gotta work for that. Dude. Hey. Packing up camp. This is what it looks like when they pack up. They just spread the shit around, they don't actually clean it. $1,250 kids and 60 pregnant women. Dude, somebody had this guy killed probably. 2-time Kentucky Derby jockey identified as pedestrian killed on I-64. Oh wait, he wasn't a Kentucky Derby winner. This dude ran onto the interstate after getting out of his Uber. How weird. It got out of his Lyft. No, his Lyft at the Parkway, Hurstbourne Parkway and Butson Way, and walked up the nearby on-ramp to I-64. Rodriguez is said to have crossed the eastbound traffic lanes and hopped a barrier onto the westbound lanes where he was struck. Like, what are you doing, dude? You're too short to be jumping over barriers on the interstate. That's what they're there for. Children. And children-sized people. Whoa. Borders reopened in Australia. Does that mean no more good protests there? What is this? What? New York City attraction lets you climb a skyscraper. Dude, that's pretty cool. It's called City Climb. It's the highest external building climb in the world. That's really cool though. You get to face your fears at least of heights with it. Oh dude, that would be crazy. 1,200 feet in the air. Oh, that would be crazy. You get to feel what it's like to be one of those old steel workers that built these tall ones. Wow, that too. Excuse me, sorry about that. That too would be wild. Being able to just like lean back into it like that. Dude, that'd be so like probably adrenaline producing.
Hunt for a Christmas tree is starting early for some of.
A lean back. Use a skydive, why'd you stop? Trippy. One of those cable cars that go up sides of a mountain fell. When they check mountains. Dang man, that's pretty wild though. You never would think that one of those would just fall like that. Australia's having a party.
And he said, well, what are you doing here? Because they were like from Guatemala and Honduras. And he said, well, church brought us a charity, NGOs, you know, and we didn't know that. And what that did is sparked up a storm, because when people found out that not only was that family there, but every single room had been rented out by.
Wait a second, hold on. I want to see what the first thing this guy talked about is. The part two, they're short. So the first one was first part one. That one even disappeared all of a sudden.
But they told him, you know, we're not walking too far. We're just right here at this hotel. And he said, well, what are you doing here? Because they were like from Guatemala and Honduras. And he said, well, church brought us a charity, NGOs, you know, and we didn't know that. And what that did is sparked up a storm, because when people found out that not only was that family there, but every single room had been rented out by this organization. It's a Catholic charity in McAllen. That led to us having to release this information to the citizens of La Jolla. But not only did that happen, we ended up finding out other mayors were calling, because they said, we have them in our hotels too. So then we found out that they were all along the valley.
So they've basically gone, and these are people that have been turned over to the NGOs by Border Patrol.
Yes.
And they were going without telling anyone, renting out hotel rooms, whole hotels, with people that hadn't been tested for COVID, while we were all being forced to wear masks and told to get the vaccine.
Yes. And the scary thing was that
what the fuck,
at any
dude?
given time, a family member could come and just pick you up. And since they had that document that I don't remember, I think it's I-85, and you just showed it. You can go through the Falfurrias checkpoint and you just show that, and you can
Piece of paper.
Yeah, that's all it is. A piece of paper with your picture and a fingerprint, and it says that you've been booked by Homeland Security, and you can go anywhere you want, sick with COVID or whatever.
We're also seeing that too. It used to be when they came through, they would be processed, they would be put in detention facilities so we could figure out who they were. And like you said, a lot of people coming up with fake documents.
It's
now they're being
frontline
released
America.
within 24 hours with a piece of paper.
Or less.
Or less.
Or less. If there's too many, and you know, the Border Patrol gets overwhelmed, what can they do if they don't have nowhere to put them? Release them to NGOs, or just release them flat out. Just go.
Wow.
You got to show up, and as soon as you go to your destination, you got to report to the ICE agents, and wherever you're at. You think they're gonna do that? No, they're not gonna do that. Whether they want to hide it, you can't cover the sun with one finger, right? You're gonna still see what's there. And this is the reality of it. This is the truth right here, because we're frontline. We're in the front lines. We see it every day.
Ran out of time. What the heck is that? A group of Ukrainians filmed marching in Kyiv dressed in KKK on Halloween. Wow. Russian media is covering it. Hey, thanks guys, you're too nice. I don't know. By 12, we're running out of it. I might come back later. I'm gonna try to go back by Costco and see if I can get the night crew to give me those other 2 bottles at the same time somehow. I found a place to sell them. Changing laws in Milwaukee, it seems. They're trying to. They got a package. Man, come on. Where's that last night? we got Australia, but they're pretty much just chilling. Looks like that's it. There's that guy again. Oh, no, that's different. Okay, not Facebook. Facebook out of my mind.
We go Washington.
Ni idea. Yo lo que único.
The Venice Beach Camp. Vegas Camp. Venice Beach with Music Cam. The Beach Bar. Interesting. Huntington Beach, okay. Looking good, okay.
That, and like you said, because people are starting to see the strings attached to the Kyle Silvers of the world and everything else like that, it has forced so many new.
Looks like that's about it for now, though. I can hang out for a minute. I need to just in there, so. I'm gonna go on a mission. Think I can get them both in one transaction. I think I'll take 2 of those, please. I'll take 2 of those. Because if I can hold on to them for 2 years, no, for 4 years, they'll be worth 4 times as much. I can at least hold on to all but one of them. One of them I'll probably have to break into eventually. Plus, now that I found a place to sell them, I can find other ones that are interesting there. Maybe that are much cheaper, like that red spot was. He forgot Long Beach? How could he do that? What was he talking about? The boats? The ships? Hey, it's 444. Funny weather, dude. It's like my nose weird. It is the Port of Los Angeles, though. It's just in Long Beach. Dang, that's cash.
Memphis gonna grow. Memphis gonna do what it gonna do. But it's the nigga in the street gonna be able to capitalize on what's going on around him. You know what I'm saying? You gotta open your eyes and look around, see what the fuck's going on. You know what I'm saying? So, a lot of niggas walk through the hood blindfold, don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? So Memphis became a whole lot of way. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, this stuff smells good. I can smell it from down here. It's that strong. Punchy, banana-y, delicious. Banana punch number 4. Oh, it's like a really good fruit juice or something. I just want to drink it. I play music that a lot of people don't like. That's okay. Still bit too much. Big what? It looks like I'm hardly smoking anything right now, but dude, this shit's strong. Really strong. Oh. Like, these hits are way stronger than one hit off a joint would be. It's like taking like 5 hits off a joint, each one of them. Even though nothing's coming out, like, I feel myself with each hit getting higher. That's how strong this shit is. Like, instantly, boom, one hit, boom, higher, boom, another hit, boom, higher. It's unbelievable how efficient this device is. It's actually, like, I'm amazed, dude. I've never been this amazed by a device. Well, maybe I have. Maybe the Aeromed, but it was just so slow, dude. The Aeromed vaporizer was so unbelievably slow that, like, this, as soon as this bad boy tells you it's go time, it's working. That first hit, boom, you're feeling that first hit. Whoa, instantly. It's like it's like injecting almost. I haven't injected illegally, but in the hospital I have. Like, I've had some injected pain medication, and this is really almost as quick as having something injected into you. It's dude, I don't know how else to say it. Let's go. Or do we have to finish this bowl up though? Like, you get that rush off of it without the, like, old school hash, like finger hash or water hash has a lot of plant matter, and it's much more harmful to your lungs. You can feel that in the cough afterwards. This cough doesn't hurt. Might finally be cash though. Yeah, but dude, yeah. This thing is where it's at. If you've never tried one, like things like a volcano vaporizer, or the Aeromed, or there's some other like pocket vaporizers from back in the day even that were from like 2014, but they were extremely slow, and they usually were vaporizing plant matter, and the ones that would vaporize wax and stuff just didn't have the capability in the coil. They would always either get clogged up, trying to, like, the air hole would get clogged up, but with this one they put the air holes near the top, and the weed cup, like they made this special for concentrates. And it's instant. I haven't even tried putting anything else in it like DMT or anything, but I bet it'd work too, because here's what's cool about it. With the app, you can fine tune the temperature of the bowl to whatever you want it to be. I'm pretty sure you can smoke DMT out of this thing. But I don't want it tasting like DMT all the time, though. That's the only thing. Like, you would need one if you don't want your weed to constantly taste like DMT, then, which is mothballs, then you would need one just for the DMT. One just for it would be ideal. Because DMT is really strong tasting, and your weed would, like, you can't. Personally, I can't smell DMT without, like, especially if I'm tasting it and everything, like, it's gonna give my weed constantly every time, like, this DMT vibe, and I wouldn't want that all the time. That's all. Because you know, taste and flavor and scent, that's directly mostly tied to memory before any other sense. Scent of smell supposedly is. So smelling that DMT all the time like that would just I don't know, I don't need to be thinking about constantly, dude. That's all. I don't need to be that intimate with it. I got a DMT pipe, but I think this would be better. Tron was cool. It had that cool controller. It was like a joystick, but it had a trigger in it, so you could do both of the games. You could use that for the driving game too, where you're in that thing. You'd have to turn. You made a maze around them so that they couldn't go. They'd blow up.
What we do here is go back.
Man, let me call my boy DJ Screw Up. See what my partner.
Dude, we had Mr. Bill on here. That was cool. I didn't want to interrupt the content, so I didn't say much.
It's DJ Smokey.
Hey, Barbara, the only one that will stay ahead of old Stream Elements. Stream Elements is a hard one to stay ahead of. They're very communicative. You compare that to pressing fresh flour. What to compare what to it? That's what this is. This is live rosin, man. That's what I dabbed on just now, was live rosin. That's what you're talking about, right? Hey man, Corey, thanks for the 2 American, or I think it's 2 American. It's actually $2.79 Canadian. Appreciate you, Corey. I don't think they're gonna let him free though, dude. He's gotta do time. He's gotta do time, dude. Oh shit.
Corey Canada is a badass for sending $2 Canadian and 79 cents. Free Kyle.
I think they're gonna do that, dude. He did the wrong thing that day. I don't know if there's gonna be anything for me to go live with later though. I appreciate you, Corey. Thanks. I don't know if it was gonna be or not. So we'll see. it is. I found it. Twitch Dojo. Yeah. Yeah, I got Dojo. Pretty cool. There it is, 5347. There it is, 5347, missing one. That's the one. Gotta go. Now is the time. The aliens have spoken. I messed up yesterday. I forgot to reset the daily one, so I only got the top 3, and that's why there's not any points next to them. Alright, I messed up. Oops. I gotta do better. Alright. Later, Golden. I still gotta upload one of those videos, man. I keep slacking. I downloaded one of them though, and now I keep slacking. All paranoid about what time to do it. I don't know, I should just do it. I don't know, it's not that, it's like I don't know what to fucking title it, dude. I don't know what to title them and put as the description of it, of the one with the siren. I just put his name in the title. Summoning the spirit of him, maybe. He'd probably like that even, and then maybe he would post it on his Twitter. What do you think? I could send it to him. We could all send it to him. After I'll put summoning the spirit of with his name. I forget it right now, dude, because I'm retarded. Okay, that's the wrong word. Hey, but I am retarded. Oh, my day is not coming. Don't say that. Everybody's day's coming, man. We're all gonna die. Legendary. People love it. We'll see. Here we go, the top 10 for the day. Who we got? Who we got over here? Who we got? Is it gonna work? Sometimes this one takes us forever to post, dude. Stream Elements. A lot of people are using it now as a bot, I guess. It'll get here in a minute. It's making the rounds around the planet or something. China can shoot a nuke around the planet faster than Stream Elements can give me my message. Spell it wrong or something? I did spell it wrong. Oh my gosh. You guys didn't know. There it goes. Boom. Today's top 10 stream legends are number 1, Barbara. 63 points. Jim Ass at 52. It's second. And Genofast 47 at third. We got Mr. 9. Internet God. SR. Sangoat. Leonard 82. That one girl. Daniel O. And Linda Marie. Hey, thanks. Thanks for the subs. New subs. I think Linda Marie might be a new sub. Maybe Daniel O. One of them is. I know it for sure. Okay, whatever. Who cares? Right? Nobody cares, right? Don't you guys care? Well, thanks. As well as Barbara with the 10 from Stream Labs. Barbara with the 10 from Streamlabs, and then we had, that was yesterday. In this order, it was this morning, Jim S with a 10 and Barbara with a 10 around the same time, I think. I didn't see Barbara. Man, something's wrong with those alerts for Streamlabs. I don't know if they're too quiet or if they're not popping up. Because they're going on the ticker, but I'm not noticing the crypto or the other ones for some reason. Are they not working? And then we had that one girl with a 5 and Corey Canada with a 279 Canadian. And it was Linda Marie that was a new sub. There you go. Detective work has been done. Oh, there's a Discord too. Oh, shit.
Smoke weed every day.
What'd I do? Oops. No. Yeah, well, that was a strain I had at one time. Okay. Now you can see an old strain I had right there, if you want. Is that everything? Thanks again, guys. Hope to see you again soon. Be safe. I hope. I'm glad it's not dead, Ema or Hashish. Alright, man. I'm gonna stay safe too. All stay safe together. Everybody get in your safe space. Hold yourself. Hey, thanks again, Barbara, for the Streamlabs, as well as Jim S, Leonard82, that one girl, Corey Canada, for the super chats, and the newest sub, Linda Marie. Ayo, thanks. I did not say hey ho. I will have the record show. I said A-O. Ayo, it's A-Y-O-O. Ayo. I know it sounded weird. You can't see my mouth. I just realized. Anyway. Gotta go. See you guys soon. Wish me luck. I'm gonna try to get 2 bottles at once. I'm a hustler. I'll go hustle now. Hey, be careful out there hustling though if you're a hustler too. Later. I gotta go for the time though. I'm not going because I gotta do that. I'm going because the time is, my time is up at the 5-hour mark. At 5.5 hours, it's go time. Alright then. Bye now. Love you guys. Good night.
Who the fuck pays for this? Do I talk to the police department? How does this work?
Talk to George Soros. He's the one that started all of this bullshit. George Soros.